All right, I'd like to call the Committee of the Whole to order. It's 5 p.m. So I'd ask you to cut your conversations so we can start. Thank you. Lou, would you note roll call? I have no announcements to start this meeting. We move to item 4, minutes of the Committee of the Whole from 3/16/21. I entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? You have a motion and a second. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Items for discussion. Discussion regarding data-driven approach to crime and traffic safety and police department implementation. Chief Olson.
All right, good evening. Lou, can you by chance help me with that PowerPoint up? Yeah, where is it? No, that's fine. Creative. Thank you. Shared out already. All right, now that I figured out my computer ineptness, I apologize. So yeah, I am appearing tonight just to talk about a crime strategy that we're implementing at the police department, kind of give you a little bit of an overview where we are in the implementation phase, give you some background knowledge. It's a little bit different, but yet pretty simplistic. It just sounds intimidating. We call it DDAX. It's really a data-driven approach to crime and traffic safety. It's something I've used previously, and it works quite effectively. And just trying to change a little bit of a deployment. It focuses a lot on data as compared to, let's say, hypothesis or people's just guessing where to deploy forces that we have in an attempt to reduce basically crime, social ill, as they call it, they refer to it, but also improve traffic safety.
What would it look like? Absolutely.
Person of interest was arrested in Indiana after
That's all right.
on the east side. Police are investigating that shooting as a domestic.
Okay, we'll just keep trying. If you have to step in, it's fine. I'm just gonna move this up a little bit so I can see. So really what this focuses on is using that which we already collect. I mean, everything in today's world is becoming more and more data driven, from reports that we file to all traffic citations are online or filed electronically with the court. Accident or traffic crash reports are all filed online. And in many instances, agencies don't look at data to try to figure out how to reduce social ill, if you will. So DDAX is a strategy that kind of goes towards that. It also minimizes bias in deployments, basically because you're using data or things that have happened already to guide what you do in the future. It's all about changing behavior to make the community better and stronger. It's a sponsored program, so it's sponsored by NHTSA, by the National Institute of Justice, by the Bureau of Justice Assistance, IECP, and IADLIST, which is about standards and training. The other thing is we forge community collaborations. In other words, part of the model, as you'll see here as we go through this, is it really gets into partnering with your community, looking at stakeholders, taking input. And recently I know that Judd and members of my staff were on a meeting with Safe Communities or Safer Communities, looking to implement with that which is basically DDAX for their purposes as well. So I'll kind of talk about some of that as we go through. It also fits some of the transparency things that I've appeared before the board and discussed. And it's also based on the 7 tenets here that I'll pop through and then take any questions that you might have. All right. Oh, we're fighting over it. Is that it? We're trying to move it together separately? Awesome. So the first thing we'll talk about is partners and participation. And again, these are very simple as you kind of think about it, but really identifying stakeholders. And I've had the command staff or all the supervisors, the department, and some of the police officers already go through the model and the training and start to do a lot of this work already. So it's conceptually pretty much there. Obviously, the village board is a huge stakeholder of ours, the citizens, other law enforcement agencies, and some of which I've already formed partnerships with. And that is Sun Prairie and Wanakee, as we're looking at the Highway 19 as the pass through, where you'll see down the road here, one of our crime maps in our data traffic map is already becoming a hotspot. So we're trying to work collaboratively to influence each other in a positive way. Safe Communities is also looking at this, wanting to be able to send out community surveys, both here through the Traffic Safety Commission in the county, to try to get feedback from citizens about where they feel problems may be, and then having it addressed. The media, I think we do a pretty good job of using the media already to push out our message. Our social media, we definitely saw this in our last hiring process, the number of people who have researched our department and the things that we've talked about, messages that we've been pushing out. And obviously DOT is a big partner beyond just the state patrol, but they also provide a resource for us to pull data as it is already from traffic crashes, so we can start to look at our deployments. We get into data collection. I kind of mentioned a little bit already, but just the amount of information that we collect on a daily basis that we file. I don't want people to get into the habit of file and forget, if you will, where you enter data and it's just gone. It's off my plate. I forget about it. I don't use it. So we look at that traffic crash data. We look at our enforcement data. We look at overlays, if you will. We've done it so simplistically. I had Sergeant Payne did it after he came back from training. He put a village map on a acetate, if you will, and put dots where we had incidents reported to us and traffic crashes. And then he put other colored dots where we had been deployed or where we had made traffic arrests or traffic stops, issued citations. And he was amazed at how they really didn't fit on top of each other where they should. So kind of looking at a different way to analyze what we're doing so that we have positive impacts on the community. Crime reporting, again, citizen complaints, use of force, vehicle pursuits, those things that I appear and talk about as far as transparency goes. Those kinds of things are important as we start to look at deployments of what staff is currently doing and how they're doing their job. So it all fits into our data collection model. Now, we don't have an analyst, and I don't in any way say I need an analyst or want one. But what we do is we do have the ability to partner with IADList, the company that, or the entity would really supports DDAX and NHTSA. They do give us free analytical support. So they will help, they've been helping us build an access database that will support into our GIS system to basically create heat maps for us to see where the hotspots or the targeted areas would be. So we do have the ability to do that free of charge. There's no charge to us because it's a federal program. They'll put maps together. I have one of our administrative assistants right now is tasked with building all this database, if you will, and she's going to a training coming up here in North Carolina that costs the village absolutely zero to send her to. They pay for everything for it. So it really is the support mechanism, training somebody without having to incur the cost of training somebody. And all of these things kind of help guide where we kind of put people in the future. We look about our strategic operations and what are we doing? We have a lot of resources inside the department already, physical resources, everything from signage to the board sign that we have, the programmable traffic sign, all of those types of things. Looking at where the hotspot actually is and then targeting that hotspot at the right time. All we're looking to do is reduce the particular social challenge, whatever it could be. It could be a shoplifting at a store. It could be traffic crashes during X amount of hours. It could be loud music complaints. It could be any different number of things. But how do you do that unless you really start paying attention to the information you have? They're not full shift deployments, which was some of the angst originally when I started talking about this with staff before they really started to know what it was. Is it's not a full shift deployment. It's generally you look at the target areas, the high time that it's going on, and you deploy during that time. Really not a real deep or hard concept to understand until you start looking at the information that you have. Again, we just use these metrics, and that's why I say it takes some of the bias out of, well, why are you there? Well, because data supports us being there. It's not a matter of us guessing or trying to target any one particular thing or person. It's about the information that we currently have available. Talk about information sharing, and this is where it gets to be important for community and for stakeholders. Really, because one of the things that I've been pushing more and more for us to start doing, I think the fall is where we kind of have it targeted to do, is more crime and traffic safety meetings with the community, and just make it an open event where we'll post a time, let people come in and talk about what's going on in the community. If they have complaints about certain things, about traffic in a certain area or problems in their neighborhood, that we'll be able to address them, but then also react to their complaints. It'll be an opportunity for us to share information that we've gathered, talk about the positive impact we've had, and build and promote stronger relationships inside the community. Nothing's good unless you evaluate it and make adjustments. You can start at your starting point, I guess, is the best place to put it. It's a lawyer term, start at the starting point, but we will go from there. And obviously for me, it's about supervisory development as well. I want the sergeants to understand why they're doing what they're doing, why they're putting what piece of the puzzle together and when, in what order they're doing it. It really does help them in that avenue of development. But it also allows us to adjust our strategic operations for enforcement. It's not all about always being in the same place. What agencies around the country that have implemented this model have found is that as you start to disperse the problem from one area, it's going to go somewhere else. We hopefully it's out of the village, but if it's not, we'll be able to adjust and stay on top of it. Again, it's place-based. It's not a person-based model, so it's a place-based model, so it focuses on a specific area, and thus it's able to be, we need the timely and actual intelligence basically to react to it. And that's all the stuff that we have already, so it's just a matter of applying it. We start looking at outcomes, we're talking about, gauge the outcome. Are we having a positive impact? We hope we don't see the heat map get larger. In other words, more and more incidents are happening if we're deploying resources there. If that was to happen, it's obviously a misapplication on our part. We're not hitting the mark on something, not using the media appropriately. We're not using our signboard appropriately. Something of that nature. We have to think a little bit harder about what we're doing. We're hoping we see, well, we hope we don't see part 1 crimes, but we hope if we did, we would see a reduction in part 1, part 2 crimes, which are FBI, UCR related codes. Part 1 crimes, we don't think we really have any last year, so we're hoping we don't. Reduction in traffic crashes, possible increase in enforcement or engagement, I think is the way the new DDAX model terms it. It doesn't talk about enforcement, it talks about engagement. How are you engaging with the community in areas? And again, reducing crime and improving traffic safety leads to additional proactive opportunities. So as we don't have to deploy for crime related issues or traffic safety related issues, frees up staff to do more positive things with the community. Just as a snapshot where we are right now, December of 2020, I took 4 people, or 4 of us total, went up to Ashwaubenon when they held a DDAX training with the same group, NHTSA, NIJ, the whole shoot match. 4 of us went up there, evaluated. It was myself, a sergeant, administrative assistant, and a police officer, and they evaluated. And they all came back actually pretty energized about it, thinking this is something we can do. It's pretty straightforward. It makes sense. Bought into it. In talking with the trainer who I previously had when I was in Milwaukee, he agreed, yeah, it'd be great for you guys to come down. They hadn't been down in the Dane County area, and there's really no other agency around here that's using it. The sheriff had been trained in it, but they still really weren't applying it very much. So April 22nd, 23rd, I brought them in and they held training, and I had a great response from the area. I think I had almost every suburban law enforcement agency in the county represented, just about pretty close, including the State Patrol. And the State Patrol, you would think would be one of the larger participants, if you will. They use the model, but obviously their primary objective, their technical core, if you will, is traffic safety, responding to accidents. So they use it a little bit differently, focusing solely on traffic, but they too realized how they could use this on the Beltline and other areas. It started actually a very good conversation. The trainers were pretty impressed. They had the former chief from Fargo, North Dakota, Keith. His last name is pronounced Tierness. We had Dan Howard, who's the executive director of iAtlas, and then we had an analyst, a crime analyst, Matt, and his last name escapes me, from Buffalo, New York area, came in and helped us out. So, and I mentioned earlier, Kayla Haynes is going to attend a iAtlas training out east here end of July. It'll help us build up our competency in how do you actually build the analytical tool. So we started to pull some numbers. These numbers come off of, or the map, I should say, the map comes off of the DOT website that we get access to already. This is just crash data that they talked about. I think Safer Communities talked about this as well. I don't know if they showed this exact map because I had Sergeant Payne pull this last week. But this is stuff we already have access to. It doesn't cost us anything. We can just get this information as we need it. This is a 3-year crash data. Again, the green is going to be a little bit deceptive because it's really no problem there. You start to look at the boxes that they have indicated, one up, River Road and V would be one of what they consider to be a higher impact area. The one box along the interstate just north of Highway 19, we know to be a routine traffic problem. It's a state patrol, but because it falls inside the area of DeForest, they pulled it as well. And then obviously the bigger box down on Highway 19 at, looks like Lake, is another large impact for traffic crashes. So that's where DOT pulled out. I pulled it, had them do it for last year. And you can see it's the 19 at Lake is still an issue over last year. The interstate is still an issue, which we do not respond to. The state patrol does. The secondary is the sheriff's department for that area. And there is just a little bit of a blip on the map up at top on V at River Road. So those are what we consider over the last year to be a high impact area based upon the DOT crash numbers. The interesting thing I look at here with V and River Road, that's where the state patrol is. So if in a traffic crash, wherever they're doing it, if they calculate it with tracks and it pulls out the GPS coordinates, it could be plotting some false data there. Just because if they filed it at the hub, it would naturally pull the GPS data to their barracks, which is right there. I'd have to do some more research on that. We looked at just specifically now, we tried to, excuse me, rule out Windsor and the state patrol if we could. And if you look at, we only have really one area that has over 3 years of data that becomes a hotspot, which is right at the intersection of Highway 51 and 19. Right at that off ramp there becomes a little bit of an issue. Again, this is causing me to look into step 2, which is what are the causes of the traffic crashes? Is it speed related? Is it inattentive driving? Is it, pick the cause and try to look a little bit deeper. When I look at it for the last 1 year worth of traffic data, again, it gets into the same area. 51 and 19 is our primary concern. There is still that dot on the map up at River and V. But again, I'd have to dig more into that to see what could be attributed to the state patrol and their activities there. If they take a traffic crash via phone or whatever the case might be, would that be skewing data? I don't have an answer for that right at this point. Lou got me in contact with our GIS support engineer. So we were able to have a starting point. We're going to meet tomorrow to kind of refine this because this is a hot mess. There's no other way to put it. But for the last 5 years of data, which is what we started this project, iAtlas wanted to see was our last 5 years. They could build a competent map for us. We started using the GIS system to plug on to the map. And we realized that some of the data that we have is not the cleanest. It isn't GPS coordinate. It is addresses. You can see that plot way out outside of the village. It's not that we're outside of the village that much. It's just not populating properly on the GIS map because it's not pulling via XY coordinate. It's pulling off of just hypothetical area and it's just not plotting right. So Dan is working on cleaning that up. He does have a legend for this. The gray that you see the most of is just other. And if this was in GIS, I could, but it's not a live site. So I really didn't want to pull the GIS map up. If I was to click on any one of those dots, it would tell me what it is. So I kind of limited it down to 1 year and you can see it got a little bit messy when I used and this is again, just a beta site. He's working on it. It was his first attempt. Eventually he'll be able to layer it out so that I just want to see criminal complaints. I can see those. I can see traffic. I can see other things, calls for service. I should be able to layer it out just like you see regularly here at the board meetings. and see what those are. But this is the last year, if you will. Again, you can still see the gray, the red, and for some reason, when it populates by this range, it turned into big purple dots, which doesn't really make it easier. The other thing I'm going to be working with him on is to create heat maps, kind of like you saw previously, where it would give us a better picture, if you will. And hopefully, once that all happens, I'll be able to put some of those on our website so citizens can go and look at it and see what the problem areas are. I'm not supporting putting any kind of link to even a public GIS on there, or if so, would have to be mindful, because on our secure site, if I click on a dot, it tells me the address, and I really don't want to target out any specific addresses inside the community. Areas are fine, but I don't want to get into specific addresses. Again, why am I looking to do this now? Why am I starting to push this out? I think it's just the right thing to do. I don't think it's a bad thing in any way, shape, or form. I think it's a fairly simple program to implement once we get some of the learning behind us. And that's kind of where we are right now. Again, it's place-based. So we look at data. How do we collect data? How do we use it to address future problems? Again, future annexation, looking at Burke, again, it's down the road sometime, but still, I don't think it's too early to prepare for some of these things. And, just other growth, neighborhoods growing, how do we look at that and to make sure that the department is ready to meet the needs and the challenges of the future? Again, we get a lot of free support with this, so it's not like we're expending any capital to invest in this type of a program. It comes with a lot of free components to it. Therefore, I think that's another kind of a bonus part of it. Forged some good relationships with other chiefs up in this part of the county. So we're working together to try to help each other out with their problems. Everybody has their own unique challenges and problems, but this will absolutely help us kind of work together to address some of the commonalities. Transparency efforts I discussed as well earlier, just the things that I appear before the board, usually in February or March, talking about just our professional standards reports. It's another way to track what employees are doing, making sure that we're doing our job effectively and to the best we possibly can. Again, last thing is safe communities. Again, they're looking to do a community survey with our residents. I know they were looking at ours, Windsor's, and it's through the Traffic Safety Commission that they want to hold people for. Tell us about any speeding or traffic complaints you might have in a certain area, so they can funnel it back to the right agency. My understanding is Safe Communities got some grant to allow them to do this. I'm looking at Judd because I know he was on the meeting, but yeah. Okay. So that's just a really brief overview. I hope to get a little bit further down the road here and be able to have a little bit cleaner pictorial for you, but I know I'd mentioned it a few times. And as we start to use these things, obviously you'll see messages on our social media accounts, on our websites, and be able to kind of push out the message, see things in the media, see some of the signs as you drive around town about enforcement area ahead. Again, it's not always about trying to write everybody traffic tickets, because that's definitely not what it's about. It's about engagement, and it's about how do you deter things from happening. Sometimes the biggest point of success is what doesn't happen. It's kind of what we're going for. So if you have specific questions, I can try to answer them best I can.
Not a question so much as just a statement. I really like the presentation. Thank you very much. It was thorough. I liked the fact of what you said about not targeting addresses, but areas, because that's what it's about. It's about making sure that the area is safe, and we're not wanting to. So thank you for that. I really appreciate
Absolutely.
that.
It's about targeting the behavior, and the behaviors
Yeah.
associated with areas. Yeah, absolutely.
So you talked about part of your presentation, you're saying how you're using accidents or different, it sounded like violations that you make the heat maps, but then you also mentioned about engagements. So is that like another level that we're going to start tracking engagements, or do you already do that?
So we do, but we don't. It's a little bit, engagements is a little bit harder area to get into. The big word thing about engagements really comes into the updated version of DDAX. They took the word enforcement out and inserted the word engagement. So every time you make a traffic contact, instead of looking at it as an enforcement contact, it's an engagement. I'm trying to train my own brain to make sure I say the right word. So really it's engagement. I guess you could have it on many different levels, but it's still about getting out in the community and getting the lights flashing and making sure we're deterring off-task behavior.
Okay, so for my information and engagement would be, say, even a warning or even a verbal warning would be an engagement.
Exactly. Just a citizen contact maybe is a better way to wrap around it. I know.
Okay,
Just a contact at a traffic scene. It could be at a traffic crash. You could have 3 people there. You could count that as 3 engagements, if you will.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I'd like to thank you, Chief. That was a helpful presentation. We look forward to more results.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is discussion regarding a trail connection to Windsor Community Park.
Yes, thank you. Get back here, show a map. There was information in the packet, right, that kind of laid out the scenario behind this. But I just wanted to share a map so people were familiar kind of what we were talking about. So in general, this trail is already here from Fox Hills, and it stops at our border. We would continue on with the trail to connect over into this trail to the Windsor Community Park. So just looking for feedback from the board, and if they're supportive of that, we'll go forward and get a quote put together and come back before you for final approval of that. So we would be putting this path in, then turning it over to Windsor. They would be maintaining it. I don't know that they will. I don't think they clear their trails in the wintertime, but I don't know what people would be going to this park for in the wintertime. I don't know if there's amenities there for that time of year or not, but they would then be maintaining that going forward.
Rebecca?
Question regarding the area just surrounding that. Do you know if there's going to be further development with housing right along that area? On either side? I mean, obviously not on the one side, but on the other side, do you know?
So this shows what's platted for development in Windsor, and then we certainly have more development that's coming down in this area.
Okay, I guess what my question is related. If we went ahead and did that path now, is there the possibility that the slope or the grade would change, or would that, so that we wouldn't have to redo it?
I don't believe so. I mean, this is in Windsor's area, so if they
Okay.
have to change it, they will. I know they have a plan to put the path through this woods area and connect over, and their master plan would be to connect all the way over to the big hill with the trail connection.
Awesome, thank you.
And this is a trail segment we've talked about on and off for quite a while. Other questions?
The board's generally supportive. We'll go forward and it'll be back at a regular board meeting for that approval.
I'm seeing thumbs up. All right.
All right, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Judd. Well, your next item is yours too, a discussion regarding irrigation sewer adjustments.
Yep. So the board had asked us to go out and put together a look for a deduct meter. I put together a brief memo, but more of the outline is really the meat and potatoes behind it. First, I want to thank Marsha Dutton, Penny Noble, Greg Hall, and Mark Tenjum. They all collaborated with myself and came up with how can we best do this, right? We kicked around a lot of different ideas, from actual installation of deduct meters down to where we finally landed here with doing a credit for the people who might want to apply for the credit. So basically it's the most efficient way to do it without utilizing resources. At the time, when we were first working on this, we were actually in a little bit of a shortage for water meters because they take a chip, and that chip is delayed, right? Cars need them. Everybody needs those things. So, and we didn't want to put in an undue burden on our staff for having to go out and install these. And then everything, the research that I had found required a lot of effort by the resident to get additional plumbing put in, as well as follow-up visits by village, potential inspectors to make sure that people aren't hooking up their shower to this offline deduct thing, where that water is being used and actually being treated. So the easiest way to do it is to look at the previous year's use from somebody for the months that they're not watering. So basically for 5 months out of the year, we'll give them a credit. They're going to pay their bill every month. They'll get billed for that sewer usage. And then at the end of September and October, we'll have to go through and manually process and look at, all right, what was their average use? What was that difference? And credit them back that amount for that time. And then in October, we'll cut them a check for that difference. So this kind of allows people to, who want to take advantage of it, they can. There's a yearly application fee of $150 that covers our costs for implementation and for the manual adjustments on the account for that. Ideally, we'd like to make sure that residents should really only be putting about an inch of water a week on their lawn if they're watering, right? So the idea is you could put a tuna can out, and when that's filled, that's the inch, and you shouldn't do more than that, because anything more than that is just wasteful and it's running off. Kind of like we talked at our last special meeting where I showed the water cycle and how the water infiltrates, and most of the water that hits the ground actually runs off. So anything more than an inch is too much. So we can certainly use this when we see folks. We can kind of calculate based upon their square footage how much they're using, and if they're overusing, we can reach out to them and suggest, hey, you might want to talk to your landscape architect or whoever helped you with your irrigation, or if it's just themselves with a sprinkler head, hey, you might want to adjust this, and it's going to save you some money and save us a precious resource of water. So that also ties in with, should we get into extreme droughts? There's a classification of droughts that the National Weather Service puts out. So if we're into either the 4 or 5 category, which we haven't gotten to yet this year, we would suspend it. So anybody who's continuing to water, they're going to be paying for those sewer charges, because we want to, if there's a drought declaration and we're saying, hey, we need to limit water use, we need compliance, or if they don't want to comply and they want to continue to water, they're going to be paying a little more for their water during that time. Questions?
Just related to the annual amount for the application. What formula did you use to come up with that amount? Because if I were somebody who was seeking this, which I'm not, it seems a little high. I'm just wondering.
So it's the time that we have to put in between Penny and Marcia, and their calculating of it. And then also if commercial entity uses it, there might be a little more effort in there. So we came up with those numbers, and this is a fair number. Basically, if you're going to water more than 2 months, you'll make that back in savings on your sewer charges. So most people, we ran a report, and of 20,000 gallon high users last year, 30 were more than 2 months. Like I was on there last year, we filled their pool. I know my neighbor had to fill his pool twice, so he was on there twice, but he doesn't water his lawn. I know he had a leak, so he had to do it. So we kind of figured out those costs and where does that break even for folks, so they'll know it's worthwhile. Maybe more people will take advantage of it if they know it's here. But that's how we calculated it.
Okay, thank you.
Abby?
Just wanted to check, is there any possible negative impact on non-irrigation sewer users? Like the impact to people that are have to pay the regular sewer fees?
Well, so we get charged the same amount from MMSD. They charge us what they're treating. And we just take that amount and bill it back amongst all the residents based upon their consumption of water. We only have one way to measure the water, and that's the sewer, the water being delivered through the water meter. And then we assume that's also being treated down the other way. So anybody who does apply for this, they're just taking their share of that sewer charge and passing it on to everybody else, including themselves, right? We still have to make up that amount. But they're just not. So if somebody's overwatering their yard or doing taking advantage of this because they're watering nonstop all through the 21-week season of watering, so to speak, they're going to be spreading that cost on to everybody else. If everybody in the village signed up for this deduct or for this irrigation credit, everybody's sewer MMSD charges would be the same amount as they are today. Right, they would pay the same because we still have to collect that money back.
Abby, you look confused. Is it?
Yeah, I'm not sure if well, I guess I just wanted to, I remember when we first thought about, exploring this, that some of us said our biggest concern was if any, I guess, cost burden would be given to people that are not using irrigation systems. And I just wanted to check and make sure that that's not on them.
So,
Yeah, maybe am I explain that right, Steve? It's the simplest way I can explain it. I don't know if you can, but there is a cost that everybody has that everybody will carry in the village because that water is not being treated. It's technically, and it's not being treated, but this is where it gets really complicated. And I think this is where previous boards have always just kind of punted and said, there's not many people that do it. One of the communities that used to allow deduct meters stopped it a couple of years ago, Cottage Grove. They don't even allow it anymore. Only those that have it are grandfathered in, just because they found it to be cumbersome.
You're all looking at me. I think you explained it best you could. I mean, if somebody isn't watering their yard or a gardening like that, so let's separate irrigation system from a hose. No different. If you use a hose, you're watering your garden or your yard, you can still do this and claim the recovery, I guess, by paying the $150. But if you are not watering your outside, if everything you use in your house goes through the sewer, and you're paying your fair share. It's a truer form of doing it, actually. I think it's pretty creative.
so if Judd applies to participate in the program and I don't, Judd's going to get a credit back against his sewer charges based on his average usage. What he doesn't pay, do I have to pay?
No, because it's not picked up at the monitoring station. Only the wastewater that goes down to where they test gets charged to us.
Okay. Does that help? Okay. Other questions, Bill?
Would you have like a date they'd have to sign up, say by April 15th?
Yep, we'd want them to sign up by April 30th because it'll start May 1st. And then, like I said, we have to have something to base it off of prior. So fortunately, it won't work for new homes that are going in. But ongoing, they'll have that opportunity. They can reapply every year.
Sounds good.
Okay. Jim?
So Jed, when you say you look at their average use, is it average over multiple years? So you're comparing April or I guess June to June, or are you?
No, we'll look at the 7 months that are non-watering, right? So from May to September is the watering season. So October to April. So we'll go back to, so like if we had it this year, we went back to October of 2020 through April of this year to see how much water do they use. And then that come up with that average, right? So it's simple math, 70,000 gallons divided by 7 months is 10,000 gallons. But then they're using 20,000 gallons these next 5 months. we're going to charge them, we're going to give them a credit back for that difference of 10,000. That's just really simple math and it's a little high
So
numbers.
water usage months are which months?
What's that?
Which months are the 5 months?
When they'll get the credit, it would be May through September.
Okay. I hesitate to ask this question because it's just sort of being dishonest, but if somebody has their kids come home from college and now is taking extra showers because you have 2 extra people living there, that will end up being deducted.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
you.
Let me just, this is a discussion and Judd's trying to get a sense for, our interest in moving forward. So I might ask, how are people feeling about going forward? I see 1 thumb, 2 thumbs, 3. Are people interested then in at least pursuing it further?
So I think the next steps is they'll have to have Al do some of his voodoo and create an ordinance or some language that puts us into actual codification and to come back at the next future village board meeting for consideration and final approval.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Steve, do you have an update? Okay. Chief, do you have anything else? Public service, Judd? All right. Michelle?
No, thank you.
All right. Corey, you're on Zoom. Do you have anything?
Nothing to share, thank you.
And Reese? All right. Pool task force?
All right, I'm gonna get up a graphic for you. So, yeah, I will share it. Thank you. So this feels like forever ago. Where did the Zoom go? Perfect. Where did the other one go? Just do it from here again. This works for me. All right, so the pool task force, gosh, it's probably been 6 or 8 months since we last met or I brought anything here. But we had kind of left it at the fact that we were looking at 2 potential locations with the pool task force. And before we could really go forward, we had to find out some more information about the 1 potential location. That has not really changed. And I'm really looking to come here and just see what direction the board would like to go. The 1 location that we had was Fireman's Park. And we would be able to continue forward with the pool task force if the board would have interest in kind of focusing on this site, or we could continue down the path that we're currently on and kind of waiting and seeing what the second site, could happen. But there's, again, as I said, no real timetable on that. So while we were meeting with the task force, Parkitecture, who we've been working with, kind of drew up some drawings of what it could potentially look like of having a pool in Fireman's Park and how it kind of fits in with our current master plan for there. So this is not, set in stone of saying this is what the pool would look like or anything like that. This is really just kind of, here's a cookie cutter pool. We've put it in this location and this is how it would look. So as you can see from our current master plan, it shows the basketball courts, the parking lot. This is the playground, band shell.
Can you move the box?
Sure thing. I'm just gonna do that. Oh, it didn't do that. Never mind. Is that helpful? There we go.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank
All
you.
right. So it even shows a splash pad over here. And then this would be part of the phase 3, which would see the east-western field being removed. And then if we did decide to want to go with this location for a pool, we would then also remove the eastern field as well. So this would not impact the current, master plan that we have as it is, other than just removing this other field. But more just wanted to kind of get the direction of the board of what they would like to see us do, if continue with our current master plan or continue with the pool study as is, or look to focus at Fireman's Park.
All right, questions? Bill?
Yeah, I wasn't a member of the pool committee, but I pretty much attended every one that was noticed. They talked about pool sizes and they seem to be stuck on the small pool size and then went to a little bigger, but it was never decided how big a pool they needed. Whether they needed an 8,000, 10,000, 12,000. They never went to any different pool sites. I traveled to Columbus and looked at that. We didn't look at what's it gonna cost? Also the deficit costs of operating every year. That wasn't looked at. And I think we really need to have some pretty good numbers on what we want before we even look at a site. I don't think those have been addressed.
Yeah, and honestly, some of that did depend on the actual location, because if we have land purchase that's included in that, which we would from the second site, that would increase the cost. And so it was still pretty early in that pool study of, finding out from the community what size are they looking for, which then would come up with the costs for operations, building, really all of those features. So just getting and finding out if we want to focus on Fireman's Park compared to the other location, that kind of helps us continue that research so we can continue the process, rather than right now we kind of are stuck without being able to really continue that part either.
So what's this pool size about,
I believe this one was 12,000 square feet.
It'll be comparable to what Columbus has.
Yep.
Do you have a cost?
I think, 6 million, I think is up here, but
Yeah, you don't know until you really get in the nitty gritty.
yeah, it depends on the features, lighting. I mean, there's a lot of things that kind of affect those costs.
Athletic complex that kind
Mm.
of went up and up.
Yeah.
Yeah, this, yeah, that. Thanks.
All right, other questions? Rebecca?
At work in here. Related to, you kind of answered some of my questions there, but related to the ongoing expenses. Because my understanding is this is going to be taxpayer paid for. And from what I understand about city-run pools is they're not necessarily a moneymaker. In fact, they usually run at a deficit, sometimes significant. Has any study been done as far as what the potential deficit would be either each month or each year? And also one other question. How many months out of the year? I'm assuming this would be an outdoor, so it would only be able to be run during the warmer months.
Correct.
Okay, so, but if you can answer that other question.
Yeah, so Parkitecture had done some initial calculations on what the potential deficit would be. Again, a lot of that will depend on the size of the pool that we choose and what our staffing requirements will be. And but as it stands right now, what we had discussed was that it would be a summer ran only pool. So we would really only be getting revenue during those, warmer months, June through August. And yeah, I mean, that is definitely 100% true about pools. They are not a money revenue maker for municipalities. They're definitely a cost to municipalities.
Yeah, I'm definitely not opposed to a pool. I just want to make sure that in the planning stages that we really take into consideration all this stuff so that we can plan accordingly, so that we're not stuck with something that we can't afford.
Yeah, and ultimately for the pool project to go forward, and correct me, but we would go to referendum. So the community would vote on what the impact would be to them.
Abby.
Yeah, I'm glad you clarified that. That's very much weighing in my mind, the referendum, and I believe it was 2016. The last one, I mean. I think so. It was around when I got on the board or a little before that, where residents indicated they wanted us to look into it further, and we committed to having a second referendum where they could decide if we were going to actually build a pool. I was wondering, what are the impacts or timeline for either option? Like if we say, let's go ahead and just focus on Fireman's Park, or let's go ahead and still consider the two possible locations, one of them being very, unknown or up in the air right now.
I really can't speak to that timeline just because, it doesn't seem like there's really a set date of when we would have more information on that second site. As far as this site, it would be kind of reaching back out to park architecture and saying, okay, we're looking to settle with this site. What's your recommendation of our next steps, and how do we get the pool task force back together? And then figuring out, as we get far enough, how much time we need ahead of time to, put something together for a referendum.
So I think the question to us is are we interested in moving forward with further research and gathering more data before we would go to referendum? So I would ask for kind of a show of thumbs in terms of interest. I know staff have done a lot of work. I think at this point, if just the knowledge I have, I think Fireman's Park may be the most logical spot based on knowing what is and isn't available for land. And I would be supportive of continuing, but let's ask the board. Thumbs? Okay. So I think we have enough interest to keep up. Oh, I'm sorry, Jim.
I was gonna say pretty much what you did, that I'm a thumbs up for the location of Fireman's Park. I think it's rather central, and we've got relatively good connections to, say, bike paths, so our children that can't drive can get there, especially once we get things built through the school district property and things. I'm a little bit concerned about the site plan, but just knowing that that's coming up for future discussion. I personally don't like how close it is to some of the property lines, and a little bit more centrally located for the pool, but I like the location, so I would like to continue the discussion as far as sizing and pool and how much parking lot and everything else we might need.
Thank you. You got what you need?
Yes, thank
Great.
you.
Good. All right, moving on then. I think that we don't have a closed session, so we have gotten through our committee of the whole agenda. We will entertain a motion to adjourn. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second by Abby. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So we will adjourn and we will start the regular village board meeting in 7 minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
In progress.
How do we get the right channel?
To do so in this year's budget.
The Board of Regents is scheduled to vote Thursday.
Do you have any idea
for
how to do this?
non-
I've got nothing up.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the mic for the village is muted.
I didn't. I was just moving forward. I was getting anxious to hear from people. Well, let's do, first of all, the announcements. I have one announcement. This will go fast, Eric. We have folks going to lots of committee meetings. And unfortunately, at some of our committee meetings, we're creating quorums. And those quorums are a problem. So we need to start thinking about the fact that we can't attend every committee meeting without creating a quorum problem. So we'll ask for Al to give us some further guidance on it, but people need to think about that when we're going. I think at one meeting recently at a P and Z, we had 5 of our board members there.
Yeah, the basic rule is that a quorum of the village board cannot appear at another meeting without it being a meeting of the village board, which then has to be noticed. What we've suggested in the past and I think has worked fairly well is that if any board members plan to attend meetings other than committees or commissions that they sit on or the village board meetings, that they let Luann know in advance so that she can post a notice if it turns out to be more than 4 people. Or more than 3 people, sorry.
Thank you. All right. Jim?
Just sort of a follow-up question. I remember many years ago, there used to be like a Saturday morning breakfast that we used to notice. I mean, why don't we notice every planning and zoning meeting as a possible board meeting, village board meeting?
A lot of communities do that as a matter of practice. It hasn't yet been tested as to whether or not if you cry wolf on every meeting and people aren't showing up, but you put it in there all the time, whether you're really giving notice of when people will be there. So my recommendation is that we try to notice it when we expect people to be there, not just do a blanket notice, which is effectively no notice at all if you know, you have 100 meetings and there's never a quorum there. And then the one time that there is a quorum, I think people are going to feel like they haven't really been given good notice.
Okay. All right. And then just so we cover them, we'll move to the consent agenda and approval of minutes. Yes.
There was one correction that we needed to make on one of the names. There, Anne Marie Priest's name was in there incorrectly in the minutes.
As a spelling error, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
All right.
We need to correct that.
But we need a motion first before we get to discussion. So I haven't read the announcement yet. I'll do that. The village board will convene into closed session pursuant to section 1985 1E of the Wisconsin statutes for purposes of deliberating or negotiating the purchasing of public property, the investing of public lands, or conducting other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session. Tonight, discussion regarding negotiating strategies with Pin Seekers of DeForest LLC regarding development agreements, including the provision of tax incremental financing assistance. Thank you. As I said, it takes a village to run a meeting. Approval of minutes. Let's move on. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
I would move that we approve the minutes with a correction of Anne Marie Priest's name.
Okay, is there a second? Jim, seconds. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, now we really are at appearances, Eric, and I really did ignore part of the agenda just to get to you. I'm sorry.
Well, I'll be very quick because I know you have a full agenda this evening. But I wanted to, on behalf of the school district and the Board of Education, personally invite all of the village trustees and other municipal leaders to an upcoming event, as well as to hopefully get your support for this upcoming event. On August 11th, the district will be holding a community conversation. It's a facilitated conversation and we're calling it the Framework for Moving Forward. As all of you, I'm sure, have experienced over the last 16 months, the pandemic has been extremely taxing on our community, the school district, and our villages. And it's our hope that we can bring people together and kind of mend some divisiveness that has kind of reared its head over the last several months and get us back on the trajectory that the district was on prior to the pandemic. As I mentioned earlier, it's going to be a facilitated conversation, an opportunity for us to reflect on the last year and a half and start to set our sights on the future. We have lots to celebrate, and I think from a school district's perspective, we really want to bring everyone back and get refocused in the best interest of our children and our community. So that's why I came this evening. At your seats, you'll find an invitation there. It's August 11th from 6 to 9. There's a QR code, or you can go online to register. And wanted to personally invite you on behalf of the school board and the district, but also are hoping to get your support in encouraging other community residents to attend and participate. It's going to be hosted at the new Harvest Intermediate School. We'd love to be able to run out of space there and have that many people come and have those conversations and reflections and set the new course for the school district moving forward.
Thank you. Are there questions for Eric? Abby?
Just wanted to share in a quick question. I participated in Framework for Our Future a couple years ago with the school district, and it was a really good experience. I felt like, and there was all the diverse range of stakeholders involved, and I felt like people were really had a good opportunity to speak and also a good opportunity to be heard. And I was wondering if there's any similarities between this event and Framework for Our Future.
Right. The district does have a long-standing tradition of engaging the community. The Framework for the Futures are a great example of that. There will be a lot of similarities to that. We want to create an environment where everyone has a chance to share their perspective, have some voice, and not, let one person or a small group kind of, which can happen when you bring a lot of people together to have conversations, but really give everyone a chance to have some input.
Thank you. Bill?
And I just want to say, Eric, thanks for facilitating tours of the school, the new construction. I think when people come and see the Harvest School, they're going to be really amazed. I was, and it was half done.
We're really excited about the facilities that are going to be coming online for the community. It's going to be great for our students and their learning environment, but it will be a community asset.
What blew me away was you actually have windows where the kids can see outside.
Daylight is nice. Yes, absolutely.
They told me when I was in school, you'll never get anywhere just looking out the window, but I did.
Vitamin D, we believe
By
in it.
driving, yeah. Thanks.
All right. And this is August 11th, right?
Yes, yes.
All right.
And it'll be at Harvest Intermediate. There'll be an opportunity to see. It'll be in the new commons area there and chance to see part of the building.
Great. Thank you.
As someone who actually got to go through that tour here recently, I was blown away. That new facility is just breathtaking. I love the organization of it. And even the security consciousness that was taken into the design. And I just want to say, I really appreciate everything that everybody put into that facility.
Yeah, it was very thoughtfully designed. And again, I'm happy to report that it's on time, knock on wood, and even more importantly, at or under budget. So
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. All right. Eric, we thank you. You're welcome to stay the night with us.
I'm not going to respond to that. Thank you.
All right. We'll continue forward. All right, the next item is 6.2, and it's the pin seekers item. I'm going to take the public appearances first on that item. So I'll be and remember it includes comments on TIF and also other parts of the project. So I'm going to start by telling you that all of the board members have copies of the requests to speak and most of the general information, right? Okay, but they all have the first T, right? You have all of the support from Facebook and the parade and supportive pin seekers of people who have signed up. I believe there's 40 plus signatures on this. And I'm saying this because, you know, we're not going to read every single name tonight, and I'm not going to read every single request to have testimony read that, you know, for people who aren't here, because most of the board has, I think all of the board has the information. We have a letter of support from Craig and Corey Frank that you all received, I think, as the meeting started. You have that one? So I wanted folks to know that. I wanted to point out that the issue on lights, did everyone get this, Lou? Everyone got that? Okay, so you have that information. And I wanted to make sure that everyone not only has it, but they paid attention to all of it. We have a number of people who have signed up to speak. If you have signed up to speak, we're hoping that you will, even though you have a sheet here, you will also, when you come up to the table, you'll state your name, your address, and then try to limit the length of your presentation. We're hoping to keep it fairly short. And we're hoping to get through as many people as we possibly can and still not have to get our jammies out. So we're gonna start tonight with Joe Ring. Rebecca?
Sorry, I just wanted to point out that there was one person out of all of those and all the things that were emailed that said that they wanted it read into the record, and that was Chips.
Okay.
Who prepared this? I don't remember this being at the planning and zoning. Oh, excuse me. I see it in the back. I wish I would have had more time to see this, but thanks for the effort. It's quite enough. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We can review it. So Joe, do you want to start and give us your name and address and?
Sure. My name is Joe Ring. Address is 402 Gammon Place, Madison, Wisconsin, 53719. Hello, I am here speaking in support of the Pin Seekers project in Conservancy Place on behalf of myself and my brothers who are the developers of Conservancy Place. Conservancy Place has always been approved as a mixed-use development. The maps from the approved PDPs in 1999, 2003, and 2018 all show approved commercial. I don't have them all for you, but approved commercial, you have the approved commercial in basically the same area. And then in this one, they're not colored differently, but the black dots represent the approved commercial areas. So from the beginning, since 1999, Conservancy Place has always been a mixed-use development with residential and commercial components. In 2018, the amendment that I showed you was discussed in February of 2017 by myself to the members of the CP Association that were at the annual meeting. The amendment has been discussed, was discussed at 6 Village of DeForest public meetings from June of 2017 until March of 2018, when it was approved. There was no one that spoke against the changes at this process, and it wasn't done in some back room. Conservancy Place has always been a mixed-use development with commercial and residential components. And Pin Seekers fits the approved PDP and the village comp plan. I've heard from various places complaints of traffic and noise. Anytime you develop a new project, traffic will increase. That is only an issue if the traffic was not planned for. When the PDP was approved, traffic studies were done and the village staff directed the design of the public streets to handle the amount of traffic proposed at our original densities at full build out of Conservancy Place. Yes, a new project is going to add traffic, but you can't say traffic will be an issue just because there's more of it. You must look at the amount of traffic proposed at full build out and see if this project is increasing or decreasing that amount. Pinseeker's traffic study shows traffic will be less than what was originally planned for in our full build out. Thus, Pinseekers is actually reducing the overall traffic counts from the surrounding roads when looked at in the full context. On the topic of noise, I know that the village staff have worked on the Pinseekers plan to meet village noise requirements. They have been working through this issue and have a plan in place. Besides the owners of this project, we, the developers of Conservancy Place, have the most at risk with this project. We have 50 acres directly adjacent to Pinseekers to sell. We have over 50 single-family lots in Rivers Turn, most of which will be the closest to this project, Pinseekers, as any residential lot in Conservancy Place. If this project was going to dramatically reduce values in Conservancy Place, that would affect us hugely. In closing, Conservancy Place and the land where Pinseekers is going has been approved as commercial land since 1999. Pinseekers actually reduced traffic from the original projections, and we trust the village staff's plan for noise will make this an amazing addition to Conservancy Place. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Questions for Joe? Bill?
Yeah, I was on the village board in 2003 when we approved the PUD. It was envisioned as a business park where you could work there and play there. And of course, things have changed over the years. It's kind of gone from business park to almost a novelty park, sports, noise. You know, a business park 9 to 5 is different than noise 8 o'clock till 11 o'clock at night. There was never envisioned 160-foot poles and netting into the setting sun to the west.
You have a question or are you making a testimony?
Well, I'll ask a question. Will Parktown guarantee the success of Pinseekers financially?
You know that I cannot guarantee the success of any business. So,
Okay,
no,
because
I cannot guarantee the success of any business.
it's kind of helps the neighbors know, hearing that, because you know they've put forth their hard-earned effort into their houses and stuff. So thanks for answering the question.
All right. Thank you, Joe. We appreciate it. The next I have is Jerry Tierney. And or Don, I didn't know which.
Good evening. My name is Don Tierney, 3564 Eggery Road, DeForest, Wisconsin.
Thank you.
Jerry Tierney, 6789 Wagner's Vineyard Trail, Sun Prairie.
Thanks. And you'll have to speak up, Jerry, when you talk, just so we can all hear you.
Yes, I saw tonight that they're talking about TIFs. I just want to make a comment about TIFs in general. It's very important. The state law, they support TIFs. If I was a TIF disliker, let's get rid of all TIFs. But we're in a card game where that is the deal. If you're in Verona, when that pays off, there's going to be hundreds of millions. We've worked hard in some of the TIFs we've done. For example, in Wanakee, in a TIF, the total expansion of Highway Q, which was 6.2 million, was paid by that Kilkenny TIF. It's financed by it. We've always put a lot back into it. So I'm here in general to say that the TIFs are there, and if they're done properly, they're a tremendous asset to any community.
Thank you, Don.
I just echo that, and you know, people are against TIFs, morally or for whatever reason, that's fine. But the nature of development in Wisconsin is they allow it. So you're playing a game and you're competing with your neighbor, your neighboring town, your neighboring city. And just in general, I would say, as long as TIFs are available, they're definitely a good thing. And if you look at DeForest, what happened in the last 10 years, there's a lot of good development that has happened that wouldn't have for sure, if not for TIFs. And that's really all I have to say. That's it.
Thank you, gentlemen. Questions for Jerry or Don? Rebecca?
I appreciate what you had to say, and for the most part, I don't disagree with you. I would ask, do you feel that there are any times where TIF is inappropriate to use?
Yes, when it's inappropriate to use. I think each TIF and each project needs to be looked at individually. And there definitely are projects that TIF isn't needed for, and isn't going to help, but I think it's got to be looked at each project on its own. But yes, of course, there's times when they're not necessary or not good to use.
Do you have anything to expand on that, Don?
Well, basically, I think Jerry pretty well made the right analysis of it. And I just think about the communities that we have worked in. They would be a lot different if that would not have been taken advantage of. And the other thing I want to mention, I had a meeting with the Wanakee School CFO, Steve Summers, and I spoke with him. And I just want to make it clear, because of Wisconsin state revenue sharing, if you, let's say you did a TIF project, the school, vocational school, Dane County, they back down until that basket is filled again. That's the simplicity of how TIFs work. And it was very interesting because I asked Steve the question, because of Wisconsin state revenue sharing, do the schools really lose anything? And the answer is no. That bucket is made whole on an annual basis. And that's, I think, very important. So if you have a good TIF, it's very important that the taxpayers realize that. And if you know what I mean by what I'm talking about, Wisconsin state revenue sharing.
To expand on that, how, if the school generally gets half of the property taxes, approximately, if a community pays $1 for property taxes, and half of it goes to the school, if it's in a TIF district, the community doesn't get $1, they get $1.50. They get the $1 that they're paying in property tax, plus what the school was going to get. And that comes from the state. And if you have a community that's not taking advantage of that, another community is. So it's, and that's what you were getting at, correct?
Correct.
Other questions for Don or Jerry? Bill?
Yeah, Don, I should have asked Eric this. Why do most school districts, they're on the TIF boards? Why do they always seem to vote no on creating the TIF?
Well, I've done TIFs in Deerfield. I did a TIF in Deerfield. And right now it's putting all the new sidewalks in Main Street. It's a tremendous thing.
Any TIF we've done, we've never had the school vote no.
That's where I was going, correct. In other words, every TIF we've done, whether Deerfield, Wanakee, or DeForest, the school has supported it. So
I've just seen some TIFs that they voted no in DeForest.
I'm not sure that any of us, other than you, are aware of that, Bill.
I'll look it up and bring it back. But
That would be good.
thanks.
All right, thank you. All right, the next person we have is Jeff Block. Can share your name and address, that would be helpful.
Jeff Block, 441 Trailside Drive, DeForest, Wisconsin. I've had the pleasure of working with Ryan Ranget. We actually started our careers at the same time at a golf course. So we were both in our early 20s. Me starting my maintenance career, so working from 6 a.m. to midnight, and the same as him as the golf pro. Always been a family guy. He's always treated my family good, taught my kids golf and stuff. And I'm for Pin Seekers, just to see some more community involvement of things to do for young adults. You know, there's some stuff to do, but nothing really geared towards young adults. And I myself don't golf, but I like to drive golf balls. I like to play miniature golf. And like I said, I'm for it. So I've family friend now. I've known him for about 15 years. So.
Are there any questions? Thank you. The next person we have is Danielle Ogno, did I say that right? Sorry.
Hi, I'm Danielle Agno, 711 Sunnybrook Drive. And, you know, rather than, I know I'm going to be kind of middle of the road here, which probably isn't popular. Clearly I'm opposed, but when I look at the plat, when I look at how everything has been basically in the works for quite some time, to me, it seems like it's pretty much a done deal as a resident. I guess I would just ask that when you all go into meetings with Pin Seekers this evening, not to forget the residents that live here, and make sure that you are being stewards to the residents and to the resources in our community. This seems to be a really large sized facility. If they don't make it, which if it moves forward, we all better hope that they do, because I don't know what else is going to move in and take over. But please be mindful, River Road needs to be expanded. It needs to have sidewalks on both sides. It needs to have adequate traffic measures. And it seems like the district, it's moving into a district of pretty much a sports bar, sports entertainment district over off of Conservancy. For me as a resident, that doesn't seem to be in alignment with what the plan is in the village around keeping a small town. I'll also add, I have a teenager, so I came home, wanted to get his input. He's like, oh, that sounds really fun. That sounds really great. How much is it going to cost? So we went to a Top Golf just to look up how much does that cost. So between $35, $49, I guess it depends on the location for an hour. You know, I went to the Vitens Golf website, $13.95 for a burger, if I'm getting that right. He said, well, that sounds like a lot of fun. I don't know that I can afford to go. So when we talk about places for teens or kids to go, there's going to be an affordability aspect. So please keep in mind for your residents here, are there going to be tickets available for residents to support this and get, you know, reduced cost for the services that they're providing? I do think that you have an opportunity in your meeting to use that leverage to remember the residents that live here too. That's what I have to add.
Thank you. Tashidra.
Hi, good evening.
Hi.
I first wanted to say thank you and applaud your voice tonight. As a trustee and new on the board, I would never say anything is a done deal until we vote finally. There's always time to gather more information and expand our knowledge base. But what I really want to applaud in you tonight and really encourage more people to speak in such a way is to offer opportunity for suggestions and input that helps navigate the discussion and even the reflection that each member needs to take, rather than I'm for it or against it. But here are some of the things that we can also think about, because for me, I can't speak for anyone else, but for me, you are the voice. Everyone in this community, you are the voice, and I only have one brain, and it's when all the brains come together that we can really get a holistic picture of what DeForest needs and will need. So I just wanted, it's going to be a long night, I know that, but I wanted to take an opportunity to tell you, thank you. thank you for bringing different perspectives and ideas that isn't just one way or another, but help us to really dig deep and think for everyone. So thank you.
Thank you. I know you have a tough mission ahead of you. But yeah, it's important to keep your residents in mind as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. The next person we have is Austin Palm.
Good evening. Name is Austin Palm. I live at 1101 Parkview Circle in Wanakee. I put down the Bucky Book address. I've never done one of these before. That's the address you probably see on your forms. So I'm here in support of the project. I run the Bucky Book. I'm the sales and marketing director there, going to be the owner in January. I work with 140 different fundraising groups throughout South Central Wisconsin. And working with Ryan at Vitense over the last 7 years, I've been at Bucky Book 11 years. We've done a lot of great things together that have impacted the community. This year specifically, we're partnering with First Tee of Wisconsin. They're going to be our PSA sponsor, which is a $40,000 campaign that we do from February through May. And our objective there is to garner enough business interest to underwrite books to be able to give to the volunteers and to the mentors of that program and say thank you for the time that they spend by donating their time to go and teach the youth in their after school programs of First Tee, which they host out at Vitense. This program is something that is what Bucky Book does in every community throughout South Central Wisconsin. So this is just one of the 140 that we work with. Obviously, this is a little bit more highlighted because of the PSA campaign we're doing and the efforts that we're putting behind it. But what I'd like to say is that I feel like what Ryan has done at Vitense and the structure that he's put in place there directly correlates and translates over to what he's talking about doing at Pin Seekers. And I think the opportunity for DeForest specifically, both with the businesses, the youth with after school programs that potentially could be developed with the businesses that are going to generate additional revenue from consumers coming into the community. And then just overall in general, I think for the nonprofit organizations that are in this city, I think that there'll be a platform to hold events, to have businesses that can come in and sponsor those events, and then also have the traffic that can be generated from a business of this magnitude that could generate enough revenue on one day that could, make a nonprofit something that could make a lot of money. So I think all those things combined, along with the track record that Ryan has working at Vitense, Bucky Book's a 30-year-old brand. We've worked with Vitense for, 30 years, me 11 years. And I think that the transition, once the doors would be open, hopefully, it would be a seamless transition and would be able to really benefit the community. So that's what I want to come say tonight.
Questions? If not, thank you so much for coming forward. All right, is Mike Lawton here?
I'm online.
Can eat that. There's nothing on it. These have the stuff on. That's fine.
We're looking for you, Mike.
Oh, I'm online. Thank
I'm
you.
going to put your plate on the table.
Okay.
I have-
You want to speak up then? Introduce
Sure.
yourself and appear?
Sure. Michael Lawton, 1 South Pinckney Street, Madison, appearing. I'm not representing anybody in particular on this project. I'm just here to comment on the TIF aspects of this. We're getting a little feedback from somebody else. I worked on quite a few TIF projects for developers in a number of communities. I wrote down about a half dozen Dane County communities. We've always found TIF to be a great economic development tool for the communities in which TIF has been applied. It creates options for the community. It creates tax base for the community for the long run, and it's been a very successful tool. The question I think was asked earlier, are there times when it shouldn't be used? Well, you've got great staff. Mr. Falgren, I've worked with him many times on TIFs. He's very conservative and careful in his estimates. Obviously, if your staff says the numbers work, I don't think you should have any hesitancy in using TIF in a particular situation where it'll benefit the community. And I would, it's a competitive world, as Jerry Tierney was and Don were alluding to. You're in competition with other communities, and it's an important and valuable tool to apply. I think in DeForest, both the use of it in Savannah Brooks and for the Fleet Farm site, both of which, areas I was involved with. I think it's turned out quite well and been a positive for the community. I think taking any dogmatic line like we don't like TIF or TIF is not good or something like that is just extremely short-sighted and really would be harmful to, I think, any community to take that attitude in the long run on TIF, because it can be a very valuable and successful tool for developing your community. So those are my comments. So I hope I'm not commenting in specifics on this proposal tonight, but I certainly hope the board will keep an open mind on the use of TIF now and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions for Mike? If not, we will continue. Adam Zook. Okay. Sarah Zook. Okay. Adam or Sarah, if you are on, would you unmute yourselves? I don't see anything. All right. Adam Iverson, is it? Reverson? Adam, are you online? I don't see him. Okay. Abe Degnan.
Hi there. So I'm Abe Degnan. I am at 6846 Conservancy Plaza in DeForest. And, I wouldn't normally have to say this, but it appears that I do now. I am here on my own behalf, not representing anyone else, and my sheets have always been filled out showing that. So I'm here with questions about the Pin Seekers project. I don't stand in opposition to the project itself. I stand in opposition to the location that is being proposed, and I stand in opposition to the use of TIF funding for the project. The location in Conservancy Place was originally envisioned as a mixed-use development, which was stated before, but it was focused around the idea of a business park around innovation. I mean, it's Innovation Drive. This was focused around ABS, and the whole idea that the developers presented and that the village approved was a mixed-use development with a whole bunch of variety of types of residences, condominiums, single-family homes, rentals, this beautiful neighborhood with businesses focused around technology and innovation. Now, a business park and the traffic generated from it are way different than what goes into retail and entertainment and things of that sort. That was not what was envisioned at the time. That was not what the people who live in this neighborhood bought into. The whole idea of these mixed housing types was that people would come in, work at these businesses, and as they moved up in their careers and changed positions in their lives from, single to married to family and things like that, that they would have this community in the village of DeForest that they could live within that would support them, support the business that they worked at. So the reason I know this, of course, is that I was on the village board when this was approved. I served 3 terms on the village board. And this is where it kind of gets interesting and it gets kind of messy here, because last year when another project came through, I stood up and talked about the history of what was envisioned for the neighborhood. Apparently I ruffled some feathers because as time went on here, then I had served continuously for 19 years First 6 years as a village board member, 5, 6 years there. And then 15 years on the Board of Zoning Appeals and on the Board of Review. And suddenly this year, without any discussion or any notice, I was no longer on those things. And it was very kind of curious, the timing of that just as a citizen providing input, that suddenly I would be, as a senior member of that committee, the most experienced member of that committee, I'd be removed from that. It makes me wonder what the motives were behind that. But, back to the subject at hand here. I also think it's interesting here that the Rangettes themselves or someone representing them told us in a public meeting, one of the previous public meetings, that they did look at other locations. They looked at the Highway 19 area near Fleet Farm. They actually told us, if my memory serves right, that Mr. Tierney, who's here tonight, would not sell them the land necessary for the access to the property that they wanted. I wonder why not. They also told us that Madison, Windsor, and Sun Prairie, that they looked at those, and those communities did not approve the project. They were trying to tell us why they belong here, but the fact is, why don't we ask ourselves, if this is so great, why didn't these other places want them? This neighborhood was envisioned for condos, apartments, and homes, a few apartments, majority of single family ownership, majority of home ownership. And so is a party facility with bands going until 11:30 p.m. what was envisioned for this neighborhood? No, it was a research park and single family. Their traffic study, the traffic study that was presented by Pin Seekers, appears to underestimate traffic by about 2 to 3 times what the village study that came out, I think a couple of weeks ago, reported. Why? Why did they underestimate it? Do we believe them or do we believe the village's study? And if they're wrong about that, what else are they wrong about? If they're not accurate about this, what might be wrong? Is 2-lane River Road designed for another 1,000 to 3,500 vehicle trips per day? Retail and entertainment is very different than the office park, which was the intention. Another question that I'm wondering is, why are they advertising on Facebook as if it's already a done deal? They may have been working with the village staff for the last 2 years. That's another thing that we heard. They've been working with the village staff for the last 2 years. But why hasn't it come to the public? Why hasn't it come to the board? Why hasn't it come to the planning commission for a preliminary thumbs up or something like that? Why are we here as citizens tonight feeling like that this has already been negotiated? And that there's nothing that we can do to have our voices heard. Now, I know many of you people on this board. I know many of you by name. I know many of you personally. I know the village staff. I was once in your position. You're elected by the citizens. And you guys also know that I know that there is bargaining information that is held private, bargaining and negotiation that can't be released, that you guys have to do. But the fact is, it still is an open meeting. Do you want this stuff to be out in the daylight? Do you want to feel like you've been run over by the electorate, by your neighbors and friends? Are you going to stand by while the people that you represent are being bullied, intimidated, and smeared? In fact, I am now subjected to that myself with my professional interests being brought in when it is completely clear from all of these meetings here that I've attended and spoke at that I speak on my own behalf as a citizen of DeForest. So do you guys want 2 years of backroom negotiations, or do you want the village staff to provide the directives that you provide? By you guys saying, yes, we're interested in pursuing this. We think this is a good idea. Let's continue doing this. Or is the tail wagging the dog and the village does everything with the staff behind the scenes, bring it to you guys with the type of pressure that makes you feel like you have no choice but to say yes.
Thank you, Abe. Are there questions? Rebecca?
Could you tell me what you mean by the fact that you feel you've been smeared?
Well, so the timing is very interesting. Like I said, I was initially, I've been serving this village, this community for 19 years, first as an elected position, then as an appointed position. Of course, it's the village presidents, that's their privy to pick who gets to serve in those things. But to just be removed without any discussion at all, without having any idea that your service is done for, then the thing after that is that let's see, so today's July 7th, right? Tuesday the 6th, whatever. So a week ago Friday, I got a call from my executive director at the Builders Association saying that he had received an inquiry saying that that a couple of builders were asking about my affiliation at the Builders Association and the position of the Builders Association on TIF district, and had the Builders Association changed any of their positions. I have never been here speaking as anything other than representing myself, a citizen and taxpayer of the village. Now, it's very crafty to ask that question in a certain way, as to cast dispersion, but doing it very carefully in a way that might make it seem like it's an innocent question, right? But then,
Real question, you need to tell people why it was asked. You're president of the Wisconsin Builders Association, are you not?
Yeah, yes, I am. That's a volunteer position that I serve in. But I have never been here appearing in that position. And you know very well from the forms that I send in here, and when I introduce myself to speak, that I introduce myself at my home address.
Right, we know that, but we also have had questions from other builders too. So we were asking the question.
Why would the village ask the question instead of the builders themselves asking
I
that
don't know.
question?
Why do people call and ask all the questions that they do, Abe?
Yeah, it's very curious.
It is.
Do you feel that there was, it sounds odd that we would do that?
Well, I thought it was weird. And then the next thing that happened was on last Friday afternoon, on a holiday weekend, with this meeting coming up here, with Monday being a holiday, I received a letter from Steve Wolfgram, who I believe is the husband.
He is my husband.
And that I believe the two of them together operate a PR firm called Cahill Wolfgram Associates. And it's formatted a little bit like a press release concerning Wisconsin Builders Association President Abe Degnan publicly opposes the use of TIFs for use in housing developments, greenfield developments, and calls TIFs corporate welfare. I thought that was very curious because it's formatted a lot like a press release, and again is intermingling my other role that has nothing to do with anything I've done here at the Village of DeForest, and really feels like kind of a strong arm tactic to try to get people at the Builders Association to pressure me to be quiet for simply expressing an opinion as a citizen and taxpayer of this village.
Who was that sent to?
That was sent to the executive director of the WBA, the executive director of the MABA, and other group of people who I think are the board of directors of the Madison Area Builders Association, the best that I can tell based on the email addresses and names.
That's disturbing.
I was surprised. I was really disappointed. I mean, it was frankly pretty transparent, I felt, but I mean, I'm not intermingling my business, but to have someone with a professional PR firm then do this to me, who is our village president.
Abe, I've been retired. Our PR firm is still online, and my husband still operates in the PR firm, but I've been retired for a number of years from that firm. So I am not operating that firm, and what my husband does as a developer, separate from me, is what he does.
Well, what I do as a citizen is very separate from what I do having to do anything.
That's fine. I think the question was, and you can ask some of the other builders, who are here, is that the Builders Association position? And we asked that question when I called, and then there was the later letter. But I think it's fair. I think we've had tactics on both sides that are pretty strong-armed and pretty noisy. And while I'm not defending one way or another that the question was asked or the letter was sent, I think there was clarification of policies on TIF. And you've had a lot of time and a lot of words to share with us about the use of TIF for Greenfield and the use of TIF in Conservancy. And it was simply our question to the Builders Association, and is this still there? Is their policy the same as it's been presented? That was the only reason for asking. So,
Why was my name brought into it then?
because you're the president of the Builders Association.
If the question is about the position of the Builders Association, though, why would my name be affiliated?
Because you've been testifying a different position when you've come before us. So that's why it was raised.
But again, I'll say, I testify as a individual.
We heard that,
citizen and
and we
taxpayer.
appreciate that, Abe, and we've heard you. So,
Madam President, point of
Yes.
order. Can we please get back to the topic?
yes,
Want to make accusations and attacks on each other and whatever, let's do that outside of this particular.
thank you, Colleen.
I would like to ask another question. This is a significant thing. And I'm sorry,
Forum For it though.
but
We
he has
have a
been,
question and a point of order.
do you feel like you've been harassed and interfered with financially?
Okay,
Point of order, we really need to get back to the order of business at hand and really follow Robert's rules and really respect the voice of the president and the chair. And as this meeting moves forward, please, I would just ask.
thank you. All right, thank you. We have next on our agenda 3 registration forms from Lisa Street, or Straight. And I would ask for everyone who's coming up, not just Lisa, if you've testified multiple times in front of the board on this topic, try to share new information with us.
It's a pleasure to meet you all. Thank you for having me. And it's nice to make your acquaintance in person. I'm appearing before the board tonight, Lisa Strite, 4624 Mist Flower Court. I'm representing myself as a citizen of DeForest, exercising my rights under the First Amendment. Views are my own and are not representative of any personal, professional, or employment relationship. When considering commercial, locality is to be considered with regards to residential properties and whether it interferes with the use, rights of another with consideration of protection to the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. Wisconsin law says, quotes, "A nuisance is an unreasonable activity or use of property that interferes with comfortable enjoyment of life, health, or safety of others." Source, State v. Quality Egg Farm, Inc., as stated within Chapter 823 nuisance law. Analysis. Undoubtedly, this commercial venue will substantially impact the look and feel of this neighborhood and compromise property owner rights to peaceful enjoyment. This includes visual nuisance via structure and netting, which is not in character for the plan of this neighborhood. In addition to sound travel and increased traffic through River and Innovation roads, that is likely to impact many families and safety of children relative to parks across the street, the trail system, ball fields, etc. Per the above Wisconsin definition, I do expect this will impact the residents' comfortable enjoyment of life and safety of others. How could it not? The property owners of Conservancy are not coming to the nuisance, such as the property owner who purchases home next to railroad tracks. This is not a case of development serving the greater good or public purpose. If we maintain perspective here, reality check, right? This is a bar, this is alcohol and golf clubs. Prior meeting, it was shared that there's much interest in the land near the frontage of Conservancy. It should not be difficult to find a business better suited to the location and the environment, given the concern for residential and rights to peaceful enjoyment of property. This might be a nice venue, and Ryan did a good job in his presentation, but I believe this is not the right location. I am requesting a vote of no for pin seekers for this location. Thank you.
Are there questions for Lisa? Pauline?
I've always been kind of curious, what do the residents of that area think would be appropriate for that location between River Road and the interstate? What would be acceptable?
Well, Colleen, I think, some of those residents who have more experience than I have would say that, the original plan was commercial with regards to office park. And when I met with Mr. Ring to purchase my property, he referred me to the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan at that time spoke to mixed residential. And he assured me at that time, when I met with him and purchased my piece of property, that mixed residential was the plan and that the vision had changed from the original office location. So I think your question, Colleen, is as good as mine, because the truth is, it's changed so many times, that vision. And I think because of those changes, you have to be mindful of those changes and the impact to those residents, right? Because they purchased that property investing in the community, hundreds of thousands of dollars in some cases for those vacant lots, and serious hundreds of thousands of dollars for those homes to raise their families in a way that they believed would be a peaceful conservancy, right? I think at a prior meeting, I did reference the definition of conservancy, and this is not what you would expect for a conservancy.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Eric Larson?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Eric Larson, 7701 Autumn Blaze Trail, DeForest. I'm going to start and try to make this quick. I want to ask the people in the room, how many were told of this issue just recently or found out about it? Just. There's an issue here, and I think the board needs to make themselves responsible for it. I moved to the Conservancy Place after living in Springbrook condos for 15 years, where I took care of my mother who had cancer. I saved and built my forever home. I was not anticipating any changes that would have happened to the area, though. I moved there, I built, and then things have happened, pandemics, everything else. We decided to put the 4 baseball fields up. And as I know, they aren't generating much income yet. We put them next to an old folks home, also where people are dying. One given day, I saw 4 ambulances with 4 police cars out there. I'm sure you know what happens. I find it odd that with the noise level out there, you put it next to an old folks home. Then we're putting up a huge apartment complex that's going up right now, right on the end. And it's mixed, but it also is sort of an eyesore as you come into the community. And now this, or should I say the golf facility with the bar, an ice rink, a hotel and a sports center, all wanting to go up soon. That is what's planned, isn't it? That's what the city wants. What I fail to understand is how all these issues, though they go with this first project, it would seem that the village board, or some of you on this board, are pushing very, very fast for this to happen. I might add that it seems odd, and they would do so with so many questions still unresolved. Decisions that are being made about the land by us with little consideration for us or what we think. I truly feel the residents are not being listened to or worse, negated and ignored by the board and the town itself. I have to ask the timing. Why was the public just notified about the project generally? Seems to have come out of nowhere. I had heard nothing. How will this affect the apartments that are going to be built? How will the noise levels work? I've heard 67 decibels. That's a vacuum cleaner, basically. So we'll hear the din of a vacuum cleaner throughout, plus the highway. And I'm not going to believe the fact that it's going to be just acoustic music, please. They're going to have other things going on. The traffic, how are we going to deal with that? We only have one exit in, or two exits in and out of Conservancy right now. We need more. And let's face it, River Road is a mess. It is an old road and was never intended for this type of traffic. Is the $200,000, which is part of the TIF, or I should say part of it, a loan or a gift? Do they have a lender or credit letter? I've been looking into things at CCAP. And there's a lot of things I'd like to know, a lot of things that you guys have never brought up. For the fact that Mr. Reget has very, very many issues with the law. From what I've seen, there were bankruptcies involved with Wells Fargo, Anchor Bank, Associated Bank, and Park Bank. There's other things on there too. It's public knowledge. You can look it up. But I find this very odd that a small town like us would be pushing this through so fast and with disregard to the fact that it was supposed to be an industrial park, innovation. And yet none of you have said much about this, but you want to give them the TIF, you want to give them the money and let them put it up. And I have to wonder and ask myself, who is getting something out of this? And you can do that, Colleen. I don't care what you think, but I have lived around the United States. This is a little town. This is the smallest I've lived in, but I've never seen such contempt to the people. What you just did to Abe was disgusting. You know as much as I do, you and your husband, what was in that letter. You would have had to. I think this is horrible. Now, do I not just like the golf thing? No, they can put it somewhere else. There's 2 or 3 other places they could probably put it in town. But I certainly don't want it looking as I look out at night. But I am really disgusted by the fact that this village board acts like this. I think the people of this town deserve better, much, much better. And I also think that the distrust I have towards this and towards what's going on with the businesses and the way you're just going to put stuff in makes me wonder how you're going to treat the people of Conservancy Place. Because obviously our voices don't matter. Half the people that signed the papers who aren't here, who knows why? But most of the people, they said, well, what good does it do? They're going to push it through anyways. They always do. Does that make you feel good? Does it? Because it doesn't make me feel good at all. And I am tired of this. I work hard. I work for myself. I paid for that house myself, 30 years of savings. And I do not want this thing with giant poles sticking up. I don't need an ice rink and I don't need another sports complex or hotel or whatever else you're planning. I went there because it was nice and quiet. I know the little kids around the yard. I let them play in my yard. It's a nice little neighborhood, but this doesn't help. And it's about time people start listening to the people who've elected you.
Thank you, Eric. Colleen?
Mr. Larson, not everybody on the board here has been accused of having a personal agenda. This isn't the first time that's been implied that is there something in it for us. I just want to assure you that I've never taken any money from anybody. I
didn't
never
say
have
that,
any
did I?
intention of taking money, favors, anything.
I didn't say that.
I am here to represent the interests of the entire village in the best possible way I can, looking at the welfare of the overall village, what's good for everybody. And I'm sorry if I upset you with my reaction, but that's just,
How do you think we
I'm as
feel?
honest as the day is long, and I hate being accused of things, or not accused, implied of anything like that. And that, now I am off the topic, so I'm gonna stop.
And we should be off topic at times because I feel it's important.
Thank you. Jim?
Yeah, and I guess I would just state that I do think it's very important in these things to, like we've talked about, to stay on topic and follow Robert's rules of order, keep some points of emotions down. But the other thing that I'm aware of, I'll ask you if maybe you're aware of, but keep it to a question, that I know of the development of River Road, the purview of my past jobs. That River Road has a plan back in 2002 to be a 4-lane road. I'm wondering if you were aware of that.
I have heard of it, but again, nothing has happened.
Thank you.
Also, there's been a number of assumptions made that we're not aware of as a board, some of the issues that folks keep talking about with CCAP with Ryan's father. We are aware, but it's not William Ranget who's doing this, it's Ryan. And it's a very separate entity and individual. So I want to make that clear. We're not, it's not William. So Rebecca? Oh, I'm sorry.
Actually, I think you were before me.
Bill was next.
I think I drove by your house today. I actually drove out to the area, looked at the map where, a quarter of a mile went.
Mhm.
You're on
Autumn Blaze in Larkspur.
Oh, okay. You know how high that water tower is at all? Is that like 125 feet?
I don't know offhand. I don't.
I was just trying to imagine 160-foot higher than
It would
that.
probably be higher than the water tower, yes.
That'd be something else, so.
Because I would have to look out my front porch and see the towers every day with the netting.
Okay, thanks.
Rebecca, did you have a question? Okay,
I'll deal with it later.
all right. Let's keep moving.
You are welcome.
Anne Marie Priest? Did I say your name right? Is it Priest or, yeah, okay.
Priest, yeah. And I don't care if you misspell it. I respond to everything. All the nuns in school, I was always Mary Ann instead of Anne Marie. So. Wow. Sorry. Oh, thank you so much for helping.
And please give us your name and address for the record.
Anne Marie Priest, 4599 Sunbirds Drive, there in Conservancy Place. So I just found out about this, like I had about 9 days. And I did go around and talk to neighbors and I collected about 90 opposition forms. When you talk to a lot of different people, you end up talking to a lot of people that have different kinds of backgrounds and different kinds of interests, and they raise different sorts of questions. Some of the people that I spoke to, pretty much I could divide everything into, I don't like this company. The guy had DUIs, the guy's had bankruptcies. This is like, why isn't Tierney selling him that place that would be better for them near Fleet Farm? Good question. I don't know why. So we had people that said, okay, this is not the right company. Most of the people said, maybe this is the right company, or maybe this is okay, this is just the wrong place. So some of the people had a business background. So they were saying, I would want to see a business plan that this company is going to be able to make a go of it. I mean, a big entertainment, golf, all that stuff at $35 an hour. Why would people come here and not just go up to Wisconsin Dells? It'd be pretty much, it's only like a half an hour up the street. So it seems like this is something that would fit into the Dells better than to fit into our community. I do believe that the noise and the lights and the traffic are negatively going to impact property values in Conservancy Place. And if the goal of TIF is to increase the tax base, it would seem like putting in an eyesore and a noise nuisance that decreases property values in Conservancy Place is doing the exact opposite. We're not going to increase our tax base if we're going to make our houses in Conservancy Place be worth less. One of the other things they said, like just the business plan, is this really going to make it? It just seems like it would be, if you look at some of the Topgolfs, they're in Schaumburg, they're in St. Louis, they're in places that have a big population. They're not in a little village like DeForest, and they're not competing with just a half an hour up the road, Wisconsin Dells, that has so much stuff. So that was one thing. Then I talked to some people that had banking backgrounds, and they just said, where's our letter of credit? Is this a credit worthy person? Like, why do we want to give a liquor license to somebody who's had a couple of DUIs? That doesn't make sense either. Getting 90 or close to 90 different opposition forms means we really don't have buy-in for this community. So like pushing this through, you're going to have all these negative sponsors that are anti-sponsors, that are people are just going like, you know, this is just awful because 90 people, I only had 9 days. That's a lot of people. Then I had some people that did big buildings, you know, like they had done, you know, like office buildings and stuff. And they said that budget for $10 million for this seems really, really low. Like there's not a way, I think, to put in that Pin Seekers to have it only cost $10 million. This is what I'm told from other people. Also that putting in, there's no freeway exit right by this site. So they would be coming onto our little tiny 25-mile-an-hour roads trying to get to the freeway when the concerts were over. All the other places that have had Topgolf have had a lot of noise complaints that even make the neighborhood news. So this is going to be noisy, and it seems like a strange thing to do to have one TIF project be for an outdoor music venue till 9:30 at night on the weekends, and then an apartment building for 125 families that have little balconies that they won't be able to use because it's always going to be noisy, and they're right next door, and the nursing home. I also talked to a patent attorney that said, gee, Topgolf, you know, when Bill went to Schaumburg, they were saying the Topgolf people he talked to there told him that they were kind of, Pin Seekers was ripping off their concept. So I talked to a intellectual property attorney that looked it up and said like all that electronic and computer gadget is patented by Topgolf. So have we looked at intellectual property lawyer to find out, like we're putting your all personal reputations, our community reputation on the line with this. And it seems just like a little shady, like we really need to research this. So, and another comment I had that really kind of upset me was like, oh, we need to approve this or we're going to get something worse. Like, is that a threat? I mean, we need to get something better. So I don't know what would be worse. We've got an eyesore, a noise nuisance. I mean, I guess if you could find a Pin Seeker that smelled like rotten fish, then we'd have something worse. But otherwise, I can't imagine what would be worse. And why was this? We had a fellow here from Park Place in Madison talking. Yeah, he liked it. Madison turned him down. We had the guy from the Bucky Book who lives in Wanakee. Wanakee turned this down. So why are all the places turning him down? Oh, I'm going to, sorry. So why has this been turned down by other people? Like, what do they know that we don't? And why, when I was conversing, texting with the Pin Seeker fellow that was on Facebook, he was using an alias, like his name isn't Richard, right? So why do we have an alias? Why do we have, you know, like the story keeps changing. At first, when I was conversing with him on Facebook, it was no houses are going to be within a half a mile. Then it was, oh, I misspoke. there's no houses within a quarter of a mile. And then I said, well, what about the apartment building that's going to be right next door that just also got approved with TIF money? And by the way, when I talked to like the people to gather those 90 opposition forms, a lot of people were mad about that one too. I wasn't personally. I think we need to have it, but a lot of people were. And
And
then
can
it
you,
was like,
can you
no.
wrap it up?
Yeah, okay, right. And then the story was, well, no current people are less than a quarter of a mile. I am totally opposed to this. We need to research it better and put it somewhere that's all commercial, not residential. Thanks.
Thank you. Jim?
Sorry. Excuse me.
My one question for you, Ann, you said you had the 90 signatures approximately. Have you?
What, it's not signatures, it was opposition forms, close to 90. Yeah,
Okay.
but I
Were
turned in.
those turned into the village? Have you?
I did.
That's. Okay. Thank
Oh,
you.
my husband brought some in.
I know I've seen somewhere about 80 or so of them.
Okay, but tons, how about that? There were tons.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Barbara Starry. Starry. Okay. All right.
Are you saying Nicholas Strite?
I'm sorry.
Are you saying Nicholas Strite to speak?
No, it was
Okay.
Barbara Starry.
Okay, sorry, bad mic in and out of speakers here.
I didn't hear. So, all right, so the one other person, and Chip, who is a longtime board member and for health reasons isn't able to be with us, asked that we read his statement. It's regarding pin seekers. I'm against this being built as the proposed location. I believe there are better places where this would work better and have interstate access. I also request that any polls submitted by the developer be validated for resident input or thrown out. Since I'm not able to speak, I want this read into the record, and I yield my 3 minutes to Dawn Clemens. Dawn, did you register? To Carrie. Okay. Well, just make sure we have for the record, your statement. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Okay. I'm in the corner. Is this the one? Okay, Dawn Clemens, 309 Mohawk Trail in DeForest. I want to thank Chip for giving me the extra 3 minutes, but so much of what I had planned to say has been said tonight. I don't want to upset any more apple carts. And my question too is, I just heard that William is not involved in this pin seekers development, but when it was first presented to us, it was him and Ryan. And I think we need to still include him in this whole project, for lack of better words. Some things that I did find out that haven't been discussed, because I know you asked Jane that if we would try not to go over things that were discussed, and I'm going to try to listen to you, was some very disturbing information. And I think I sent an email out to the board members on this. It's about his treatment of handicapped people. And in 2004, the Real Estate Board of Wisconsin filed a case for.
Dawn, are we talking about William or are we
I
talking
am,
about
because
Ryan?
he is involved in this. It's in the packet. If you don't want me, I mean, if I'm saying something wrong, please somebody tell me.
I just want to make sure that we know that
This
it's
is William.
Ryan's project.
I thought it was both of their projects. It's not.
No.
Then
Steve, Al?
Somebody just tell me. I'll leave.
Ryan is the signature on the development agreement. His father is helping through the development process, but is not financially involved, is my understanding.
He's not involved.
Not financially, no. No.
Why at our first meeting, he spoke and he was mentioned. He's not?
He's not.
Okay, thanks, Steve. I honestly believe you.
It's news.
Fine. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that and I didn't do it on purpose, Jane.
No,
One question for the board then before I leave. Do these developers have a list of successfully completed and ongoing developments that they were significantly involved in that didn't end up in litigation, in which they're still involved in litigation in which they're still involved in? I think the board needs to know, is there some record of some success stories, successful developments that Ryan or his LLC have done that can show the board? I think that as a business person, and I worked in a bank, you had to see some record of achievements. I'd like to know if the board has seen that, if they have a financial plan, if they have a letter of credit. I don't know. And I guess I don't know, but I'm asking. And I hope that the board will perhaps look into that a little bit more closely, because I'm so nervous. I'm so sorry. I get very nervous. I'm really sorry. But I just think that we need to just step back, look at what is presented from them, what they have from, thank you. I do this every time. I'm sorry, Jim. What they have to offer and what Ryan has accomplished. What is his financial records? What is his letter of credit? How much money do we have to give him? And the likelihood of this plan actually succeeding. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Brian Goodman.
You guys hear me? All right. Okay. Hi, Brian Goodman, 7804 Blue Stem Trail, there in Conservancy. I'm speaking tonight, first time in person, in opposition of Pin Seekers. I handed out a packet to all the trustees for you guys to reference, because I only have 3 minutes and this took me days to put together. And a lot of research went into it. To kind of give a glimpse of essentially Topgolf is what I used as my base of everything in my background knowledge. I guess I should also say that I'm here as an individual and not any professional affiliation whatsoever. You'll notice in this packet that I labeled out 6 different issues. It goes from lights, traffic, noise, the visual impact, the location failure, and alternative options, much like Colleen had mentioned before. I do list out just some of the ones that I've heard. That is by no means what a lot of people are talking about as well. That was just the ones that could come off in the sports theme off the top of my head. At the very end of the packet, I also go into the planning and zoning arguments that were brought up last time. I wasn't able to write down all the rebuttals that came from the last meeting, but I did write down some, and then kind of our view or my view of those remarks at the end of those. So I'll just touch lightly on these 6 issues. And if you have questions, I go into much further detail in this packet that I'd like you guys to hopefully take some time and look at. It's not just related to lights, it's related to all those 6 different issues. So one of them, lights, it's the first one. These are in no particular order as far as what I think the biggest issues are. They're in no particular order, but I start off with lights and talk about the light pollution that's going to be caused by this venue. There's 3 different ones. You have light glare, light trespass, and sky glow. I talk about what each of those are in here and how they affect us. You're talking about a place called Conservancy Place. This is nature. This was a nature establishment. People go on trails. They talk about the village trails. Sky glow from a place like this will be very real. When you look up, you won't see stars. you're going to see sky glow. That's what light pollution is, and that's what these are going to generate. I also have pictures on here that show what these driving ranges look like. I then go into talking about how the lawsuits and some of the other Topgolf facilities around the country. Last time, the last planning and zoning meeting, I talked about the 3 local states, Michigan, Indiana, and I believe it was Illinois. Talked about the Topgolf locations there, and they don't put them anywhere near a residential neighborhood. But then we talked about litigation out in Colorado. There's 2 locations in Denver. One's in Denver. It's not near a residential neighborhood. And then there's another one that was proposed near a residential neighborhood, but lights directly affected it because of special needs kids that were already established near it. So that's going to be a big factor for this neighborhood. I don't know if we have special needs people there, but if we do, what's that going to be effect on? What they did in Thornton, or what they did in Colorado, is they moved it to Thornton, Colorado, away from residential neighborhoods, out in where it made more sense, near exits, so that wasn't a factor. Something we should definitely take into consideration. Topgolf is putting their places not near residential neighborhoods. And we talk about traffic. The traffic, it talks about 1,215 daily one-way trips. Do the math based on the breakdown on weekends and weekdays, that comes out to 13,000 weekly trips one way on a 2-lane river road versus on and off an exit near Fleet Farm or on and off V. Then on the next page, you'll see a map. This is a Google Maps image with red lines that show the 3 ways that you're going to get into the DeForest area and which one makes most sense. The proposal talks about this bringing revenue to local DeForest shops and bringing tourism. So if you're leaving Pin Seekers, which route would you take to downtown? It's right down Innovation, right through our neighborhood. Then in the traffic section, I wrote in here and have reference to USA Today talking about Wisconsin and the drinking rate. This is a really important factor because Pin Seekers is going to serve alcohol. It's going to be a party atmosphere. We have the highest of any state excessive drinking rate at 26.2 or the percentage of the population. That's next to a baseball diamond. That's next to a soccer field, a splash park. Think about what alcohol related to that is going to do through our neighborhood. And we talk about noise. This is probably the biggest section of this entire thing, so I'm not going to go too far into it. If you guys have questions, you can talk about it. I did kind of focus on the decibel ranges. One thing that I did find very interesting is that highway traffic, when you're standing at 50 feet, is 70 to 80 decibels. Of note, a 3 decibel change is we as humans perceive as double the sound. So for example, if the highway noise is at 70 and a car goes by at 73 decibels, you're going to perceive the traffic as double in sound. So 1 smack of a golf ball at 121 decibels, think about what that's going to sound like, especially at 50 feet, let alone into the neighborhood. I break down wind direction and how wind affects sound. That's why certain days in DeForest, you can hear the highway noise much louder than you can on other days. Breaks down into elevation as well. We can talk about that later if you'd like. Visual impact. The state capital of Wisconsin sits at 284 feet. Madison is a lower elevation on the isthmus than DeForest. The poles, an average pole for nets for Topgolf is roughly 200 feet. Remember, the proposal doesn't have a restricted height. It says height to be determined, right? So if they're at 200 feet, that puts the mean sea level elevation of this Pin Seekers at 1,148 feet. The Madison Capitol sits at 1,157 feet. That's 9 feet different. Think about how far away you can see Madison's Capitol building and how far away you're going to see the top of those nets, let alone sitting in the neighborhood. Alternative options. And Colleen, I know you had asked about this. On the backside of that, page 10, I've listed out several different sports complexes or sports themes, sports activities that would go there with negative impact, let alone 11:30 bar close time. Now, one other thing that I want to talk about is the location failure as well. And this is the last one. This is the last of the issues that I have broken down here. The last of the issues is the location failure. I think multiple people here have already talked about it. Remember last time planning and zoning said, we're not here to talk about other locations that it could be, but that's a very real threat for us. We live here, like we live right there. All of this is going to affect everybody in Conservancy. So this location failure in the proposed locations, remember, 2 months ago, the big issue at hand was the apartment complex and those multi-family homes that were advertised to be for low income, first responders, and elderly. And the question that was turned on to the residents was, well, wouldn't you want low income, first responders, and elderly to have a nice place to live? And the overwhelming answer was yes. So what are we going to do? We're going to put them up less than a quarter mile away with pin seekers aimed at them. And they get to hear golf balls and music all night. The last thing I'll leave with that noise, I found this really funny. The proposal actually said that pin seekers is going to reduce the highway noise. You are out of your mind if you think that that is going to be the case, because nets don't dampen sound. The location of it is perpendicular, so the tee boxes are perpendicular to the highway, not parallel, perpendicular. The only highway noise that's going to be blocked is if you're standing against the wall on the east side. And even that, I seriously doubt. So, in closing, the people that are behind me, the people that signed the 40 signatures on that paper that you held up at the beginning, we just found out that there was 90 opposition forms, double the people that were in favor of it. How many are in DeForest? Because the people that spoke in favor of it here tonight, I think I only heard one of them that lives in DeForest. Maybe one. Mr. Tierney, Don, I think I remember him saying he was living in DeForest, but I can't remember. So the people in support do not live in Conservancy Place, let alone DeForest. Why wouldn't they want to approve it? Wouldn't we all just like to go somewhere and hit some golf balls and then leave and not have to be worried about it? That'd be great, right? So of course they're absolutely for it. You all are the voice of the people.
You wrap it up.
I will. You all are the people, you are the voice of DeForest. You're the voice of the people that are directly affected by this. You're the voice of the people who can't be here. You're the voice of the people that don't even know this project exists. That is the assisted living facility. You think those people are sitting on Facebook right now, looking at pin seekers in support of that? I don't think so. So in closing, please be empathetic with the people that are on that sign behind you all. The Village of DeForest. Conservancy Place is directly affected by this, and you all are our voice. Please use your heads and think about what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's keep it down. Thank you. All right. Julie Hoffman.
Lights on. Thank you. I was going to read my letter that I had all prepared, but a lot of those things have been said. I do have one question for you, Mr. Falgren. You had spoken about William and Ryan and who was representing this program. William, is my understanding, was on it originally. When did he come off?
So hi, I'm Michelle. No, that's okay. I was just going to say that Ryan is going to talk after everybody's finished. So I think he will address that and kind of talk about where his father's involvement in the project is, if that works for you.
Okay, but to be clear, he was on it earlier.
We have certainly had discussions with him being involved in it. Yes.
Thank you. So the only thing I really cite is the fact that I'll read one paragraph of my letter. And I said, development should not move forward purely because there has been a great deal of time, energy, and money spent on them. Being a developer, I know what that is like. And we spent years getting Campbell Hill developed. It costs a lot of money in engineering and legal fees. I understand that. This is especially true, though, when information comes to light that undermines the entire development. I feel that this is the case with pin seekers. Bill and Ryan Rangat have quite a list of legal actions on CCAP, and it isn't just William. There are foreclosures, discrimination suits, and driving with the revoked license along with possession of illegal substances. Why would the village continue to pursue this with such a record? And then on top of that, offer financial incentives. If these were individuals seeking to provide services to the village as an independent contractor, I don't believe you would hire them. Why would you allow them to build a $10 million project? Being residents of this great village and a successful developer within the community that never took TIF money, we don't want DeForest to be seen by area communities as the village willing to overlook relevant historical information purely to drive businesses. And that's all I have to say.
Julie, if you want to submit your letter, we can put it in the record.
I have 2 copies. That, any questions, or I can leave?
Any questions for Julie?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Julie. All right. We have Michelle Blau.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Michelle Blau. I live at 4631 Sunburst Drive in Conservancy Place. I hope not to take too much time because I am opposed to the project and I echo what almost everybody said from, I think there's questions about the developer, but more importantly, the location. I wasn't even going to speak. This isn't my thing. I've never been to one of these, so I'm feverishly taking notes to make sure that I say the right thing and I do it concisely. But I was here in town all weekend and I had the opportunity to talk to a lot of people. And the people that thought this was a great idea, I asked them where they lived. And none of them lived in Conservancy. And I said, great, how about we pick up that project and we put it right at the corner of Revere Trails on 19, or knock down the middle school and put it right there. How would you feel then? I grew up in Schaumburg. I am down in that area all the time. I see how huge that project is. It's hidden, and IKEA can't even hide it. It stands out from the IKEA. And for those of you who've shopped at IKEA, you know how big that is. So there is no way to hide this. It would be a huge eyesore on the community. But the big reason I'm here today is because the people that I spoke with in the community all said to me, I don't have faith in the board. They're not here for us. They're here for everybody else. They don't care. And it was person after person. They didn't all live in Conservancy. Everybody here who is opposed to this project, we all have the same interest in mind. It's hurting our community. It's hurting our neighborhood. None of you live in Conservancy, right? None of you? So how would you feel if this was right outside your backyard? And when community members are saying, I just don't have faith in the board anymore, they just push through whatever they want. They don't listen to us. I thought it was really important for me to come forward and let you know that perception is reality. Whether or not it's true, that's what everybody is thinking about this village board. So it's important for you to hear that. So I'm hoping that you take the time to listen to all the people who live in this community who are opposed to it, not to the people that live in Wanakee or Madison who want this to go through for their business, but the people who pay the taxes here and live here and have their families here. It's really important you listen to us and not the other people.
Thank you. I think it's also important to know that the board does care and we haven't made any decisions. So, you say we're not listening. We've heard meeting after meeting, we've heard what you've said and we're still contemplating.
Jane, I hear what you're saying, but like I said, perception is reality. Person after person. It didn't matter if they lived in Conservancy or not. They were just saying, it just doesn't matter anymore. I'm sick of it. They just don't listen to us. So keep that in mind when you go in. People will just believe you didn't listen to any of the community members.
Yes, Tashidra.
First of all, thank you and congratulations. If this is not your thing, I applaud the amount of tenacity and just grit and also humility to stand before everyone in this room, but also everyone online, not to scare you. But first of all, thank you. And to the perception, I believe that perception is incredibly huge and very dangerous if it's not addressed and spoken to. And I take it very personal that anyone in this community would say they don't have faith in the board because you elected us and we are here to speak collectively. And I will say that I hear every no, and I also have to pause and reflect on the 95 yeses, right? And so that is the charge, if you will, to this board. And I really appreciate the opportunity to stop and reflect. And I want you to know that I haven't decided anything and I haven't casted a vote on anything, because one of the things that I do appreciate right now, and I'm not going to get long-winded, but one of the things that I do appreciate is the amount of conversation that we're having as a family. And I say that holistically because DeForest is speaking. And I hope that, and my hope and prayer is that we continue to listen to one another collectively and respectfully, so that whatever light we're shining on the communities that are watching us, and please believe we are being watched right now. Everything we do is right in front of everybody's face. And so we have an opportunity as community members, but also as family members, to set the stage and to really shine the light. And I hope and I pray that we shine a bright light, meaning you know that you're being heard, and that we know that we're doing our greatest due diligence to listen to the voice of all community residents. That's the charge that I have put on myself, is that it's everybody's voice that matters. And that's what I go to bed at night with every meeting. Did I, with all of my heart, represent DeForest? Not just Conservancy, not just the north side or the east side or the west side. I mean, pull up the whole map, but did I represent everyone? And as a traveling nurse, I've been in almost a lot of different homes, including the nursing homes that you guys talk about. And I think about those residents because they don't even have a voice. When we leave here, we can talk to each other. But the residents that I have taken care of across DeForest, they don't have a voice. And so at the end of the day, I'm their voice as well. And what would pull their family here to help them engage? The other concept that we have to understand is we're coming out of a pandemic. And I know for me, I have not gotten a chance to meet all the wonderful people in my community because one, I haven't been able to and I'm locked down. So I do appreciate you coming here and letting me hear that beautiful God-given voice that you've been given. And please rest assured that not only your voice, but every voice, even the ones that are stern and harsh and kind of scary, all of them matter. And I hope that when you walk away tonight and when you lay your head down, that you know you've been heard and listened to, because that's a two-factor, okay? And that's what I hope our whole community is starting to realize, that we have silos, and the only way we can grow collectively and show the rest of Dane County that we can work together as a family is if we continue to have these hard conversations, but at the end of the day, still respectfully look at each other and pick and save and say, hi, how are you?
Thank you very much. And if I can just challenge you on one thing, when you're talking to all of DeForest, ask the question, are you in favor of this? And for those people who say yes, say, how would you feel if it was right outside your neighborhood? And I think you'll get a different answer. So think about that. And then my last comment is, if there's this much opposition and questions around the development and the location, why rush it through? Take the time and educate ourselves, educate the community on the good, the bad, and the ugly, rather than make a decision tonight.
Outstanding. I take your challenge and I can't wait to report.
Thank you.
All right. I think that we have all of the people who had registered to appear. You said maybe. Do you want to?
Nicholas Stride, I registered
Topic.
earlier.
Yeah, but this is, do you want to talk about pin seekers? All right, 3 minutes.
You cut me off last time, Jane.
I did.
Hi, I'm Tim Ackerman. I live at 4625 Mist Flower Court in Conservancy Place in DeForest. And this is really fascinating. What I'm curious about is what's driving, what's your motivation? Where do you get your marching orders to even take this project as far as it has without having sought input at the very start, before the 2-year planning operation? from the people that live here. Ms. Little, you asked one of the speakers, well, where should this thing be placed? What's a good appropriate use of the land? Where
No,
this-
I didn't ask where it should be placed. I'm just curious what would be acceptable to the residents in the area up there
Right,
in
and
that
you're asking
location.
that question tonight. Why wasn't that question asked long ago? You're in the process of formulating a comprehensive plan. In the meantime, while you're doing that, you're just shoving stuff down our throat. You already proved your lack of interest in the public voice by putting this high-rise apartment in Conservancy Place. You're on the record as to where you stand with regards to the citizens of this town. Because you have ignored us. You had nobody saying, oh, make it a 5th story. You had nobody in support of that project. We have no representation from the village for Conservancy Place. So I want to know what's driving you. It's not citizens. It's not the people that live here and pay. There's only 10,000, 11,000. Census hasn't come through all the way. It's probably not going to change that much. 11,000 people. And we need a golf facility here. You're trying to bring in people. Did you ever possibly consider that the people that are living here don't want a bunch of business being brought in? No, sure, the developers do. The opportunity to develop something, and they'll go on and develop something else someplace else. But we live here. Why did we move here? I didn't move here for a business park. I thought this wasn't Middleton. This wasn't Fitchburg. But wait long enough and I don't know. You guys have to prove to us you're on the hot seat now in my mind. You want my respect? Show me respect because you have not done that thus far. Each one of you, you have to show me some respect first.
Thank you. All right, we're going to keep order and we're going to keep moving. Ryan, do you want to? I didn't see. Is
Yeah,
it-
I did send in and I got a confirmation from Luann.
All right, well, Nicholas, you want to?
Abe Dignan.
Nick, are you on the Zoom?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry that I couldn't be there in person. I'm working late and I thought that I would miss my opportunity to speak while I was in the car. So first of all, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. And I appreciate the words of the people that have come before me, especially Dr. Allen. Thank you so much. I feel very reassured by your words. So my name is Nicholas Stride. I live at 4624 Mistflower Court in Conservancy Place. Unlike a lot of the supporters for Pin Seekers, I actually do live at Conservancy Place. I have no financial interest in their business. I'm not a friend of theirs. I'm not an employee. So first of all, I wasn't going to bring this up, but I do think we need to clarify the relationship of William and Ryan in relationship to this project, because William did present himself as a principal for Pin Seekers at the last meeting, and that's been recorded, so obviously we can refer back to that. So if there's a question that his involvement was a liability, and now they're removing him from the project, keep in mind that it's very easy to add a member to an LLC later, you get approved, and William is back involved as a member. So I think we have to look into that. Anyway, I'll get to my points. Even with the appropriate soundproofing and noise mitigation, this is still going to create noise that will significantly impact the neighbors. The people who live on the west side of this development are going to have issues with noise, rooftop noise, golf noise, music, and patrons. The lighting will be significant, as others have alluded to, as well as the poles, the netting. This will be an eyesore. Keep in mind that this is right next to the interstate, And golf balls can go 250 yards. So any stray golf balls that hit the interstate would be a huge liability. So you may find that the net is even higher than originally anticipated, and it's going to be an eyesore. This facility will be loud, bright, busy, and huge. You know, think of a 6-story Buster and Dave's outdoors with golf. This is problematic given the location and the hours of operation. Even if they do everything from a soundproofing standpoint, special golf balls, special clubs, soundproofing, you're still going to have noise in the neighborhood. I sent the trustees a study that was done in response to a noise complaint by a Top Golf facility in Roseville, California. Top Golf hired a consultant to measure noise levels in the surrounding neighborhood. And the firm was named Ballard Acoustical Consultants. I can forward it to anybody else who wants it, or if the trustees want to forward it on my behalf, that's fine too. But what they found was the nearby homes, which would be approximately the same distance as our nearby homes and apartments, that you would have an average of 60 decibels to a maximum of 65 decibels from opening to 8 p.m. And then as people stopped golfing and things got quieter, it would taper off a bit. You know, we may not taper off because we're going to have music. So I imagine Pinsetters will be very similar to that. So remember, 60 decibels average, 65 maximum. Now, if I'm Pin Seekers, I'm going to say that's a great study because that's not a harmful noise level. It's not going to hurt anybody's hearing. It's probably below ordinance levels, but it's still going to negatively affect the quality of life of the residents. So think about this. Well, first of all, Ryan did confirm, or a representative did confirm, the 60-65 in a Facebook post. And I did forward that also to be entered as part of my discussion. So for purposes of comparison, the human voice in conversation is 50 to 65 decibels. A vacuum cleaner is 70 to 75. So imagine 12 hours a day hearing in your backyard something between a human voice and a vacuum cleaner constantly. It's unprecedented. People are going to be miserable. Their quality of life will suffer. We knew about the interstate noise in the airport. We knew about ABS, but this project is being added after the fact. This is not the case of people moving next to Pinsetters and complaining about the noise. This is a case where we are here now. We know that there's going to be problems, and we are exercising our right to say that we do not want this in our neighborhood. So here's something that I think is important when you're looking at the entirety of DeForest. Even if only 100 families are negatively impacted by the noise, traffic, and light, this should not happen. This is not a greater good situation. That's not my dog, I swear. Is there a dog barking? Okay. So,
Somebody's not muted, Nick. Let us just,
I'm at the hospital. There's no dogs.
okay,
here. Well,
we
maybe.
got it.
Okay, anyway, so, you know, this is not a greater good situation like a hospital, a fire station, a school, housing. This is a place for people to eat, drink, and hit golf balls. So if any residents are negatively affected, that has to be taken into consideration. It's cost prohibitive, $27, $37, $47 an hour. The kids aren't going to go there. So now Pinsetters has been drumming up support on their Facebook page. And I was, you know, Facebook stalking to see who these people are, of course. And, you know, most of them don't live in Madison, or I'm sorry, in DeForest. Many are in Madison. A lot of them are professional musicians. I have friends that are musicians in Northern Illinois who contacted me and said, hey, what about this place going into your neighborhood? It's going to have live music. So they are marketing heavily. So a lot of their support is people that have something to gain from this. I'm almost through, I promise. I'm going to summarize now. The project manager admits to 60, 65 decibels of noise. They state that they will keep the music quiet, but once the genie is out of the bottle, it cannot be put back. Once this is in place, if it's too loud, there's no going back. The area was planned for a business park, not an amusement park, arcade, or entertainment center. I do not want our neighborhood to become a mini Wisconsin Dells. I would ask anyone voting on this proposal to vote as if you live in Conservancy Place. I honestly don't think any of you would want this in your backyard. Remember that you represent us just as much as you represent all of DeForest. You do not represent the developer. As a representative of the people and our neighbor, I ask you to say no to pin seekers in this location. Thank you.
We found your sheet, Nicholas. It was clipped to Lisa's, so we do have it. Sorry, I missed it. Okay.
No worries. Thank you for letting me speak.
All right. I'm gonna poll the board before Ryan gets up and see if a bathroom break would be a good idea. So let's take 5 and then we'll come in and have Ryan's presentation. A minute.
Do you want me to share screen and all that again?
Okay.
Oh. All right, Jim is back, so we'll get our meeting proceeding again. And Ryan, thank you for your patience and glad to have you. And we'll continue.
No, I'm good. Okay, great. All right. Hello, everyone. So thanks for letting me speak again today. So obviously there's a lot of topics to go over, but I just kind of wanted to generally talk about my experience over the last week, a little bit about myself and my credibility, and you know, and then address a few concerns that obviously have been brought up previous and as well tonight. So yeah, so this week I had the opportunity to have a good time and participate in the community or in DeForest's parade this weekend on Sunday, and also had the opportunity to work a booth over at the park after the parade. And for me, it was a very cool experience, interesting to get to talk to all the community and really get to understand some of their concerns and some of the positive feedback that I actually got from the project. To me, it was obviously, you know, being in here and being in the board, I didn't have a lot of opportunity to reach out to the community and feel the direct response from everybody. So we worked really hard. We're able to, in the parade, you know, hand out over 1,000 flyers. I had 500 flyers as well at the booth, really reaching out to ask some people for support, you know, and an opportunity to, oh, thank you. Sorry. So we did a couple different things. So we sent out a flyer in the parade where myself and my family and some of my friends were walking around and really handing out candy, of course, to all the kids, but making sure that we got flyers into some adults' hands and really trying to get their feedback. And so I was talking about our pin seekers, you know, what we potentially were looking to do over in the sports complex area, and reaching out for their support. And honestly, I was expecting to get like lettuce and tomatoes thrown at me. And it was, I was expecting a very negative response from the community. And it was completely the opposite. We were hearing cheers and we can't wait for this project to come in. We're excited for you. When are you starting this project? I think out of the 1,000 flyers, I probably personally touched over 500 of those people. And we had one person that didn't want to take a flyer that was opposed to the project. So obviously I understand that, the surrounding community is directly affected by this, but overall the village response, at least from my eyes, was very well received. So I just want to kind of denote that. Obviously, after our previous meeting, I was pretty discouraged in the aspect where I didn't really feel like I had a great opportunity to talk. I'm not a huge developer, as it kind of has been been betrayed. So that was my first meeting. We had COVID the last year and a half, and I had an opportunity to meet with some of you via Zoom. But in public, that was the first time that I had an opportunity to speak and really didn't know the process and didn't understand it. So I apologize for maybe being a little not prepared as I potentially could have been. But I just wanted to let you know that after that meeting, I started to reach out and we started this social media campaign because I wanted to have an idea if this project was suitable for DeForest and if it would have merit here as much as my golf community has seen, a want and a need for this, if that was the general consensus. So anyways, that all being said, we set out this marketing campaign and it was really more hypothetical, asking questions, would you like this? Would you not like this? Would you like a golf shop? Things of that nature, to trying to get a feel for the general public. In a week, we had over 300 followers. I believe 120-ish of those came from the Sunday parade. And then also what you all have in front of you as well as with that, we were asking for a show of support, which I have over 100 signatures. I believe it's 118 as of now. 60% of those were from DeForest. And if you added Windsor into that, that's 80%. So that's a quite big number of people that actually signed this petition in support of the project. So let's see here, sorry. Okay, great, thanks. Okay, so as you can see, this is kind of where the proposed project is. We're going to talk about this a little bit more in detail, but this is kind of a surrounding area buffer, if you will, with that red circle that you can see about a quarter mile from there with no housing developments at this particular time. So we want to just kind of make that aware of that, but I'll continue on a little bit here. So many of you, I've been working on this project for a few years, some directly with DeForest and some, just directly being in the golf industry. And we really worked with, the staff over the last year of COVID to try to find the right area for this project. And not only for myself, but what was right for the village. And we wanted the opportunity to obviously bring more tax revenue into the area, help grow the great community that you already have, and how golf could be a great opportunity for that. Like I said, I'm a local guy. I'm not a big developer. I'm an operations person by trade. I train staff and run a golf operation. I run many different golf operations through my adult career. And it was really a passion of mine to really be able to share that enjoyment and kind of leave a legacy for myself in the Madison area, in Dane County in general. So, we talk a little bit about my father and some of his developments that he's done and being a developer. Yeah, of course I used him. He's my father. I reached out to him as much as I possibly could. He's a great resource for me. I needed the help. Like I said, I'm not a developer. I run golf courses and golf facilities. So I didn't know anything about how to do that. I've learned a lot over the process of several years. I've gained knowledge and understanding of certain things, but he was there to help me find land, help me to understand how to build a facility that was literally in my mind. And then use my experiences from Vitense over the last 7 years of how that could implement and actually be worked into a facility of this size. So we talk a little bit about the size of this facility, and the opportunity comes across as a Topgolf facility. The average Topgolf facility is over 100 bays. And that's something that I think nobody has said at all in any of our meetings. And this proposal is at 60 bays. Right now, if you walked over to Vitense, I have 80 bays right there. So we're actually smaller in that capacity to the size of Vitense. Yes, we might be a little bit more vertically tall, but they're much wider in that aspect, and they're directly in a community. So I think that, that says something to a little bit about it. Now we talked about, again, Topgolf. This is a product that Topgolf owns, okay, which is Top Tracer technology that we're talking about. In no affiliation am I advocating that I want to be a Topgolf by any means. Originally, my concept was actually to be more of an upscale hybrid of Vitense. Vitense is 65 years old. We've learned a lot, and we've tried to build off of what we've learned in our experiences, and then using a hybrid model of what Topgolf has done and been so successful in trying to blend those two together. So I think that, it's important that you understand that this is not a music music entertainment venue by any means. This is a golf facility where we're doing instruction. We have golf leagues. We have, outreach programs that we're working to help out with, what Bucky Book touched on, and different fundraisers and opportunities there. We have receptions, different meetings and social networking opportunities in that aspect that can bring the community together and closer together, which I think is extremely important. Where do you go now for your community gatherings? How do you bring people into a certain area? This is a perfect opportunity to do that. That I don't think, it hasn't been talking about much at all. So, myself as a PGA golf professional, I've again worked my whole adult life in this game I've loved, and it's taken me a long time to get my status as a PGA professional. Where I've come, I've worked, out of high school, I thought I was a good golfer, or better than I actually was, and tried to play on some mini tours, try to do some of that. And as I found, I wasn't as potentially good of a golfer as I wanted to be, I still had a passion for the game. And so I wanted to become an ambassador in that relationship, or in that aspect. And being a PGA golf professional and some of those core values of what we stand for as a membership, are how I live my life every day. And so, yes, I have some things that are bad in my past, but I'm 37. Everybody has something bad in their past in their 20s. I've learned from my mistakes, and I grow from my mistakes. And I generally feel that, me now being a mentor in the golf community, I can help in DeForest, with the youth, and bringing better citizens to DeForest, and using that as an avenue through golf, which is really neat. I've been a golf coach. I'm a top 50 US kids golf instructor. I work for the Junior PGA League, which is a national league program. So, I also want to reach out to the athletic department, and what a great opportunity for our golf team, male and female, to have an opportunity in the off season to practice. They don't have that opportunity over here on the east side at all. And, so we have so many golf teams that come into Vitense because they lack that opportunity. And so to offer that as something of free of charge would be very unique and very engaging in the community and helping grow golf. Today, I had a PGA Junior League, actually. Vitense was a guest at Black Hawk Country Club. Derek Schnarr, who is very well known as a golf instructor in the Madison area and throughout the Midwest, I was talking to him about this project, and he said, well, it's about time somebody had good instruction over on the east side. We have so many DeForest kids that are coming over here. Golf is a big sport, or it's becoming very well knowledgeable in the DeForest area that, he directly can't teach all these people. We at Vitense don't have the opportunity or the space to teach all of these people. So the need and the supply and demand is there. So I think that's really important as far as, not only my background in golf in general, but what my core values are and what I really want to do and try to embrace in Pin Seekers. I take that right from Vitense. You know, Joel White's is a mentor of mine. He's a PGA member, past president of the Wisconsin PGA, and I've learned from him over the last 7 years before my previous mentor. So
This is a meeting at the village board right now. Oh, it's cutting out.
Good. Okay, sorry. Okay, so to really address a few of the concerns, I definitely understand, you know, the main concerns that we're talking about: noise, lighting, and traffic. Again, I reiterate, you know, the music in general, the whole thing got played way out of proportion, and maybe that's, you know, a lack of not portraying it to the public, or a lack of me presenting it to everybody. But this is not a music venue by any means. And I don't know where that got lost in transition, or in translation, but this is definitely not what it is. I was originally talking about a very small stage that would sit on a terrace that would, you know, have like 1 to 3 people that could play acoustic music, very similar to when I walked up to the meeting today, that type of sound out there. We're talking at a limited period of time on a Friday or Saturday night from 7 to 10 p.m., which is very standard if you walk, or if you look around Dane County and when they're playing music in general. So you know, for me, that's not a make or break deal. I really thought it was an opportunity to have some live music and potentially local musicians that could come in and play some music at a nice outdoor facility, which you don't have here. And I thought that could be an advantage. So, you know, whether we go forward with that or not, or there's different restrictions on that, of course, I'm extremely open to working with, you know, the village and using some of the local neighborhood and their support in that. So I just wanted to make that, you know, the main music there is not my concern, and that's not what we are by any means. So to me, that's become a non-issue because it's really not a break or make deal for myself. You know, other noise that goes on in the facility, I don't know how many people have been at Vitense on a busy time. But yeah, it can get a little chaotic, and it's my job and my operations staff to manage that. That's what we pay our staff to do, is to help with that traffic flow. And, you know, there's different ways to help kind of moving people throughout a facility to help reduce noise, reduce traffic within the facility. But, you know, the music that would essentially go on there is really, it's an ambiance music is what it is. It's background music. So just similar to if you were watching the Bucks game tonight and you have that sound on while you were, I don't know, outside chipping in your front yard, it'd be the same type of music that would be going on or playing in the background. So that's a little bit about that. I know we've talked about obviously some noise and traffic off the interstate, and helping reduce some of that noise with some of the sound barriers. Obviously the netting and poles, you know, in my opinion, any obstruction from sound is going to help reduce sound regardless of what it is. And to some of the other points that were said, you know, yes, in general, the building is small with that traffic moving towards, I guess, the west, but in general, it's still a building that is going to help reduce the noise. And, you know, the traffic obviously on the interstate can be quite loud, and it can be annoying at sometimes. And I think people have gotten used to that in general, but I think it would be nice to have a little bit more subdued noise, and to have any blockage that would be able to be a part of that. I mean, I guess I'd be glad to help in that regards. To me, if I am out there and hitting a golf ball, a driver, for example, that, you know, has a roughly 110 to 120 decibel sound when it leaves there, by the time it gets to the end, some gentleman said 55 feet, I believe it was. Well, we're talking 300 yards, so 300 yards is a heck of a lot longer downrange than it would actually be there. So I've actually done this testing at my facility I can currently work at, and you can barely hear a golf ball being hit. I'm talking literally hardly at all. It's almost hard to hear on the videos that I've taken. You can hear birds chirping, you can hear the wind, you can hear a golf cart in the background, driving on the par 3, but you can't hear golf balls being hit. And I've done several tests. I've done them at 75 yards, 150 yards, 300 yards. I've done them from the east side, the west side. I've done them downwind, so I have really come to understand sound better than I ever thought I would in that general and that scheme of things. But I know it's important. And so I definitely wanted to make sure that at least the citizens of DeForest understood that I understand the sound, and I would like to do and follow the ordinance that are set by the village or the planning and zoning to make sure that I'm staying within that. And so I hope that that's understood. A little bit about talking about lighting pollution in general. My proposal with lighting is it would go out 33 yards and it goes up 55 yards. That's the lighting that I need for the technology to work. The technology is a camera-based system, and it needs light to be able to see the golf ball. Now, Top Tracer and Top Golf continue to be one of the leaders in technology in my sport, and they are trying to reduce the lighting that is actually needed to track the golf ball all the time, every time. When we started with VI-10s, we had to add lighting in certain areas because the golf ball wasn't being tracked, right? And then now, as we've added more and more Top Tracers to VI-10s, we've actually had to add less lighting because it can already see the golf balls flying. So I think that as we move forward, I ultimately feel that we're going to have less lighting pollution than the baseball diamonds already have that are out there. Based off the minimal area of acreage that we're using for light, compared to the baseball fields or the baseball diamonds, they use a ton more lighting. They have to have obviously players out there to see fly balls going into the outfield, obviously lit of the diamond. So all of that is, to me, trying to work and get the lighting to move inner towards the range and move south towards the south side. And everything that we can do that way, I think will help reduce that. Obviously, we need off the interstate and people coming up River Road, we need less light. So it's safe for traffic to flow. And bringing that light more to the center of the range will help do that. We also talked a little bit about traffic. So traffic, my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but River Road in general is supposed to be starting its new construction in the next week or so, and planning is ready to start moving forward from there. So I don't know if people in DeForest know about that and how River Road is being reconstructed and obviously bigger to expand to help with traffic. But that's already it's in the process. So for us, really adding turn lanes at my expense is going to help meeting the traffic and meeting the concerns of the expectations of River Road. And I think, our traffic studies that we had done kind of show or map what the village has already done as well. So, and actually reducing some of that traffic flow. So that's a little bit, sorry, I'll try to stay on topic here. Okay. I'll talk a little bit about staffing. Staffing has come up a little bit. For me, in general, I have about 12 to 15 salaried employees right now, and I plan to do about the same for Pin Seekers. I'm working with staffing agencies like MARC, vocalization consultants and placements. These are people that have disabilities, whether they are physical or learning disabilities. And we work with them to hire different staff people to do a variety of different jobs. Some need job helpers, some are completely sufficient on their own. I currently have 7 of those people that are of that type of group that work with me. And then the other 80 to 90, 100 people, again, looking at a total of 110, 115 staff members would be seasonal, part-time, full-time employees, all being paid well over the minimum wage. So I think as we talk about job creation and the minimum wage and how low it is right now, especially from being in the hospitality industry, I understand a great deal of how important wages are. And I'd like to make sure my staff is compensated, but I'm there to be profitable as well. And I can tell you that we don't start anybody right now at ViTense under $10 an hour. My servers make at least $6 an hour. Minimum wage for servers is $2.33. Right now, my average server is making anywhere from $22 to $28 an hour. So I think that, staff being able to support yourself and help using some of the mixed use or multi-use families can come from my facility as well. And we can support that too. So that's one thing. And then I wanted to touch on a few things that I heard tonight. So we'll talk a little bit about pricing. So it's been talked about. So ViTense, it's for a Big George, which is our largest bucket, which is approximately 120 golf balls, is $17. $17 in general. So let's just call it $20, okay, for easy math. So if you have four people, regardless of their age, come into my facility for 1 hour, that's $5 a person for an hour. You can't go to a movie. You can't do anything in Dane County for under $5 an hour. So I'm actually one of the most affordable places in Dane County. If you do that, typically for that size of an hour, we average I think it's 2.2 people. Don't quote me on that one. We'll call it 2 people that are sharing a mat at any time. So in that math, at $20, that'd be $10 a person. Still cheaper than a movie, cheaper than doing some other things in that regards. Miniature golf is $10 an hour for an adult and $8 an hour for children, basically 12 and under, which I would keep, and based off of our budget would stay at the same price here at PinSeekers. So we feel that I'm actually very affordable and quite reasonable. Other people have spoke tonight about being extremely expensive or not cost effective for youth. And they are referring to places that actually charge well more than what they've actually stated. It's anywhere from $20 to $75 an hour, depending on what city you are in. So yes, those are expensive venues, but they have other expenses that obviously are raising that price as well. Okay, and then we talked a little bit about traffic flow again. So it is my vision and my plan to work on our marketing strategy of how to get people to PinSeekers through Highway 19 and River Road. Really exiting off of 19, coming to the new roundabout, taking River Road up and around that area is how I'd like to generate most of the traffic coming that way. Obviously, if they're coming from the other direction, that would be off of V and then coming down River Road in that respect. Now, I do know that, obviously the new road went through and the potential for more people to go through there is obviously, it can happen, right? People are going to go where they want to, especially when they're coming into town and they're looking for other things and other activities to do. They're going to go the fastest route. And so I can't disagree with that. But getting people to my facility in particular, those would be the routes that I would go. Oh, and then, okay, sorry. ViTense. Okay, so we talked a little bit about my track record and wanting to use a business plan or projections. And in my opinion, those are for a different reason, right? I'm not here to ask for my financials to be presented to anybody. My track record and my information has come from my me working in the industry for the last 70 years in the direct exact same business. So my numbers have been used based off of my knowledge at my current facility. So yes, I didn't bring it to you. I have my projections, my forecasts based off of that. And so that's how I have planned and being able to be sustainable, hopefully in this village for the next 20 years plus. Like I said, this has been my dream and I would like to leave a legacy. And I think that this opportunity to impact golf in a community aligns straight with my goals. So I guess that's pretty much what I have to say. I'll open up questions. I have a lot more stuff. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Questions? Bill?
Yeah, Ryan, you mentioned music. Somebody had sent me a thing you had on Facebook. I'm not on Facebook. It says, can't wait to bring live music with a small acoustic vibe. So you wouldn't have amplified music at all? It'll all be acoustic?
I'm open to meeting any requirements that are set by planning and zoning.
Right, the conditional use permit. I understand that.
Yep. So if my restrictions and noise restrictions don't allow that, then yes, I would stay acoustic. I don't think amplified music would fit on that stage that I'm talking about. It's just too small.
I just think some people just confuse it with Topgolf.
I do.
I went down to Schaumburg last week to
Yes.
see for myself because these people said the golf balls were 120 decibels. And the few minutes that I was able to be on the range or, not in the box, but before I was asked to leave because they thought I was a spy for somebody. They actually did,
Yeah, they really. Yeah.
It was just a boom, boom, And I stood outside the nets. I couldn't hear it. So, I mean, the golf ball, hitting the golf balls isn't a big deal. They're smaller or they're softer balls, I take it.
So,
So you can't drive them 300 yards unless you pull out your own top flights or something.
interestingly enough, a golf ball. So Topgolf uses a GFIR chip in their golf ball, right? So their golf ball has limited flight that it can actually fly, and it's designed by Callaway for that flight of that golf ball, mainly to protect and safety, right? So the balls aren't flying over the nets. Obviously, they're in surrounding communities, next to roads, things of that nature. So yes, they are restricted in how far they can fly, and you can work with different vendors on how far you want that golf ball to actually fly.
And maybe there's just that confusion because you say it's kind of like Topgolf.
Well, I guess I'm sorry to interrupt.
It isn't, it's a hybrid, yeah.
I guess when you say 10 years ago, if you said Topgolf to anybody, they didn't have any idea what it was, right? Never heard of it in their entire life. Now, as you talk about Vitense, a lot of people in this area know exactly what Vitense is, right? And then as we've used this technology, Top Tracer, it becomes becomes like a hybrid of Topgolf using their technology, but for your facility. And so I felt that the best way to describe what I was trying to do was actually a type of Topgolf facility, which has kind of backfired a little bit on me, but yes.
Because I grew up by Westgate.
Sure. Okay.
So, 1960s, I knew what Vitense was. It wasn't what it is today.
Certainly not.
Yeah. But thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Rebecca?
I would like to address the issue of your dad, the monkey in the room.
I'll try the best I can.
So the conditional use permit, which was very recently, included your father's signature. When did he exit this project and how exactly is he still connected?
He is no longer on anything that has direct value with pin seekers. He is my father, and I will ask for his guidance, and he will do it no charge, right? He's not charging me to do any of this. And I'm using his guidance in that regard. As I've gone to the loan and asked for a significant part of money, it's all me. It's my life on the line. It's all my dollars. So if it goes down and it doesn't work, yeah, I upset a lot of people, but more importantly, I upset my family. So
So he is not financially involved anymore.
No, not at all. I'm asking for some investors and he is not an investor.
Okay, based on this information and based on the paperwork that was provided to us previously. And maybe this is a question that we might want to defer, but to maybe close session. But are you in a position closer to what we had discussed financially? Without revealing any.
I'm not quite sure exactly what the question is, but I will tell you from the beginning of this project to the end of this project, I've been the main owner and managing partner.
Okay.
So even when my father was originally wanted to be a part of this project and was going to invest money, I was still going to have majority ownership. And I wanted that for myself. So as my family has kind of done their own path in their real estate and development, I've chosen my own path, and my own path was in golf. And so I've always wanted to do that for myself. And so our paths obviously aligned when we had an opportunity to do something together. And so as I've moved forward, this project's for me. He's helping me along and he understands my goal and he understands that I don't want to be a part of the family business. I'm happy with what I'm doing and my passion. So he's stepped aside to help me.
Are there other questions?
Yeah, just another question. I know you mentioned that you had how many people so far scheduled for your staff approximately?
Right now at Vitense, we always try to stay under 100 employees. We right now are at about 111, but that's not full-time employees, right? That's seasonal employees. So, we average roughly about 34 to 40 full-time employees year round. The rest are seasonal.
And you've got those already lined up.
I have my core management positions already filled.
What about these seasonal or whatever positions?
Sure, we'll have to go out. We'll have to go out and hire them.
Okay, that's what I was trying to.
I'm also working with the Whiteses and trying to partner these two facilities up. And if that potentially happens down the road, we'll be able to cross-utilize both employees at both locations.
Okay. And just one last question for right now. Related to the employment, approximately, I know in one of the previous presentations, you had like a listing of the various positions. I know, I think if I'm not mistaken, there may have been 20 people that were at $8 an hour. Of those, would those be more local folk or what's kind of, are those more seasonal or what's the intent on those?
For
That's
the
obviously not what-
seasonal staff, it's high school kids, right? I mean, that's what a majority is. My goal is to take a 14 or 15-year-old, have them for 4 or 5 years. When they graduate high school, go off to college, then hopefully I get them back for a couple summers and I really become a mentor. Most of these people at the age of 14 or 15 obviously have never had a job, right? They've mowed yards, they've babysat, something along those lines. And it's my job. Now I've moved up, but it's my operations manager and myself that work to mentor these kids, introduce them to the workforce, how to look at a schedule, how to clock in. We're being quote unquote parents at that particular time in the workforce. And so that progression all the way through has suited me very well. And you get some longevity out of employees that way as well.
Thank you. Abby?
Thank you for coming, and I know you had notes kind of trying to address some of the questions or concerns brought up. Just some follow-up questions or things that I want to have more information about. It's not in any particular order, but you referenced that you've had employees with disabilities. I'm assuming at Vitense. Are you committed to communicating with the school district, specifically the high school, because I know they have a lot of transition students there that probably appreciate having a job that they can, you know, start in high school and then get really good at it and continue with that even after they graduate?
Yeah, yes. So I think of those 7 employees right now, 4 come from the Madison School District, and that's where they're directly come from. So yes, 100%. I actually really like it. It's been a great experience for me. I've done it for the last 3 years, I believe. Yeah, and it's worked out wonderfully.
Thank you. And then also a big question that's come up from several residents, and I was kind of wondering this as well, if you would be able to further illuminate it. So I understand this project was proposed in other communities. Like what happened with those different instances, and how did it end up in DeForest now?
Yeah, sorry, I skipped that over in my long speech. So I'll just start. So we've had a bunch of different potential sites that we've worked on over the last couple, well, about 10 years now. Our first original site that I liked the concept of, when I say we, I brought all these ideas or these locations to my father, and him being in real estate, he was able to help make those contacts for me. So that's the we reference. But in general, East Side Madison, where the old Menards is, right next to East Town Mall. I had looked at that site originally, and that site was multifamily wrapped around the actual driving range on all 3 sides with commercial underneath. And then Pin Seekers obviously is the main attraction. At that particular time, the city of Madison did not want to pursue that project as they were working on a plan for redevelopment of the East Town Mall. So that kind of got shot down, moved to another potential location, which was Dwight Ziegler's current or old location, where off of Highway 19, which is, I think Hoover's in there now. Hoover? Yeah, sorry. So that's where so I actually met Dwight playing golf out at University Ridge, and had some conversations with him, and he said, hey, I have this whole bunch of land that might be perfect for you. Would you like to take a look at it? Looked at it, absolutely loved it. Thought it'd be a great idea. And that was actually came over the hill of DeForest and bringing in the housing development down to that range, adding some more baseball and park area into that, as long as Pin Seekers, and then some commercial frontage road there. And then that kind of got swooped up underneath us and got purchased by Hoover. So we lost that location. The next site went to Fleet Farm, or up again by Highway 19. And we had that property directly behind that we were looking at. And I believe it needed 90 yards, I'm not exactly sure on that number, of land from a different landowner in order to get access to that property, and he was not interested in doing that at that particular time. So that project kind of fell apart, and I have planning sites for all of these sites as well, just so you know. And then the next location, I'm sorry, went into, I believe, Sun Prairie. And Sun Prairie was more in the business park, and they actually decided not to move forward with that because they wanted more job creation than we were able to allocate based off of where they were in the business park. I believe we looked at a location in Cottage Grove that I don't ever think got a site plan for. And then we also, well, then it came down to 2 locations, and it came down to off of Zaire Road on the east side of Madison again, and the sports complex in DeForest. And this is when we really had to start investing some real money into it, and we didn't necessarily know where it was going to go. And so we did a feasibility study for both locations. And after that particular time, that feasibility study came back, it was basically my decision, and I chose DeForest. The reason I chose DeForest was because I had never in my life, not that old, but in my life, heard of a village, town, city kind of creating this sports complex. And I thought, how cool would it be for an opportunity for me to be involved in that in my Pin Seekers project, and then have directly be golf related with that and everything that came along with the sports complex. And so that's why I picked DeForest in general. You know, some people would maybe argue that Zaire was a better location. I'm really looking more towards the next 20 years, and I want to be a staple in a community and have people come and grow around me, not be in a community that's already established and, you know, build this facility there. So I was working towards a longer longevity goal, I think, and that's ultimately why I chose this location.
Great, thank you so much. I really appreciate being straightforward and that information.
Yes.
Another question I have relates to lights. I guess I'm specifically looking at Nick Straight's, no, sorry, Brian Goodman's, sorry, packet, and talking about light glare, light trespass, sky glow. Do you expect any or all of those to be part of this project, and what impact would the light have on the surrounding neighborhood?
Yeah, I guess that's a little bit to my point is if you think of, I know 33 yards really well, but it's basically like from here to the end of the parking lot, right? That's how far the light needs to go out in order for the golf ball to see. And then it goes up from there. So that lighting box, which you should all have it somewhere in some of these meetings that we've actually had, that's from Top Tracer. So his research is off the internet. Mine's actually from Top Tracer, the people that actually own and install this. So that's the lighting that I need right there. Everything else is ambiance. I don't need light 250 yards on the driving range. Would it be nice for somebody to hit a golf ball and be able to see the golf ball land there? Of course it would. There's different things out there that can allow to fit into the city ordinance or the village ordinance to make sure that can happen. But as far as that lighting, that's really all that I need. So that 10-foot candle that we've talked about is from those points at each all the way around. So yes, there would be a glow, but it's only in one particular area.
I guess I don't know if you happen to know this. I'm just trying to visualize it. Like, how would it compare to like the athletic complex, you know, when all those lights are on and there's a tournament going on?
Sure. It would be comparable, but not as big, if that makes sense. So I'm guessing because I'm bad at putting yards to feet, but if you have roughly a baseball diamond that I'm going to say is 150 yards, that full baseball diamond has to be hit or lit, right? So they can see every aspect of where the ball is flying in there. For me, I need 33 yards. So I'm actually a way less light pollution than the baseball diamonds are already producing. And I actually, this weekend, I believe I got a couple text messages that the lights were on to like 10:48. And I believe it's open till a little bit later. There's no set hours from there. So my hours of operation, which you might like to know. In regards to hours of operation, our latest times would be peak season, Friday and Saturday nights till 11:30, music stopping at 10 p.m. Okay, weekends in the summertime, weekdays in the summertime, Monday through Fridays opening till 11, Sundays closing at 10 p.m. Currently, I plan on opening at 8 a.m. It's when the range rats, we like to call them, like to come out early and hit golf balls. In the winter time, off-peak season, Friday and Saturdays closing at 11 p.m. and Monday through Thursday at 10:30. Sundays would close at 9:30 at night. So majority of the season, I'm closed and lights are off before the baseball diamonds potentially could be.
Let's see, another question related to noise. I guess I was just wondering what's, where the difference comes from, residents talking about, different studies of similar facilities where it's, I think 60 to 75 decibels as loud as like a vacuum cleaner, but then you said it doesn't make any noise really when the ball is hit and
That's not what I said. I
oh.
said it makes noise obviously when the ball is hit, right? Of course, we're going to have noise. And that can range anywhere from 110 to I believe 120 decibels, basically when the ball leaves the club face. As that ball travels, it has less sound, right? From where that club face hit, the ball doesn't have sound, right? The ball is not flying through the air with sound on it. It's actually from the point of contact. So that point of contact where that golf ball is being hit, traveling downrange 300 yards, that's why you can hardly hear anything. I believe nature is at like 52 or 51 decibels. So when you get out to that like 55, 60, that's where you're getting that noise that vacuum is on. That's the reference point to it.
Okay, thank you.
Can we check just to see if anybody else
Yeah.
has questions? Just, we'll let her go, but I want to make sure that everyone gets a chance. Okay.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm more than happy to pause. Another question I have is some residents asked about, community input gathered early on. I'm just thinking of this because it was fairly recently, like the CF Investments, right around the time or right before, I can't remember the exact sequence. They had like a neighborhood meeting and then later after there was concerns brought up, had another neighborhood meeting and shared how they would address it. And then of course, the usual like P and Z and village board meetings and whatnot. And I was just wondering, I guess why the same wasn't done for this project?
The real reason is probably COVID. And that's such an excuse that I don't like to use it, but we had no opportunity over the last year, almost year and a half, to get out in front of anybody in general. So yeah, you could have done Zoom, but that's just not my character in general. I like to be more out in front of people and having a conversation with them. So I guess I was really an afterthought in that regards. And to some respects, I guess other than really the poles in general and the height of the poles, when you're standing on that property and you're looking, there's nothing around you. Literally, it's the Andersons and ABS. And that's the only people who I've actually had conversations with. I don't have anything signed, but I've had their blessing based off of a handshake. And so they understand this project and they understand the growth in that area. And so for me, being there, actually seeing it, I guess sound was never an issue. And I guess I'd love everybody to go out there and see that, because really when you're at that particular property line, all you hear is the interstate. And if you do a 360, you only see one place, and that's the Andersons directly behind you. And so that was the significant importance to me about looking at that quarter mile radius of, is how far that is and how far sound can travel and how minimal it would be at that location. I don't see sound as being an issue. And that's just a personal opinion, obviously, but that's just me observing it and seeing it and being in the industry and hearing golf balls. I mean, I hear golf balls every day. I'm surprised I don't dream about golf balls. But I mean, I definitely do all the time. So I after hearing some of the concern from the community, that's where I started to do some research and understand that sound is kind of a moot point because it's not going to travel to them.
Thank you. Was okay. Jim.
So to start a follow-up question to maybe what Abby asked, where she asked, like, why did you not come out to say visit with the Forest residents? And you talked about a feasibility study. I'm just curious when that was done, because I'm assuming you wouldn't probably want to say, show your hand until you knew the feasibility study at least.
The feasibility study, I believe, was done like 2 months ago, 2.5 months ago.
And so a question that I have for you, as far as there was emails in this last week and different things talking about say, the cost being prohibitive for high schoolers. And you negated some of that tonight. But one thing that I was thinking about in the last couple of days, I have a high schooler myself, and I'm just wondering how creative you want to be, and I'll ask it in the form of a question. You mentioned like the golf team and having a good place to drive. I mean, would you consider maybe discounts to the golf team, or like a good grades token to get a couple bucks off? Or I know a bowling alley in town, they used to give people a card for a free game, whatever, once a week and things like that. I'm
I understand the
assuming
question, definitely. I'm not opposed to it by any means, but it has to fit into a budget, right? So if I'm using the whole entire community, juniors or youth, and giving discounts, does that fit into my master plan? I don't have that answer right now for you, but it's definitely something that, potentially down the line can be of benefit to the juniors. I have Austin, who spoke tonight, is a great resource with the Bucky book, and I could see something aligning in that aspect.
But what I'm hearing is that you're at least looking for creative ways to bring more income into your property, and that could be bringing in more youth at a discount.
Of course, yeah, youth is, driving our sport forward.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I have.
Any other questions?
Just one.
Rebecca?
Sorry, just one. At what age are youth allowed to come in unaccompanied by
An
an
adult? Generally, 15 and 16-year-olds, for the most part, at Vitens are on their own. I don't have security right now. I haven't had any issues in that regard. We've talked about potentially ways to make sure people are being safe, right? Kids will do whatever kids will do, and it's hard to manage hundreds and hundreds of kids at a time. And so usually what will happen is, if kids are at that age, I have staff members that are monitoring them. If they get rowdy, they're going to radio a supervisor. Supervisor will come down and ask them to whatever, please be quiet, respect the people next to you, whatever it may be. And they have a 3-strike policy. So if they get a second time, then we're going to ask who their parents are. And if they don't have an answer, we can't get a hold of them, the third time we're going to ask them to leave.
Are you going to be having security cameras throughout to help? I know when Bill went to Schaumburg, apparently they had really good security and they were following him along. But are you going to be able to have that type of coverage to be able to see potential?
I can see everything at Vitens from my cell phone right now.
I'm sorry.
I can see everything from Vitens from my cell phone right now. So to your question, yes, that technology is so far advanced now that it's really become very easy to be there but not be there, right? I mean, the most challenging part of my job is my time management, right? So allocating my time towards my family, teaching golf, growing the game, and obviously running a business. You can't be in every location at once. So to your point, yes, you have to be able to be mobile in that aspect. And so right there is a great example of that.
Okay, and then just one last question here related to the youth, and then you're going to have the bar area. Is there going to be separation so that they can't just walk into?
Yes and no. So the idea of it's a Wisconsin law, right? That a junior can't come up and sit at a bar without a parent there. So that's a law that obviously I have to follow. In regards to a restaurant, it's kind of like a square and then a bigger square around it. So the booths and everything would sit around more for the family environment there. And then the bar is kind of in the middle of that.
So, and obviously you'll be carting.
It's just like any restaurant you go to, right? I mean, it's the exact same thing. They have dining for families and they have the bar for the adults.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, we're going to thank Ryan and I think we'll move on.
Thank you.
I make a motion to take things out of order and move to 7.1 to sort of finish the topic.
Okay, there's a motion to move 7.1 up, essentially flip it with 6.3. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. It's a related topic. That's, yeah. Yeah, it just keeps the two related topics together.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that then. I changed okay. I was confused with what was going on.
Seven one.
6-1 is what I thought, wasn't it?
7-1.
So
The confusion is the number plus the vote. So there was one no vote.
7.1.
It's 7.1 that we're moving up.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's getting late and there's snacks for us. So at some point we'll get the snacks out. All right. So Michelle, you're on.
So great. Thank you. I hope everyone can see it. I think I'm sharing the presentation on Zoom. So I am going to just give a presentation from a couple of perspectives. And we had been, let's see here. We had talked at previous meetings about staff and kind of the due diligence and answering questions that had been asked. So what I'm going to go through this evening, and Ryan went through some of it. So I'm going to try to go quickly. But I want, out of respect to everyone, want to make sure and take some time to talk about the questions that we've had and some of the due diligence that staff has done with that regard. So I'm going to talk about the history of the Pin Seeker site selection into Forest, and I'll go briefly over that because Ryan covered quite a bit. Benefits of the current proposed site. So why the current proposed site does have some benefits to it and why it makes sense. Analysis of similar projects in other communities. We've heard a lot about other communities that have a Topgolf, and while we've talked about Ryan's kind of saying it's not quite the same thing. We've heard things about distance from housing, things like that. So we're going to do a little comparison there. And then tax increment financing. Why is it proposed here? So why would that be a consideration? And then highlights of the proposed development agreement. Excuse me. So that you can see what actually is in the agreement. And this was all in the packet for the public and for the board. So this was all the same things that were in the packet that were shown, I believe were posted on Friday. So nothing new here. So wanted to talk about the first site. We've been talking to Pin Seekers. Actually, the village has been talking to Pin Seekers before I came here. I came here in April 2019, and the discussions have been going on since 2017. So as Ryan said, the original Pin Seekers concept was proposed in TID 7, which is where the Hooper site is now. And that is east of US 51 and north of Wisconsin 19. And I will show you that kind of what that looks like. The site was eliminated consideration when Hooper Corporation entered into negotiations with the landowner. And here's the site plan. So this was kind of as they talked about having golf with Dwight Ziegler. It had a kind of a ballpark to it. Here was the site.
for the golf venue. And then here was the multifamily that they were proposing. And just so you know where this is 19 right here. That's 19, and this is just east of just east of 51. So wanted to just talk about that a little bit. And that was in 2017. So then site 2 was in TID 8, which is the north of Fleet Farm. And that had a multifamily component as well proposed. So the primary concern with the site was lack of access to the parcel, as you've heard before. And this was what it looked like. Now you've got to imagine that this is north of over here. So it's kind of flipped, an upside down triangle. Here's Fleet Farm right here. So it would go right here, and then this is where it would be. So the access to that location, if you looked at GIS, which we can do later, the access to that location is pretty tight. There's also, it doesn't exist actually now, but the multifamily that was presented would be right here. And the developer did, I will say, I'll continue that thought after I go through this site 3. So site 3 was in TID 3, which is just across 51 from the Hooper site. There was a potential of a hotel that was talked about here. And the primary concern with site was lack of regional or interstate visibility. It was on 51. So there was quite a large TID ask. This isn't a TID. And you'll notice that the developer definitely looked at different TIDs and said, you know, here's where this might go. So as we've been talking to the developers for this amount of years, the TID ask has gone down substantially. So depending on where the site is and where we've been able to do things. So we can always talk about that, but it was at a high amount at some time before. So now it's at the 1.1, and I'll go into that and how that works. But these were the 2 schematics there. So again, here's 51 right here. Here's Meritor Clinic right here, or right here, one of these parcels. And then this would be the golf venue. And then the second one was kind of in the middle here. So, but it was seen as, you know, if we're going to go there, there's not a lot of visibility, kind of need a little more money to get it going. So that was true, but also because of the visibility. So site 4, why is the site proposed? So the 4th site under consideration is the current one in TID 5. It has interstate visibility and is conducive to the activities of the DeForest Athletic Complex. The location of the project will also accelerate development of other commercial businesses in the area. So the vision for this was actually this slide. And I think this is one that the history of this one, very interesting. The board actually saw this for the first time in May of 2019. And I know that it was actually in a closed session while we were still talking to the venue here. And the conversation was exactly what someone had said before. Do you want us to still have a conversation with the developer with this? And it was a thumbs up. So that was then. And I actually went to a real estate conference to sell this vision after I kind of got that thumbs up. So this has been kind of in the works out in the open for quite a while. Now, it was in a presentation most visibly in August 4th of 2020 when we did a presentation on Conservancy Place. So it's been out in the open for a while. And we've been kind of acting in accordance with this vision for this area. So let's talk a little bit about Conservancy Place. Conservancy Place includes 652 acres over 1 square mile. And it's a planned development, including several neighborhoods. So we talk about the neighborhoods. It's got several neighborhoods in it. Rivers Turns, Hawthorne Point, and also business and commercial districts, especially what is here. And this is just a snippet I took from the Conservancy Place website that the Rings have, Parktown has. And this shows here the parcel that we're talking about here pretty well. So this would be the going to about here, the Pin Seekers proposed location. So just to give you a perspective of how big Conservancy Place is, this is the village of Dane.
in yellow. This is Conservancy Place in green. So it's very large where there are other different uses that can coexist in areas that make sense for it. So along that conversation, let's talk about some of the other locations that like a Pin Seekers or a golf venue would go to. And this is the Top Golf. And again, I'll say that the Top Golf is the larger venue, but let's just use it for an example. Regional access is really important. So that's true. And then the ancillary developments that you can see include shopping destinations, restaurants, other venues, kind of like what we have in this division, but it also has a residential component, and I'll show you where that is in different venues. So let's go and do that. So this has got some rings around it. This is Overland Park, Kansas. This is the Top Golf right here. These rings are only distance. This is a quarter-mile distance, and this is a half-mile distance. Let me see if I can make it any size any better. How are you guys seeing it? Do you need me to make it a little bit smaller? Okay. How can I do that? Up here? Oh yeah, go ahead, do it for me. Thank you. I'm sorry. I have trouble seeing this far, but that's, so those are the markers then for the half mile. So you can see there is a residential component in this Overland, Kansas. Now Overland Park, Kansas, I think there was a video that was sent that talked about different noise, and I think even public safety got involved a little bit in the video. So it was talked about the residents that had complained about it and that, the sound. So I'll show you compared to where we're talking about today, what this looks like. I think, public safety certainly is something that at some point, we want to talk about. I know that's been an issue to say that in this video and in the video, I know that the police department was very clear that it hasn't been much of an increase. And I know we've talked about to our local officials what this would be like and how they feel about it. So if that's an issue too, I'm sure Chief would comment, but I'll keep going. Okay, Overland Park, Kansas. Okay, here's Vitense. So Vitense is right here. Here is the quarter-mile mark, and here is the half-mile mark. So you see there's a lot of residential in there. So, and I believe Ryan said this would be, this is 80 bays and it would be 60 bays at the current, okay. So this will be a little bit less. And I know Ryan talked about really working with the neighbors of noise concerns and so forth at Vitense. So here's the location we're talking about here. So again, here is the schematic of the golf, what it would look like. Be pointing. This would be where the bays head off toward the south here, going this way, the lights going this way. Here is the, the buffer marks, and here is the closest residential at this time. It is absolutely true that there are planned housing for these areas, and that those folks, and as the ring said, would know what's in their backyard when they buy their homes. So that is, we wanted to make sure, you saw the closest residential. Then, which these look so tiny. I'm so sorry. This is kind of out of whack here. Now, this map is something that I sent to the village board trustees. I did a tour, a driving tour. And what we thought were the very closest places to take a look from. So we encouraged them to drive down River Road and then stop at these starred areas here, here, and here. And this is the closest residential at this time. So I did that, and not to be too obtrusive, I stayed on the sidewalk, but I took some photos. So I just wanted you to see that. Here's from Tender Reflection. So this is from the sidewalk of Tender Reflection. So you've got the Craig Frank multifamily. And I will tell you, with all due respect, I talked to this folks at Tender Reflections and they were outside watching the construction because they were excited to see the construction and all the trucks moving around. So when I went and took these pictures, they were actually really excited. So anyway, I know that's contrary to I think what people think, but I did see that and I will say that. So here is that second star. So this is at the end of that. I believe it's called, let me look it up again. Crystal Creek, yeah. Okay, so this is that point right here. So that's what you see. So it's the ABS and then the facility would be over here beyond there. So just so you can see, it's much better if you do it on your own, but I thought in case people didn't get to. So then here is the sidewalk from the third location. And this is the closest resident, what you would see. So there's no way you would really see anything, noise we'll get to in a second. And then we'll talk about the very last place. So this would be beyond where that would be over here. So this goes ahead and talks about sound, and Mark Roffers is our expert on this as he has done his due diligence on it. So I'm going to make this smaller and then let him talk to that, if that's okay with you, Mark. Do you feel
See
comfortable?
if my voice works after 3.5 hours.
Okay, there you go.
Sure. So this is the same sort of quarter-mile radius, small circle, and half-mile radius. And there's a formula, you can Google it. We've all done a lot of Googling, I guess. And there's a formula, I think it uses the inverse square model. And you type in the noise generated by the source. You type in a first distance, I typed in 3 feet, and I'll explain why in a second. And then you type in a second distance, and I typed in 600 feet, 900 feet, which is roughly the edges of the property. And then I typed in a quarter mile and a half a mile. So the source noise I picked was 120 decibels. That is roughly the sound of a good golf ball strike with a driver. I've never quite heard that. I hear that's the sound. And then 120 decibels coincidentally also reads as like a loud rock band playing. That generates at each at 3 feet from the source. So if you hit a golf ball, you're about 3 feet away. And then you plug in the second number, and so the decibel readings at the River Road line and at the far end of the driving range by the formula are about 70 to 75 projected under sort of perfect conditions, no other ambient noise, nothing blocking the noise, that kind of thing. And so that's about that vacuum cleaner, or I think we have toilet flushing up there too. Yeah. Type sound. So that's what we get when, if you're going to be listening to either, and Ryan says there's not going to be any loud rock bands there, but if there was a loud rock band with amplified music at 120 decibels, it would be about that, 70 to 75 at the property edges. Now we're dealing with a noise issue at P&Z, and before we even did this study, we came up with a performance standard of 75. So it appears that that's not going to be a difficult standard to meet. The half mile or the quarter mile decibel reading goes down to about 67. You could see that it's midway between the vacuum cleaner and a normal conversation. As was mentioned a couple times now, we don't have residences existing or planned within a quarter mile, except for one, I think, on the Anderson property to the north. And then you go out further where we start to hit existing residences in the Meadows area, the Viridian development, and to a very limited extent, the west edges of developed Rivers Turn. That drops to, did we get that corrected, Michelle?
No, it is not corrected. So on the form, there is an error. It has the quarter mile sound at 67 and also the half mile at 67. The half mile is 61.
Should be 61. So
My
61
apologies.
is when you drop to sort of the normal conversation. You're talking, maybe you heard that so much tonight, but you're talking in a normal tone of voice to someone close to you. That's how you normally would talk and hear. So again, this is if, perfect conditions, nothing blocking the noise. We know we have things that are going to be blocking the noise, even if we had a rock band up there, but I don't think we're going to. We've got walls that are built into the facility, other things that are going to buffer noise. This assumes none of that. Worst case scenarios, we got a sound of a normal conversation that you'd hear from that edge of the single family residential area. I did my own Vitense related study of this over the past few weeks. I live close to Vitense, and I could hear golf balls being struck at distances of about 100 yards away along Whitney Way. I went to the edge of the end of the golf range. There's a service drive down there. Ryan knows where it is. I couldn't hear a golf ball. So and that's about 300 yards. I couldn't hear a thing. Brought my kids who have much fresher ears than I do. They couldn't hear a thing. So it wasn't my hearing. So we did that a little bit for P&Z, but that sort of supplements this and I think confirms some of the information you see on screen and some of what Ryan presented a little bit earlier.
Thank you, Mark. I really appreciate that. The next slide is actually yours too, if you want to talk to this.
So this talks to the orientation of the noise and the primary direction. And a lot of this is the devil is in the details. I think it's true with lighting too. And we're going to continue to work with lighting. I'm sure they're going to bring in a professional lighting consultants as we get to the detailed stages of this. And we'll get beyond concepts, which is kind of where we're at right now on land use review. But this is intended to show that the primary direction of noise, whether it's from golf balls or anything that might occur on the stage, is currently to the southeast to a slight degree. We're working as part of the conditional use permit process and with the architect to see if we can even mitigate that some more by directing more noise to the interstate to the extent that there is amplified music, if there is. But this is just intended to show that if we had a three-dimensional graphic of the rooftop, it's not as if you're going to see, you're going to be driving down River Road. Oh, there's the guitarist up there. They're going to be behind a big wall, a 12-foot wall, and there's going to be a building mass that is, sort of blocking you from seeing and to, a great extent hearing, what's going on the roof. Similarly, these golf bays are predominantly three-sided things. The intent is to try to make them climate controlled, so they minimize the amount of opening to the outside. So, for example, when I was at Vitense and was behind the facility where there was blocking of the noise, you had to get within 50 feet to be able to hear a struck ball because of the the concrete and other things that were blocking it. So this is just an intent to show there was the method to the orientation of the facility relative to existing and planned housing within the area.
Okay, thank you, Mark. So now, and I'll try to go a little bit more quickly. Let's talk about tax increment financing and what it is. So tax increment financing is a financing option that enables municipalities to fund improvements through property tax revenue on newly developed properties. So it's not restricted to areas of light. We hear a lot about that. It's not restricted to areas of light. In fact, the highest percentage of currently active tax increment districts or TIDs in Wisconsin are defined as mixed use, as TID 5, as we're talking about right now, is a mixed use TID. So the principle behind the creation of TIF is that in the past, if a municipality wanted to expand its local tax base and pay for development, the municipality alone would bear the cost, while other taxing jurisdictions would also benefit from the growth. So the legislature, as they did in almost all of the 50 states, saw this situation as unfair and viewed TIF as a way to remedy the problem. So how does it work? When a municipality creates a TID, the municipality and the other taxing entities agree to support their operation from the existing tax base within the TID. And I'll show you my favorite graphic that you saw last time. So you're probably bored with it, but I'll go quick. That it was how that works. So they agree that the municipality will use the taxes on the value increase in the TID to pay for projects and other development costs. So when it closes, the idea is when it closes, there will be that much more tax revenue to be shared among the entities that would not have occurred otherwise. So this favorite chart, when you see about the TID being created and you look at the TID base value where you see here the county, the school, the technical college and the municipality are held at a certain level of base. As the TID life grows on, the increment grows and gets larger so that when the TID is terminated, these shares become a lot higher. So that is the whole idea behind it. And all of these taxing jurisdictions are on what we call the Joint Review Board for DeForest and every other municipality that has TIDs that decide on project plans, decide on creating TIDs, decide on amending TIDs, so forth. And they're all represented there. So why for this project? So I know some people said earlier, what would be a situation where it would be inappropriate? I think that was the conversation. So let's talk about where it is appropriate. So challenges of commercial development in the area was created. That's why the TID was created with great visibility, but lack of direct access. There was also conversation about something else would likely go there. It's been waiting for many years for that to happen. So we talk a lot about office and technology parks. As we know, that's not really booming right now. So probably going to be even more of a wait there. So just to give a little perspective on that. So the direct and indirect economic impact. So on that, there's going to be direct impact from this, but you also know that there's going to be indirect economic impact. So you've got acceleration of other types of development, amenity for residents, and a draw for visitors. So when you're looking at a project and the way we do this, when we look at any incentive, I'll stop here just to go over this. When you look at any incentive, you ask yourselves if the benefit outweighs the cost. So if the benefit, so that you don't, a lot of people kind of made, and there is a competitiveness issue. People make comments about a game. It's a game. You gotta be in and be competitive. And the way I look at it, that certainly is true. But the way I look at it, if it wasn't a competitive situation, does the benefit outweigh the cost? And are you willing to stand behind that? And so I'm going to just go over the details of the agreement so that you can see, why that might be the case. So highlights of proposed development agreement, and this is really small, so I'm going to have to read my little printout that I made. Okay, I highlighted a part that says, this is directly from the development agreement that you're going to consider later. So this is just a snippet. So as part of the project, the developer shall construct let me read this, sorry, any road improvements that are recommended by traffic impact analysis currently being prepared by KL Engineering to accommodate increased traffic flows generated by the project. So we're going to go over that in a second. I included in the packet so you can see the whole study. And I am not sure what we're referring to by pin seekers having their own numbers and they changed. I think they've always been numbers that we had maybe preliminary numbers and then we got the study from KL Engineering and it might have changed a bit, but I don't believe a whole lot. Go ahead, Mark.
Be really brief.
Yeah.
We got from Ryan and his team projected traffic volumes. KL Engineering was hired by the village to verify those numbers. KL Engineering has a big source book. It's called the ITE Traffic Manual. They use that manual as sort of a double check. They suggested that this is a unique facility, and it is, and that their numbers from the ITE manual were higher than Ryan's numbers for one period, maybe it was weekday, and lower than Ryan's numbers for a weekend. But on the whole, they concluded that there was no substantial difference between the numbers that Ryan provided and what they generated by looking at comparable uses through this professional manual.
Thank you. So there's 3 points in this highlighted section. And really is one is they have to make the suggested changes from the traffic study. And there's a couple of options, as you can see from the study. The project, here's the second point. The project shall be operated substantially as described in the conditional use permit attached as Exhibit C, except as modified to meet the conditions of approval of such application. So why that's important is the conditional use permit is part of this agreement. So when we talk about lighting, we talk about noise, we talk about all of that kind of stuff. And as this gets approved, that follows with that. So then the third point, the development of the project shall result in an increase of taxable assessed value of the property of not less than 9.8 million as of January 1st, 2023, as compared with the assessed value of the property as of January 1st, 2021. So that's the value guaranteed that they have to meet to get the incentive. And I'll give the next couple of slides. I'll just, you probably had time to read this, so I won't go through it, but just to highlight, would it be more or less traffic? I mean, question number one, how do they compare to a Top Golf? You know, you got that, which we know is not going to be quite the same, but you got that answer there. Then question two is how does the projected traffic volume from this 14.7 acres compare with what was anticipated before? And you know that it's less than what was anticipated at build out, which I think Joe made a point of earlier. And so then question three, what are the things that need to be done? And so these options are things that we will be working with the developer as we go forward to getting these things and these things met. So the KL Engineering feels that improvements to River Road may be warranted. Here's at least 3 components that warrant consideration. So there's these things are in the mix. Okay, next paragraph that I wanted to point out to you so we can be fully transparent is that upon issue of an occupancy permit, the village shall provide a development loan to the developer in the amount of $200,000. So it's what you could call, I don't know if this is going to be appropriate, a forgivable loan. Is that an okay terminology, Steve? Okay. If the property, the tax increment is generated as in the agreement. So that is upon occupancy. So there's no money that's given out before, any funding that's given out before they build the entire property. So that's an important point there. And the next point, how does the other part work? So the other part of the agreement is that the total amount to be paid under the municipal revenue obligation shall be the lesser of the tax available increment or 900,000. So I give a schedule here soon, but it shall mean the increment received by the village attributable to value increments generated by the property in each revenue year from 2024 to 2029. And there's the schedule. So it's not as if the municipality is writing a check for $900,000 to a developer. This has to be met for them to get their funding that is associated with this. Okay. And that's what's in the second part of this slide. It shall be payable solely from and only to the extent that the village shall receive such as payment date available tax increment. So that's really important. Just wanted to make sure that's there. And you know, that's something that just to go into the argument a little bit about business plans and have we seen the financials and what's the bottom line of this developer's capability. As I've been doing this for 20 years, and I think we've been doing this a lot at the Village of DeForest before getting here. And one of the things that we do is we focus on writing these agreements so that no matter what, thank you, so that you can tell, huh? So that no matter what happens and no matter who we're doing business with, we're covered. So we understand what the risk is going. So we're not doing anything until there is a building built. So I know understanding, and talk about that more later, but in understanding what the actual thing is, we write these agreements like the person, we don't, I don't want to say we don't trust anybody because that's not true, but we don't rely on someone's good faith. We do these agreements because they are something that we think is the cost certainly is not outweighed, or I should say the benefit is outweighs the cost. And so we want to make sure that's what we keep our minds on. So like Joe Ring said, we can never guarantee the success of a business. I can't do that. None of us can do that. And so that's just one of those things that we make sure that in case of something, unfortunate, we are not in a place of too much risk. So that's what we do this for. Okay. So the next thing I just want to point out, and then I'm done. I've got 2 more slides. The village option to purchase. So the village option to purchase for $1 is the portion of the property, and I'll show you on this map here, is right here. And that is for the capability of having this thoroughfare here. So that's for access. So that would be really, and that is, Al, correct me if I'm wrong, but with the agreement, that piece is basically from the recordable, with the time this is recorded, we have 50 years to do it, and then it's $1. So that's really something we have of value as well from this agreement. Okay. Now, finally, the agreement is with Ryan Rangat. It is not with Bill Rangat, and it's absolutely true that we have been talking, and Bill Rangat has been in part of the conversation in the past. We understand that was confusing for some, and so we wanted to make sure that as Ryan addressed, we understood, everyone was on the same page that he is not part of this agreement. I think Ryan answered that well too, but I wanted to just say he is the one who is signing this agreement. And that is the end, thankfully.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
guys.
I appreciate all of the information. Does anyone have questions for Michelle? Yes.
Just back in history a little bit, Michelle, as was mentioned earlier tonight, this was originally intended to be research or offices. I can't even think.
Like an office park, business park use? Yes.
And that kind of all fell apart over the years because of the lack of access from the interstate.
Yes, I will tell you, when I went to even shop the concept that we have, it is tough for anything to develop with the lack of access. There's a thought that, okay, it's great visibility, but we really need to help someone who wants to develop in that area. It's definitely why I think we have a TID there. But yeah, that, and then the office and the technology, that kind of thing really kind of fell apart too, because of the market. And I think with COVID and things like that, it really more accelerated the use of more industrial uses out there and less office. So I think that's an issue.
If I could just piggyback briefly on that. In the meantime, American Center exploded, the World Dairy Center exploded. University Research Park grew another half, and then it acquired more land west of Menards on the far west side. So the market for the relatively limited office and research, went to those places with a lot of cachet. And that became increasingly difficult to do it here. And the final thing I'll mention is that the preliminary development plan, while it did absolutely in the early days envision an office research technology park, it did allow uses in that same area, like commercial entertainment, indoor sales and services, personal and professional services, hotels. So it wasn't as if we were going to have wall to wall, research and development out there. There were other uses that were allowed within the area we're talking about for the last 20 years. Thank you.
Okay. Rebecca.
I think I've mentioned this before. I actually do really like the concept of this project. I'm very concerned with the location of the project.
I understand.
What is the likelihood of being able to have this project, but find a better situation for it? And still keep the project. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think you'd have to ask Ryan that. I think if we said to him, hey, this is, this location isn't going to work. Can you find another one? I'm not sure how he'd react to that, but I guess the, the thought that I'm trying to make is that the location was something that was kind of planned as that vision that we went forward with. So we do need to, and for all of the reasons that we kind of showed with the sound and the things that could happen there ancillary to the athletic complex, we really need to be aware that that's not the kind of development wanted in that area going forward. So
Can you come up?
Sorry, in regards to location and potentially somewhere else, the driving range is specifically located and direction in a certain direction for a particular reason. So finding that land is very, very challenging, especially in the Dane County area. So, I mean, we have a timeline, and we would not be looking at any other locations at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. If there are no other questions for Michelle, I propose another 5-minute break because I really need one. And we'll come back and we'll start a new topic for a while. I think we're all back and ready to proceed. The next item on the agenda is the presentation on concept plan for Bear Tree Farms West. I didn't add that piece. It's important. Some of the board has asked to see project concepts. And so tonight we're bringing you a project concept for Bear Tree that has some interesting elements. And so we have with us, introduce yourselves and the floor is yours. Yeah, and you have to kind of talk into the mics.
Mike Calkins with Snyder Associates, engineer working on the project.
And Andy Meesman with Snyder and Associates.
And we've got Josh Lamp with us too, who is looking to build a single family product that's shown in the concept.
All right, we ready to go? Excellent. If you can advance to the next slide, that'd be great. Or I can do that. That'll work too. So there's no golf component to this project, so hopefully we can just get a swift approval tonight. But anyway, again, my name's Andy Meesman, I'm the landscape architect with Snyder and Associates. I understand that there's a long history with this project, going back about a decade. So I kind of been getting the crash course in terms of the history and how it's developed. So what we wanted to do is just do a quick overlay here of what one of the potential concepts looks like compared to the 2011 preliminary development plan. And in particular, looking at the parks and open space total. And per that 2011 approved plan, there was 93.80 acres with that proposed plan. And at one point, there was a proposed park here. North is to the right on this, by the way. So on the eastern side of our site, there was a park here, but it eventually moved over to this location. So based on the open space plan with the village, there's typically a guidance of a 1/4 mile radius access to all parks from within the neighborhood. So at one point, that proposed 7-acre park would have fulfilled that guideline. Just going on to the next slide here. Zoom out a little bit so we can get the full picture. Hopefully that's still legible there, but I'll go back one more. So this slide here examines the one of the potential concepts that we worked on with the existing land use and how it's been developed over the past decade. So there's obviously been quite a bit of work within that, the remaining portions of the site there. But again, just looking at proposed parks and what's been actually built out there, and there's existing, the existing parks and open spaces at about 114 acres. You can see here, this plan, existing plan shows the Windsor Community Park here is a total of 17 acres now, shifted a little bit further to the south of the site, and next nearest park site to our site is still just barely within that 1/4 mile radius, is touching a little bit of Bear Tree Farms west here. So moving on to our first concept, looked at a couple of factors of how to create this site here and how to make it work. We looked at workforce housing and how we can work that into the site. This plan calls for 10 4-plex units. You see them, that darker brown color, kind of on the perimeter of the residential component here. 26 single-family workforce affordable units here. A couple different layout options, kind of a skinny home layout, and then more of the typical ranch driveway layout right here. Also, the multi-family senior component here with approximately 100 units in this building. And then further to the north of the site, the proposed park space. With this design right here, we have a proposed park and open space at about 13.56 acres. I don't know if you want to go into that detail there, background.
Yeah, I think I'll just touch base quick on the text on the right side of the drawing. We've read the staff report, and obviously the staff report pointed out a discrepancy or a disagreement as it relates to parkland dedication and the fee in lieu of. The basis from the developer and from our standpoint is that last sentence, the bold sentence, where in the same restrictions that we're talking about densities and 268 units and a mix of housing in that same recorded document, it states parks and open space shall include all stormwater areas, but excludes trails and paths and easements. So that's really the basis of the document was put in place to follow and guide development. And we're here to ask for a variance to and/or acknowledge the fact that stormwater management is part of that open space, and there would be no parkland dedication requirement or fee in lieu of, I should say. The section 1351 subsection 10 gives the village board, by our understanding, that opportunity to do that based on the affordability of housing and or unique characteristics of a project. And I think the fact that this project has a restriction that was recorded back in 2011 kind of guides it differently than is kind of a unique situation for development compared to most of the plats that we develop and or bring to the village. So, those are the two items that I think, as far as it relates to a policy decision, that we're asking, for your consideration on. And I'll let Andy touch base on a couple other concepts that we've wrestled with. I just want, the purpose of the concepts is just to say there's some flexibility here, how everything meshes together. If the village needs, developers needs, the housing component. So we're not locked into anything at this time, other than we just need to get past this park fee hurdle, keep moving forward. So
Yeah, and just to continue on that, we looked at a couple different options here in terms of how that park space might lay out if we start adding additional ball fields to that area and how the parking would kind of lay out there. This option 2 here is a similar concept in terms of the housing component. The big change here is the design of the open space and the stormwater management and how we looked at that. This would be about 15.25 acres of parks and open space. Option.
Yeah, the smaller field is a 225-foot fence would fit in there. So I know fields across the way here have a 270-foot-ish or in that range fence. So it's a smaller diamond, but that's why I asked you the question, Judd. I wanted to know who's using this one over here. Is it adult or is it kid? 260-ish, okay.
Then our third and final option just looks at a 270 layout with 2 softball fields and a baseball field in there, and also does reconsider what might happen in terms of that park space expands to the acreage right here, 16.95 acres on that side, how the residential units might lay out with that configuration. And there, like Mike was saying, there's some room here if we need to shrink these softball fields down to, the 260 or 225, depending on the user that's using these. There's some flexibility with this design and can certainly be rearranged to better accommodate parking, concession stands.
Yeah, and I think even if those fields were to shrink, that parking lot could be moved back to the south. And
This one right
those fields could all share a parking lot between them. And so that's where I want to get to. There's plenty of opportunity to work with the village and staff and figure out a better layout. We can get past the park dedication. If there's the need for moving the fields, that was part of the staff report, is there might be the opportunity to create space for the cool down in this area by relocating some. I don't know that if you want to see anything as it relates to the single family housing or the style of that and have Josh comment, we'd be happy to have him come up and say a few words. So
I think that's important. I also wondered if you could describe what Dwight had proposed with the larger field in the first option. I mean, he was proposing donating that 1.5 million to build that park. It's important the board knows that.
right. And as the staff report laid out, the dedication or the donation of the land component was estimated at $1 million, and the budget for the building the baseball field and the amenities associated with it, where he's got $1.5 million, so a $2.5 million gift is what he's looking to feels the community for the community's benefit. To create the field and gift it to the village. I know he had some restrictions, but he submitted a document with an agreement that had some things to work through. But again, he feels very strongly wants to do something for the community and mix of housing and the revenue generated off the site. The concepts that we have here, I think, gets him to the point where he's looking forward and we're all excited about moving the project forward.
And also, just when you're talking about the baseball fields, it's not question time, I guess, but here I am. The options came up when folks were talking about at staff level, if for some reason we took the baseball diamonds out at Fireman's Park, would there be room here for them? And that's why you put those options together.
That's correct. You're just trying to show that there's the willingness to work with the village to do that, to make community better and find a place for that, a better location for the swimming pools.
Yeah.
So,
And then Mike, at some point, are you going to talk about the condos by Door Creek? Josh will,
Yeah.
okay.
I'll cover those. So again, I'm Josh Lamp. I'm a real estate agent with First Weber. Worked for Dwight for almost 20 years. A lot of different condo projects over the years in Windsor and DeForest. So of course, him and I chat about real estate constantly and, as everybody knows, there's a huge need for affordable housing anywhere in Dane County and you can't find it. There was a nice project that went up in Madison, basically where the Royster Oaks fertilizer plant was. And I did 4 properties over there and I thought, God, something like this in DeForest would be nice. I did work on the Red Spire units that were in Conservancy. And there was things when I sold those years ago and they're finishing up the project now, which is nice to see. But the standalone condo idea is such a big thing in other states, but it's never taken off in Wisconsin, which is kind of weird because that's always a big thing when I'm out selling these properties. People said, well, I don't want to be connected to my neighbor. So it's kind of a neat thing. People want to have their yards taken care of and the different amenities that come with a condo, but yet they want to be able to lock their door and leave. And with the Red Spire units, everyone always said I didn't have a grass area if I had dogs or I didn't have a spot to grill. So that was one thing when Dwight and I discussed this project was to come up with a similar concept, but still have some green space for people. And because it's important. I mean, that's one big thing of homeownership. I think that people, especially with the COVID pandemic, people probably that have yards, and obviously it's really triggered the housing boom, with having that space. And with this plan that we came up with, I thought we kind of hit that, especially with the different concepts that Mike and Andy have come up with. So it's a neat project and it will be in a good price point. I mean, right now in Bear Tree, it's hard to buy a house there for under $500,000, which, a normal person can't buy that. And it's sad. I have 2 teachers right now that I'm trying to find houses for, and I can't find them a house, but I can build them this and hit their price point. But we also need to find a spot where they're going to let us do it, which that's one of the things which I'm glad you guys are actually even open to the idea in letting us discuss it. And I mean, as you can see right in front of you, we have a number of properties that will all be under $350,000. We used to always go to Viridian to say, hey, are you going to have a product for us? Well, they don't have a house anymore under $400,000, which is hard to believe. So this would definitely sum that up. And I'm sure there'll be things you guys will have ideas to change the looks and make it the way you guys think it is appropriate. But it's out there and Dwight's willing to help with it. I'm willing to help with it and bring it here. And I did live in this community for 20 years. I lived over in Conservancy for a number of years and I lived in Windsor for a number of years. So DeForest is kind of a special place to me. And that's one of the reasons why I want to do it here. My family has a ton of land in Sun Prairie. I could also do a project like this there, but we want to first start with it here. So, but the condos on the bottom right there, the Churchill condos, Dwight and I did a project in Windsor called Cortland Park. So it's right across from the Windsor Park. And same thing when we were trying to get that approved in the beginning. It was tough, Windsor battled us on it and said, Josh, how are you going to sell these? Is there going to be buyers for this product? And 22 of them, and they're all gone. I mean, we're finishing up the end of them now. And that was another product that we sold, in that 300 to 350 range. And all different people have bought them, which is the neat thing. That's the cool thing about these new developments. It's not necessarily DeForest people. It's bringing a lot of people to the community. I can think of, I think only 2 of the 22 actually were people from this area, which is neat. And I mean, I guess that was my question for you guys from the staff. I didn't get to really read the comments. So when Mike sent over the original floor plans and stuff, how did you guys take those?
I don't know that you've gotten the floor plans yet.
No, I don't think the whole staff has floor
They
plans.
haven't got all the floor plans and stuff. Okay. So that would be a next meeting.
This is just, getting general concept to everyone tonight. So
But from a,
I got a
just, yeah.
question.
Okay, go ahead.
You asked about floor plans, but I guess my general question, are you proposing these as like a PUD developed as single family lots, or are you thinking more of a condo with some maybe limited common elements so they have a yard?
Yeah, this would definitely be part of a condo association. So I mean, that's one thing that I think is important, because then, you know, everything's going to be taken care of and, you know, well kept. And obviously we have a good track record with our other condo projects. I mean, Parkside Village is a great one to look at. I mean, 22 years later and the place looks great.
Yeah, the other question that I think people have are the fourplexes, I think they are in the back.
For the fourplexes, I mean, a big thing, I mean, we have all these apartments going up, you know, all over the place, but there's not a lot of rental options for people that, you know, have dogs, want a garage. So, I mean, I think having the fourplex option is a nice feature. I mean, the ones that are in Conservancy have done really well, and some are owned and some are rented. And I think this would be a very similar idea, where they could be eventually changed into condos if they wanted to, you know, they're going to be set up that way because they're part of the condo part. And I just think, you know, it's hard to find, you know, especially someone that doesn't necessarily want to buy, but doesn't want to live in a garden style building. You know, it's very hard to find, you know, a nice townhouse right now to rent.
So everything would be in the same condo in that?
Well, they'd be two separate associations, but I think we'd want to keep them, you know, I'm sure we'd probably share lawn mowing people, of course, the plowing. I mean, that would be my.
Sorry for the interference. It's the Zoom lines.
But I think that's the neat thing about this concept. We have a bunch of different ideas and really good price points, and it's going to help a lot of different age brackets as well.
So working through it with us and working with staff and P and Z to look at the different variations.
Certainly.
The building that it is behind the black screen, the building that is the larger affordable housing, that's a different developer, right?
Correct. Yep, that one's not me.
So Michelle, do you want to just briefly tell us what that is? Thank you.
Sure, you're talking about MWF. Are you talking about? Oh, sure. So these are for that kind of backward shaped C building that we've been talking to is a company out of Minnesota called MWF Properties, and they've done affordable housing units in the past, and they are very excited about moving forward at this location. So right now where we are and talking with them is giving them a timeline. I know they want to apply for some tax credits at the end of the year as they do with these sort of projects. So Mark and I are working on a timeline for them to get them to where they might get approvals by then to be able to proceed. So we're in discussions with them.
Thank you. And then the land on the end by Timothy Court is up in the air. And Mike, maybe you're the one to address that.
At this point, the concept that's on the screen is what we'd be proposing. It wouldn't be it would not be using that lot, the southwest lot off of Timothy Court. It would be trying to fit the uses into the space that we have. So if the village has a desire to try to relocate the diamonds that are down here, then start looking at maybe that space is needed, maybe it isn't. So I mean, we're flexible with that.
And at the moment, it's slated for commercial.
Correct. And so is the, I don't know if you circle the parcel just north of the duplex condo project. So the stuff around Timothy Court is commercial, and the triangular shape just north of the duplex would also be commercial development. Probably a small 5,000 square foot office of some type.
Okay. Thank you. Questions? Rebecca.
First, I want to say I'm excited about this. I think this is a really nice project and has a lot of good potential for the village. Excuse me. Could you what kind of square footage are we looking at some of these units? Approximately. I know it's probably not exact at this point, but.
Josh is going to talk loud.
Oh, okay.
The houses themselves will range, like the smallest ones would be like in the 1,300 square foot range. So it could be a 2 or 3 bedroom. And then of course 2 bath and then a finished basement to add 600-700 square feet. The duplexes are all in that 17 to 2,500 range. They're pretty spacious.
And just again, the price range that you're kind of anticipating.
You know, if lumber would come down in price, we'd be way better off, but it's starting to come down in price. But we'd like to be in those low 300s, to that 350 range, depending on what people pick. I mean, and that's the nice thing too, like, we're going to have a lot of different options for people. I've been doing this a long time and I like to think I have a system down for it, and I do. And people want options to pick things, and that would be definitely the route that we would go. I mean, and the floor plans are, I mean, I really played around with a lot of floor plans that I've liked over the years. And the plan where we have the more units of, I really think I hit the nail on the head on that one, because it has 2 large bedrooms and then you have that optional 3rd bedroom downstairs. So especially for that senior buyer, or if it's someone where they have a high school age kid or a college kid, then they have that spot downstairs. I think it'll be a nice plan, and I feel like I got the kinks out of it with other places that I've done. So
And then just one last question, right along on that far left side, right before the senior living facility.
Yep.
Is there going to be some separation, like fencing, privacy fencing along that? It seems like that might be a good idea, right? I don't know. I'm just thinking out off the top of my head.
Yeah, I think working with staff through the landscaping plan and the site plan approval process, we certainly can entertain all that and probably get some visuals to see what you actually see from.
Might look
Yeah.
actually. Look like.
Is some berming going to be adequate, or is it landscaping? So.
Yeah, I really like this concept plan. Thank you.
Other questions? Abby?
Just one little question, because you answered some of the other ones that I had. Just wondering, in that little pocket neighborhood next to the senior living facility, the Legacy, are there any like trails or sidewalks to help with walking around there?
that would also be something with discussion with you guys. I mean, Mike has done a couple of different drawings on it, and one of them, we did have a nice path that went through.
Abby, I'm not sure which property you're talking about, west or south, I guess, on the south side of the 100-unit building.
Yes, between that and the Legacy. I just
Oh,
want,
no, the Legacy. Okay, that's the existing facility. Okay.
yeah.
Now, the path does run, right in front of the church, throughout the whole neighborhood, basically.
We would just have some sidewalk connections on the north side of the road is what we're showing now down to Peterson Crossing. So no connection between Legacy and the single family, mainly because there's some drainage issues that we're going to have. We're going to have to run the water down along that property line.
Yeah, I guess I was just wondering, because it kind of has a feel just from the image there, like of a pocket neighborhood. And I just know with walkability that it helps with having some kind of path or trail through there.
And we do have a trail that connects in right through the center here. It's a little hard to see. So it does help with that. I think I understand what you're saying. It's more of that gated feel, kind of separate from the rest of the community. But we do include sidewalks on a portion of the roads here, and one that cuts through the neighborhood, or this section right here.
And then along the road on the.
Yeah,
south.
and there would be the one right. This one's flanking the roads here.
Great, thank you. I just noticed in some of our older neighborhoods, you know, because it was a different time, we didn't have those things put in and it's makes it harder and sometimes a safety issue for people to get around and roads aren't maintained quite in the same way as sidewalks and trails. So appreciate that.
Thank you. Anybody else have questions? Jim?
So I guess I'm a little bit confused with the different options you're presenting. I guess what I'm hearing is like this is your preferred option that you'd like to run with. And what I'm concerned about is on your other options, you know, there's a pretty good drainage way on, say, south of that baseball diamond. And I'm concerned, say, when you're starting the show, the second and third diamond, that it looks like that drainage way is being ignored.
Yeah, the intent is to extend the 48-inch pipe that's there would be buried and extended beyond the fields and then outlet again. And the parking lot's set up to drain as the 100-year overflow and would continue between the fields. We've looked at the grading. It was a concern based on, you know, the 40-foot easement that's there. We got to deal with it. So yeah, the flow would still continue through there, but most of it in the conduit.
Thank you. I think that answers two of my questions. And then I'm curious, and maybe, I don't know if you can answer if it's going to go to Michelle. You talked about affordable housing, that the white building showing on there, and I guess I'm wondering what the definition of affordable housing.
Well, that's a good question. I thought about that after I said it. They are really contemplating, they do lots of tax credit based housing in different states. And so they are either looking at doing 55 plus restricted or kind of workforce housing. And so with their definitions of that, I would have to look back at my notes. I'm not exactly sure, but they're looking at different types that might go through. So they would go through a process with everyone to kind of say, okay, what do you want here? They're willing to say, what would you like to see of some more low cost housing? So it would be apartment units. It'd be about 100 apartment units, if that helps.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm hearing is that you don't necessarily know the price point.
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I don't
Okay.
have that on the tip of my tongue right now, but I can certainly get that for you.
Okay. And more of a comment, but I guess it's a question too. I personally like the mix with having some 4 units in there with the single family. I'm curious about the layout, and you don't necessarily have to answer it, but I'm just wondering if I'm assuming it's still conceptual and you might look at moving them differently. And one thing that runs through my head is maybe bookending, say, the north and south with 4 units and having more single family all throughout the center, but.
Yeah, one of the challenges that we have on the west side of the site along 51 is the noise requirement. So we were facing garages that direction. So if we were able to accomplish that with some type of garage placement or living to the other side of the unit, I guess we're open to anybody's suggestions on how to take this kind of unit mix and get a better layout. So
Okay, well, makes sense why then. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, well, it's good. It's first time they've seen it and people will need to digest it and we'll have some more discussion, but I thank you for bringing it forward and bringing the option out. Also the idea, and I think we haven't emphasized it, there could be problems and we need to discuss details, but I think if we were going to take baseball fields out of Fireman's Park, here's an option to put some together, and it's an interesting concept. So thank you. And sorry we kept you guys so late tonight. Did they lose?
Giannis play. He's back.
Got 8.1. We want to take that now before they leave? Or is it really-
Mike, Do you guys want to stay for the staff discussion? You certainly are. All right, so. Do you want to move it up?
Madam President,
Sure.
I propose that we move 8.1 up for the purposes of discussion and allowing these gentlemen to get home before us.
That,
We have a motion and a second to move 8.1 up to the next item so that the discussion right away next to the presentation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, well, with that, I would turn to Mark to lead us off.
Thank you. We put together as a staff sort of a intro to this project and laid out some of the issues we felt were associated with it. It is just a concept, and we're excited to work with the developer on the concept and refining it. So a lot of your, more specific comments on buffering and things like that were helpful, and we can work those into our thoughts. The single family, multifamily area, the reason you got this late is it was evolving as late as Friday. So it's still very much, in flux, and we can certainly work with them on that kind of thing. I'm glad you all sort of like the concept for housing in this area of different densities and mix, because it is the village's plan for this area to have that, including some single family options and some multiple family options in this area. So, and we do have some development proposals that are emanating from it. Right now, Michelle mentioned one where we're trying to get a timeline on. We've got a P&Z will likely see a site plan for the 18-unit condos near the church as soon as your next meeting, or not the next meeting, the next meeting after the next meeting, late July. So this is moving forward. The big, policy question that we hope to get some guidance from is the park proposal, and specifically the concept for, a professional grade baseball field or baseball stadium in there. It is, I think if the developer were here, he would have given an impassioned, sense of reason as to why he wants that field here and how important it is to him. It is not something that is currently contemplated as a need in village plans. So, as a policy-making body, you have the ability to influence those plans, in certain cases override them if you do see a need for a particular facility, especially one that may be gifted to you. And so, one of the big things that I think we would be seeking direction from you all is this something you want us to entertain? And the second part of that equation, as was alluded to earlier, is there's a disagreement as to whether this development owes parkland or owes fees in lieu of parkland. And it's not like $10,000. It's, up $500,000 we're talking about in terms of scale. And I believe that the landowner is proposing or suggesting that this, donation of this park would sidestep that question and enable the parkland fee to go away. So, those are, I think, some of the bigger picture questions that are associated with this proposal that, will enable it to either go forward as proposed with the different residential components, or maybe not as quickly if the park fee in lieu of parkland or parkland impact fee issue isn't resolved. So the memo that we put together, and again, apologize for it being late and not in your original packet. We talk about some of the ins and outs of the park proposal, how it might relate to Fireman's Park. So there was sort of a method to the madness in talking about Fireman's Park. And you guys start to scratch the surface of a proposed agreement that the developer has shared with us, but we haven't yet shared with you. So, it's a starting point or a work in progress, and some of the things that, we think you should think about when giving us direction on whether this proposed baseball field oriented park is something that, you know, the village may want.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, and others in this room contributed to this memo. It was from all of us. So I would encourage you all to add to it, especially as it relates to things that you're more expert in than I.
So it certainly is something that we talked about, Reese and I did with regard to our parks, right? And if we put a pool there, we're down 2 ball fields. Reese currently programs on these 2 fields with more youth targeted events, right? So we don't necessarily need a full adult size baseball field. If we're not doing a pool there, we've got 2 perfectly good ball fields that we can use, and we don't really need one down here at this section in the village. So we're kind of in a limbo, you know, we chicken or egg, which one comes first, how they go. So that's kind of where we're at from it is we defer to you guys how you want it. It's not contemplated in the Parks and Open Space Plan at this point. But as Mark alluded to, it certainly can be something that's decided by the board to say, hey, no, we actually want this as a priority and to move forward with it. And I know they've been amenable to some of the suggestions we had about the park. If we're going to have a ball field there, as far as how do we maintain it? Where do we store our equipment that we need to maintain a ball field of that caliber? What's it even constituted of? Is it artificial or is it skinned or is it a combination? So those things I think have been given back to us that they're open to having that dialogue to meet our needs should we want that. So.
I think Judd really covered it. I don't have anything to add.
Thanks. All right. Questions? Rebecca and then Tashidra.
Related to the ballparks, so my understanding is they're not necessarily going to be that full size or like regular adult type. Is that correct?
My understanding was the original proposal is a 400-foot fence, so it would be a full-size.
So that would be if it's just the one. But if we had the 2 or the whatever, those would be slightly smaller and not necessarily, or am I misunderstanding?
My understanding is with 2 of them, with the second proposal that one field is still a full length 400 footer. The other one is a smaller field.
Okay.
And his third proposal with the 3 diamonds, those are all significantly smaller softball.
So the larger one could still be used for like the adult softball and whatever. And the smaller one would still be able to, that would be more geared for the younger kids.
The larger one, the Brewers could play on. I mean, it's intended as a like.
Does that mean we're gonna
professional
bring
style
'em?
Baseball field. Yeah,
Real.
right.
A real baseball
It's-
diamond.
It's
yeah.
intended for baseball, not softball. It's got, you know, field or fence lengths that are comparable to a major.
Probably a built-in mound. It probably would have like a built-in mound, whereas our athletic complex, we have portable mounds that we can move in and out depending upon the age range that's playing there and whether they need a mound to pitch from or they can pitch from flat surface.
Thank you. Tashidra.
Yes, I actually have 2 questions, but I might combine them into one just for user ability. And this concept is there's a lot of words here. And so I just had a question for the staff since this document was put together by the majority of you. I heard you say that there really isn't a real need for more baseball fields currently. And with that being said, what would be the implications for not entertaining this? You know, I just want to make sure I heard the presentation correctly and I'm reading the document correctly.
I mean, I can say from like what we discussed earlier. So if we look to go forward with the pool at Fireman's Park and we then no longer have those 2 diamonds, we certainly could use the proposed additional diamonds. If we are to not go forward with the pool, then there's not a need from a programming standpoint for those diamonds.
I would add, if you said, hey, we want these ball diamonds down there, Ziggy Field, if you will, for shortness of it, we may be able to contemplate something different in Fireman's Park for those areas, right? And who knows what that may or may not be if it's not a pool, right? So if the pool goes to referendum, you guys push it that far along and it goes to the community and they ultimately say, no, we're not going to know that by the time they're ready to go with this. So you'll have to make that determination and then we'll have to determine down the road, there's then a phase 4 to Fireman's. What are we doing there?
One of the things that, well, Bill, and then I'll make a comment. Were you done with your question? I'm sorry. You had two.
Yes, I'm done.
Okay. Bill, go ahead.
Well, that'd be a home talent field. So that'd be what, 2 nights a week? No, I'm not sure about home talent, but they need a big field.
Yeah, I think they only play one night a week and just during the summer.
Yeah, so, but you could
They
use it.
play on the high school field. I think they used Harold Olson's field for lack of.
Oh, okay.
That's where they play their games today. Maybe they'd pivot and come out by us, but
It's big enough for tournament play if it was the quality that they're talking about, right?
No, yeah, like I said, you're not gonna know about the pool for another year and a half. So these guys wanna turn dirt this fall, right?
the thing with the tournament play though is, so our athletic complex is perfectly designed to see that age group under age 15-ish, right? When they need a bigger field, but that pool of people that play in that shrinks again, right? Like through age 14, there's a lot of baseball teams. As you start to get down, you get kids who are less interested. They're not as athletically gifted in baseball or something else. So they start to peel off or they get dedicated only to basketball. So I don't know that a tournament, how many there are for adult style baseball.
That's why I wondered, even if you cut one field off over here, put in pickleball courts or whatever they call it, still have one field. There's a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot to think about.
And I think if there was a tournament that would need it be or wanted in this area for those age groups, the next closest diamond of that size would be at Madison College.
Okay. It is a big field. It's it's Brewer Stadium size.
Bill, in response to a point you were making, I think it was a good one, is that they do want to turn dirt fairly quickly. As I mentioned earlier, they have a site plan submittal, a zoning approval submittal for the 18-unit condos. And so, the current staff position is that this development owes park land impact fees and park improvement fees, which are collectible at time of building permit. So they can maybe get the zoning approval and then they would come to, I'm just creating a dramatic scene. They'd come to get a building permit for the first 2-unit building. And the zoning administrator would say, you owe us a parkland impact fee and a park improvement impact fee. And then say, no, we don't. And so that is the stage that we're, I think, approaching, fairly quickly.
I know Dwight loves baseball. So I don't know if it's a viable thing, like you said, you get up in the age group and by the time you get, into your 40s, the guys have braces on their legs and or even 30s,
Jim had a question.
Thank you. So one of the questions I have is, we haven't had a whole lot of time to see what after COVID happens to those 4 fields. But what I've been hearing is that they've been getting a lot of use. And I'm remembering a time when my daughters played soccer and we've had tournaments out there in the Windsor complex and they spill over into other fields because they get too many teams. And that's why, to me, I'd be for this because I see that maybe the 4 is gonna be too small for some tournaments, and having a short drive to more fields might help. But along with that, it comes a question, if the field is built for 400, and I just looked it up, the Mallards field is 380. I'm hoping there's be a way like you could limit it back to the 350 or whatever would maybe match what's out there.
We certainly had good success with the porta fence that we have out at the athletic complex. So we certainly could look to employ that as well as to shorten that field for uses else by younger age teams. You'd also have to be able to move the bases. So you can make the base paths adjustable. But then you get into a pitching mound. It come down to design, but anything's feasible with, the right amount of dollars to it.
And then this is more of a comment, but I've got some history in the memory is not completely clear. But I remember working with the Aker family, and at the time they were doing a rather large community park. And my memory of that is that we were waiving park impact fees for that. For sure it was a park dedication fees. But I just remember a lot of these things happening all at once. And to me, it was a time when the village was very active, where we had the Country View coming, and at the same time, Elaine Erickson was coming, and she proposed her Menzo Gardens. And I remember that being a great selling point for the village, and we moved forward with her development because a lot of what she proposed with the Menzo Gardens. I'm a little bit concerned because that hasn't moved forward. And I think this is a great thing with Dwight. Yeah, I hesitate because we are getting close, but if this moves forward, I think there'd be nice to make sure that there's something in place that doesn't happen the way that Menzo Gardens, where it has now been sitting sort of dormant for whatever, 10 years. But I personally like that idea just because it seems like we're into baseball diamonds with the fourplex. So I don't think having a couple more would help. I think it would help because it'd bring in even more tournaments.
And we'd have to kind of interact. The concept of the number of fields has evolved over the last month too. I think we know that the landowner would like to donate space for one baseball field and contribute to the improvement of that baseball field. We believe, at least at the present time, that anything above that would be on the village's dime. So that would have to be sorted out.
Abby?
Yeah, I was, if I understand right from the memo, if we go along with that plan for the larger baseball field, isn't that committing us to maintaining the world-class, I can't find the quote, first-class manner, maintaining a first-class manner, and then $200,000 toward the construction of a concession stand and restrooms? Is that correct?
Al's the one that studied the agreement.
That's the current proposal.
I don't know. I'd be interested in, I'm not sure how firm this developer is with that plan, but I would probably be more interested in other options. Like I guess I'm fine, like if we go forward and the athletic complex is so popular and used so much that we're seeing a need for additional field, like, yeah, but like, it's still so early right now. I don't really feel comfortable just going forward with this, I guess, big of an amenity, and I don't necessarily see the need, especially with having to put forward extra village money towards it. So I don't know.
The village money would be put forth, if I understand, if we did multiple fields, correct? So I think the question is it one field or would we want more if there is capacity? And one other thing I think I've heard, and I'm asking Mike, we can also do other things right at the field. Dwight has talked about play equipment and potential for soccer.
Yeah, yes, there's a play equipment definitely would be part of the proposal or is part of the budgeting that he has. And I also want to, jump in as a board member of the Sun Prairie Little League. We'd have no problem taking on the maintenance and taking care of the field with an agreement like we have with the city of Sun Prairie for their fields. And I don't know whether DeForest has the same type of ability to, budget to do that, but we're doing that with the school district on all their fields and the city with all their fields. We take them from April to October so that we're able to use them to fulfill the 700 kids that we have playing. So, I don't know. It gets back to the parkland dedication question again.
Yeah.
Yes or no on that one. And then if you're worried about maintenance and cost, I can tell you that our nonprofit is more than happy to strike a deal with whether it's you as the owner or as a private entity. It's gifted to a nonprofit or to the school district. I don't know if they're losing a field at the high school with the project that's going on right now. Everything's tore up. So I was looking for a concept plan to see whether that they've got an extra field or if they got to replace the one that they have. So I disagree. I do think there's a need for the extra field of the larger size for the age group of 15 to 18 and or home talent. And home talent gets restricted from playing on the high school field until high school is done playing, and we have the same problem in Sun Prairie. So we have Sacred Hearts Field we mow and maintain in order to have that. But our board would have no problem taking control of the scheduling on that field and using it on a nightly basis. So, and that's just from Sun Prairie's standpoint. But I'm hoping DeForest has the same need. Maybe they don't, but eventually they will. I think they keep growing.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess my question is, we're not making a decision tonight on doing it or not doing it. Our decision is, do we want to pursue it as a concept and get the answers to these questions? So I'm looking for thumbs. We got just for the whole, yeah. Okay, good. So I think that's what. We're not stuck on anything. Jim has to make this decision. Yeah. Time. Oh. We're getting late. So
I would just ask to I would make a motion to suspend the rules and add a half hour meeting.
Second.
Yeah, so 11:30, be my understanding.
we have a motion.
What's that? That was Jim. Second by Tashina.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is that what I heard? My ears are tired. I'm not hearing. All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, we got a half hour, so we'll have to book it. Thank you, guys. We look forward to continuing conversations.
I'll make another motion to suspend the rules and move to 10.1.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Opposed, I'm sorry. All right. So we have a resolution to thank Abe Dignan for his 13 years. Yeah, I don't have a copy.
You just got to touch them. Here.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, this is a resolution 2021-068 to thank Abe Dignan for his 13 years of continuous service to the citizens of the village of DeForest. Whereas the village board recognizes 13 years of continuing service, hard work, commitment, and exemplary service Abe Dignan has offered to the village of DeForest as a citizen serving on committees, including the Board of Review, the Board of Zoning Appeals, among others. And whereas the village trustees and staff recognize and appreciate Mr. Dignan's dedication, diligence, and dependability. And whereas while serving with distinction, Mr. Dignan brought knowledge and a perspective based in professional experience related to the residential properties, development, and construction, understood the experience of applicants and appellants, and was able to help guide the village of DeForest in uniformly enforcing zoning and to ensure that property evaluations were both fair and accurate across the community. And whereas the village of DeForest board wishes to express its sincere appreciation to Mr. Dignan for his dedication and for the service he provided to the residents of the community, now therefore be it resolved, the village of DeForest Board of Trustees on its own behalf and in behalf of the staff and residents of the village of DeForest, thanks Abe Dignan for his exemplary service to the village and presents this plaque in commemoration.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any discussion? Colleen?
I guess I would prefer that we had, there are guidelines in place as to what kind of criteria we're going to use for these commendations or whatever you want to call them. And I'm unfortunately at this point cannot support this due to some recent remarks, and so I would not be voting yes.
I firmly believe that work done should be recognized. However, with that being said, I think this resolution or this type of resolution sets up a slippery slope. And possibly the position that we are creating, there's a lot of community members that serve and serve tirelessly. And I know that when you're on the village board, you get a recognition for serving on the village board because that's an increased level of servitude, right? It's almost 11 o'clock at night. But there are many committee members that serve on various committees. And I would like for those individual committees to recognize those individuals. I think when the board, picks different people to recognize for sitting on committees, I think we just set ourselves up for bias or favoritism or someone being slighted. And what about people who have served already who didn't get recognized? Do we go back and recognize all those individuals for their years of service? And so I do thank everyone who steps up to volunteer for their community. And I wish more people would. However, at this time, I can't support resolutions naming any individuals, and I don't have any problems with anyone in my community, but I just want to make sure that we maintain fair and equitable standards that don't put a negative light on someone serving or not serving.
Thank you. Jim?
So I think it is unfortunate that we don't have something in place, and I can agree that it might be more appropriate for a committee to recognize the people that is serving on them. In this particular case, Abe has served on multiple committees, and I think it is appropriate for the village board to lift that up rather than go through the process of multiple committees. And I, for one, served on the planning and zoning with Abe, which is my understanding about 6 years. And I think he did an exemplary job at that time. And even back in those days and occasionally now, Abe and I have a difference of opinions, and I feel he's always had the interest in heart, and I think he's exemplary citizen, and like I said, is always very much wanted the best for DeForest, and for that reason, even though we may have a difference of opinion on certain things that are in front of the board right now, I am very much in support of this resolution, lifting up Waves service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Abby?
I guess there's a lot of things on our agenda tonight, and a lot, I know I personally had a lot of thoughts and feelings about different things that were coming up tonight, and I'm sure you all did too. This is one of the agenda items that I don't feel comfortable voting yes, I don't feel comfortable voting no. And I don't know, that might mean I abstain. I'm not sure. I have to think about that in the next minute or two till we vote. But I guess I had a question for the two trustees that were sponsoring this, because I think some of us kind of indicated our discomfort with, this resolution, or I guess resolutions in general that recognize someone that's not necessarily that for their village board service, which has been pretty standard. And I know I have in the past asked about recognizing someone and was told no, that it wasn't appropriate. And I kind of just left it. I disagreed, but I respected that. So I guess I wonder if the two trustees that co-sponsor it could share, why they think this is why this is being put forward when there's already been indicated some discomfort with that.
Well, I put it forward as I saw someone who had served our community for 19 years. 7 of that was on the village board, 13 of it was post-village board. It was continuous service, something that not a lot of people do. He did an exceptional job while he served the community. And my personal opinion was he needed to be recognized for that. Not everybody serves that long. And when the two of us co-sponsored this, there was not an issue about whether or not to make this resolution or propose it. It only became an issue after we made the proposal. First, it was ignored, then it wasn't. Then I brought it up at the last meeting, and other things happened in the interim after that. It forced the issue for it to come to the board. And the fact that it took as much as it did just to get it before this board, even to be considered, was in my mind unconscionable. And it showed significant bias on certain people's parts. And that's wrong. When somebody serves our community like this, I don't care how much you may disagree with them, how much you might not like something that they may have said recently, they serve this community and they need to be recognized. And I'm very passionate about this because
I'll just ditto what Jim said. I served with Abe 2003 to 2005 on the board. And there was a lot of issues back then too. Number one was the Conservancy place. And I didn't really agree with him on some stuff, but this is how legislation gets passed, whether it's at the village board or the state assembly. Somebody has to co-sponsor legislation. Sometimes it doesn't go through, whatever. I re-proposed it. I'll stand behind it.
Oh, Jim, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna add a little bit more about the time when Abe was serving or has been serving. I mean, we've had a couple long meetings tonight or lately, but going back in that time, I would say this was normal. I mean, that was commonplace for planning and zoning. We were meeting twice a month. And it was not an easy time. You talk about controversial, there was a lot going on with Windsor and DeForest that we had meetings all the time during the day. There was a lot happening and Abe was part of that. Abe was part of that, got us through to a situation where we can actually even talk to Windsor. And I know that was maybe during his time on the board and recognized at that time, but he's continued to be a presence in DeForest. So just his knowledge of that time, I think, has helped, and he has continued to be present not only in those committees, but being active, talking to people and sharing his knowledge with board members. So I think he's been a huge asset for our village.
I do note that the Board of Zoning Appeals meets once a year, right? Or Board of Review, I'm sorry, once a year, and Board of Zoning Appeals hasn't met frequently. I mean, their schedule is light. So there are a lot of people that have sat for a long time on boards and haven't gotten noted and put in lots and lots of meetings. And so I think part of what was being said by Colleen and by the proposal that we started to talk about last meeting, 2 meetings ago, they're running together, laid out some criteria for how we look at those things and how we recognize people. And I think the suggestion was we should have that criteria in place is what I think Colleen was offering before we make a decision. So.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my brain's not working real well right now. I want to thank Tashida for being far more eloquent than I was. That's part of my deal too, is we suddenly decide somebody versus, well, who haven't we commended? And there was probably a commendation from the village board at some point, I would assume.
Right.
Yeah, just some criteria.
Yes.
I'd just like to add and be completely clear and transparent. I only heard about this at a meeting. I didn't know about it prior to. I have no ill will towards anyone in our committee or community, especially Abe. Like you stated before, you know everyone, and I know you personally. And so my comments are not directed towards you or anyone else. My comments, like I said earlier, are really geared towards the village and building a sense of holistic decision-making. And I would fully entertain, and I think it's a prudent thing to do with this discussion coming up. My heart is sad that, Abby, you don't know whether to go yes or no. And I can hear, some of the history in your voice of what you've brought forth and how it didn't go forward. And so I think we should definitely, and this is a very good reason, and this is how decisions are made, is when topics come up and there's disagreement and we find a gap in the system or a gap in the processes. And I think we definitely need to figure out, how do we recognize people in our community who step up and serve, whether it's one night a week, once a month, or once in a year. I think we really need to put that forth across the board. And I can tell you, if I was in the community and I served, and all my life would allow me to do is serve 1 year, but I give 100% and I do my due diligence, I don't think that should be discounted because someone is able to serve multiple years in a row, because everybody's life and everybody's journey is different. And we need to honor the fact that someone stepped up to serve, whether it was one time for 30 minutes or multiple hours for 13 years. We can't put a price tag or recognition on somebody's heart to give back to their community. And I think without having things in place, that's basically what we're doing, is we're deciding who's worthy of recognition and who isn't. But having those fail safes and standards that say, hey, this is how we want to honor people going forward, I think that would help in the community's perception. I mean, tonight, the majority of our meeting was about perception and how we're perceived. And I think this is an opportunity to address that. You know, we don't play favoritisms, or we don't put hierarchies on people's ability to serve in their community. We have a lot of community members that their life just doesn't allow them, or they step down from the board because of illness, or they step down because, you know, their family needs them. You know, and so that's just my stance. It has nothing to do with the person. It has to do with holistically, what are we doing to honor our community members consistently, ethically, and morally across the board. And that's the only reason I can't vote for this, is because my conscience is saying, what about the people who have served and haven't? What have we done for them?
Jim?
I would just say that that is a good goal to be consistent, but I also feel that in this case, and like you said, not play favoritism, but I feel in this case, I will vote positive because I feel that Abe has gone over that level of what I think would be the standard of where you'd agree that's consistent. And I hope we move forward to get to that policy so we know what consistent is. But again, I feel that Abe has already achieved that, at least in my opinion.
We call for the vote. All those in favor of resolution?
I'd like to call a roll call.
Okay, we can do that. Lou, do you want to call roll?
Certainly. Trustee Lowry,
Abstain?
trustee Little,
No.
trustee Simpson,
Yes.
trustee Witherspoon,
Yes.
trustee Allen,
No.
trustee Landgraf, President Cahill Wolfgram.
No.
It's 3-3.
A tie vote fails.
Okay. We have closed session yet, and we have several other items on the agenda. And I would take guidance from Al and the rest of the board. Is it prudent for us to move to closed session so we know we get that done?
I think the TIF amendment is as high a priority, considering we have a joint review board meeting coming up.
I just really didn't hear you. I'm sorry. 8 point,
I didn't say a number. We had 8.2, which is really Michelle, not me, but then the resolution. 10.3.
okay. All right. And a real quick one, 14.1, I'd like to get done. So let's then do 8.2, right?
Sure. We didn't do 7.2, but that won't take long.
We don't have to do that, is what you said.
It's an update. It's in your packet.
Okay, why don't you do your 1 minute while I figure out? Because that's next.
7.2.
Yep.
Presentation of the 2021 borrowing results. So we had the closings on Thursday. We'll get our money on Thursday, but the board had set parameters in the past, and we met all 4 of those parameters. Interest rate at sub 1%, which is pretty impressive. The notes themselves will show like 3%, but it's because we're getting cash that buys down that interest rate. It's just a game they play in the market to try to sell notes. It's kind of silly, but that's what they do. Makes it complicated, but favorable all the way around.
Good. And we got them in on time. Right. All right, so the next item is 8.2, and that's one we want to do, right?
Yes, and I'll be very quick. I just wanted to let you know there was a memo in your packet as well as the full amendment to the project plan. And there's a resolution further down the agenda. Just to bit of time to highlight what's in it. We talked about tax increment financing quite a bit tonight. We discussed some of the challenges in the area of TID 5 in attracting commercial development, primarily the lack of interstate access. So the original project plan and its prior amendments to TID 5, most recently in 2018, remain the same in this fourth amendment to encourage new uses, and this is quoting, to encourage new uses that would serve research, technology, employment, commercial, and recreational needs in DeForest. So the goal with this amendment also remains to assure that all the project costs are reimbursed through new tax revenues created. If projects do not materialize, the village will reduce or delay investment accordingly. There's an infrastructure component as well to the TID amendment. So just in summary, consistent with the intent of the original project plan and the amendments, the amendment anticipates total expenditures of 15.4 million. Conservative estimates of development values anticipate the creation of 99.6 million in new property values. So two things. Finally, the amendment does not on its own enable any specific projects to be approved. So any specific projects that would be proposed or conceptual would require authorization by the village board by a development agreement. And then secondly, at its June 22nd meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously to recommend it to the board. And if you should approve tonight the authorizing resolution, it would then need to be approved by the Joint Review Board, which is meeting on July 22nd, I believe, and they are represented by the member of each of the taxing jurisdictions. So just a summary there. Do you want to go? Do you want to add some more, Steve?
Just that planning and zoning approved it 7-0, I think.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
What did she?
Yeah, just 4.2 project costs incentives.
Yes.
Or it shows us giving $7.75 million out.
That is allowable by the project plan amendment.
Right, but it just, you have an idea?
Oh, yeah.
You
Oh,
know,
I'm
it says
sorry.
Several people have shown interest
Yeah,
and
yeah.
we're sworn to secrecy on the board. You guys aren't, you don't have to take an oath.
Oh,
You know, we're sworn to secrecy. So if you don't want to let us know what's going on,
okay.
you know, yeah, I would feel much better.
Yeah, well, what I can let you know going on is it's consistent with that vision that we showed earlier. So specific people that we've talked to probably are still in negotiations, so I can't name them, but they're all things that are represented in there, an indoor athletic complex, brew pub, things like that. And that's really just going to enable us to be able to offer that. It's not a done deal or saying, yeah.
Right. But it just, you know,
Yeah.
it says there's several people, you know,
Yes.
and I just feel more comfortable if I knew the direction. You know, you don't have to say it's the Hyatt. You could say
Yeah.
a hotel or.
Yeah, exactly.
Stable or.
And it's exactly what was in the that staff vision or the vision of the TID 5 that we've discussed before earlier tonight. So it would be a hotel, indoor athletic complex, brew pub, things like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, we're back.
Something I would like to see happen, if at all possible, because as he just mentioned, especially in the closed sessions, we are sworn to confidentiality. We're legally bound by that. I would like whoever these developers are to have that knowledge that we are bound by that, so that if at all possible, maybe an executive summary at periodic times, just to keep us informed. So we don't come up on a situation like we're in right now, where some of us were new, we had not been looped in. And some had been on the board for a year, they still didn't know. And I think it would make the process go a lot smoother if we as a board were periodically updated. Even if a negotiation ends up falling through, I think those types of updates are very helpful to the process. I understand that. What I'm saying is, yes, I do want to know the type of business and when at all possible, who the developer might be at a specific point in time, not the last, not the day I'm supposed to vote on something.
Understood. And I think the process that we followed before, where if we're entering into negotiations with someone, which this one had a long period of time in between it, so it's uncomfortable. I understand that. There was, that we had, let you know in closed session, we're going into negotiations. What do you think? Thumbs up, thumbs down, that sort of thing, and then move forward. I understand what you're saying, and I think that makes sense. Yes.
Second. Aye.
No.
You're just moving the item, correct? Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Is that?
Just a reminder, if people can talk into their microphones so the folks online can hear.
I even have it off, sorry. My understanding is that it was just a $20 million improvement, so we backed away from it. So to me, it was just not cost feasible, but still possible.
I don't even know if Fed DOT was allowing it.
I
It was
thought
down to this or the hospital new clinic down there, and we weren't going to get it.
they said they wouldn't give us permission anyway. So not only that was expensive, but they wouldn't.
Plus Windsor tried to move it down to River or Windsor Road.
That's not my understanding, but if that's what you heard.
I
We
can
can
share.
try to change some
information on that
language, but-
approval. It was denied. Okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Is there any other comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign.
No.
Motion carries. All right. We have 5 minutes. We can't do closed in 5 minutes. We could. I just didn't hear you. We could do that. We have a couple of. We have, right, so let's start with 9-2. 6 minutes. Can we do it in 6 minutes?
I second.
Motion and a second to approve. Any discussion?
We point of clarification.
Oh, we do need to do 9-1. All right, we need a motion to suspend to do 9-2, Bill.
Motion to move to 9-2.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to move to 9-2. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, now we had a motion to approve 9.2. Do we need a new motion? Yep,
Make a motion to approve 9.2 ordinance 2021-013.
thank you.
Second.
We have a second by Abby. Motion and a sec.
That wasn't Abby.
Rebecca.
Oh, I heard it wrong. I'm sorry. You two were speaking softly. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion to move to 10.4.
I'll
right.
second.
We have a motion and a second to move to 10.4. Resolutions 2021-075.
Got to vote.
Oh, I gotta vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, opposed. Nobody's opposed. We did it. All right, 10.4. Resolution 2021-075.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2021.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right. No communications. Do we want to go back to 9.1?
14.
Yeah, 14.1. Can I have a motion to move to 14.1?
I would make a motion that we move to 14.1.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So we have two appointments for the Ethics Committee. One is Earl Gus Nitt, who is a former superintendent of schools in Partyville for many years. And the other is Ken Clark, who is a member of the village board for a long time and is the owner of Total Water. Gus has resigned from Board of Review and has experience not only with boards and committees, but with the school board's ethics committee in Partyville. So I think they're both excellent candidates and I recommend them. So I would ask for a motion to approve
Motion to approve.
both appointments, Jim.
Yes, please.
Second.
We have a motion by Jim, a second by Abby. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries.
Make a motion to adjourn.
All right,
Second.
we have a motion to adjourn, but before we adjourn, we haven't finished our business, so we either,
That's an undiscussable motion. Right? I don't believe you can discuss the motion to adjourn, right?
That's correct.
all right, so we can't discuss the motion to adjourn. So let's, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? So we can't discuss it, so we got to figure out when we're going to do our business. We're not through with this agenda and we have some important matters undone.
To be honest, I didn't vote because I didn't.
All those in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No?
No?
Nay.
Finished.
I think we need a special meeting for the vote.
I make a motion to suspend the rules for 15 minutes.
We've adjourned already.
Second.
No, we haven't. We haven't. All right.
What's the motion?
He wants another, to suspend the rules and go another 15 minutes.
Can we have adjourn?
Yeah,
Let it fail.
We did it.
Oh, it's 5-2.
And I made the motion before it hit 11:30.
And I seconded it.
We have a motion and a second to suspend the rules for, go another 15 minutes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Here we go. Until I'm getting tired. And I know we all are. I think the question before us is, do we want to have a special meeting in order to deal with the closed session and any other undone business on this agenda?
I would move that we do that.
Would second it.
We have a motion and a second discussion.
I would suggest that the motion include a time and date for the meeting.
Good idea.
What's open next Tuesday?
Not for me. Won't do.
Oops.
And I'll be out of town on the 11th and 12th.
Well, what about the when?
Wednesday.
When is CDA?
CDA is on the Thursday. I will be in town on the 14th. Yes.
All right, so does the 14th, the Wednesday, work?
Does for me.
Sounds good.
Public safety?
I'll make a motion to, or we need to amend, or I'll make a motion to have the special meeting July 14th at 6 o'clock.
I second that.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have a motion for Wednesday, 14th,
6 o'clock. And I seconded it.
and we have a second. Any discussion?
Is it possible? Just in case we go long.
I won't be able to.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd rather have 6, but.
All right, so the motion is to have a special meeting on Wednesday, the July 14th at 6 PM. And it was seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I got a question though, is we just created a special meeting, but we also had 15 minutes left in this meeting. So do we still continue with the items for the 15 minutes or are we done?
I mean, we could do one more, or we could just let it go till the next meeting. I think staff are getting pretty tired.
I think we covered everything.
Staff's ready to go. Keep-
There's. I just bring up the question because I don't know if there's something that's important to get done in the next couple of days.
Is there anything on the agenda other than the closed session that has to be done before next week? Okay,
I had an update on the water, but that can be delayed.
9-1, the water. Yep. Yep. So there's a few items, but the big one is the closed session. So, all right. Did we vote? We voted
I guess we can make.
to adjourn.
adjourn.
All right, all those in favor of the special meeting signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Have a Motion to adjourn then?
We need a new adjournment motion.
I'd make a motion to adjourn right now.
All right, we have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?